8 and 10, which is actually stating that on the 24th of the 9th month, in the year of that time it was Darius, some things happened. So who was Darius at that time? Darius was the king or the emperor of the highest hierarchy. So probably in reference to that, who actually is the highest and then you are saying that in the second year of that person. So I was just referring that fine, in the second year of probably the President Trump, these things are happening. And
okay.
Yeah. So probably you can ask more questions that will help me probably get to the right direction that you need your answers. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for that's a lot of information. Thanks for that. So based on what we have seen in the bigger picture, and I want you to pay attention, and everybody, what I see the enemy doing, to the best of my knowledge, like I would always say, these are things that I could be maybe not very right about, but we could always check things. From our study, it appears that all these things have happened. What is happening is just a replica of it, just a repetition. And generally speaking, history or prophecy, if you will, has a tendency to repeat itself and to be cyclical. Okay, very cyclical. Like we notice with Abraham was thrown in the fire by Nimrod. The 3 Hebrew boys were thrown in the fire by Nebuchadnezzar. And Moses, they wanted to kill children in his days. They did kill children in Moses' days. Same thing with Jesus Christ, with Herod, as against Pharaoh with Moses. So there was famine in the days of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Sarah was barren and all that. So things tend to be cyclical in life generally. That being said, it appears that Satan just resumed. Now, this is the key. It appears Satan just resumed what he was doing before he was bound for 1,000 years. We believe that Jesus returned. It appears from prophecy descriptions that Jesus returned in 70 AD. Okay? And after that, he began to reign, right? That is why the years were named after him. Okay? And after he reigned for 1,000 years with the saints, right? The saints departed and Satan was released according to the book of Revelation. So it appears Satan just simply resumed everything he was doing before his kingdom in Rome was destroyed. The kingdoms he brought back after he was released, we believe maybe around 1776, he just revived them, right? The Antichrist-related things he was doing, he just brought them back. There was an Armageddon war, right? Now the next war, according to scripture, will be Gog and Magog battle. Okay? So he seemed to just resume everything. Now there's something I want you to get also. That's number one, the cyclical tendency of prophecy and history. Number two, I would say that it appears Satan is resuming the things he was doing just before he was locked up for 1,000 plus years, which has been made to look like 20, 25 years since Jesus was reigning. It's actually just about 1,200 plus. Okay? Now, number three, this is very key, Mr. President. Space and time has been messed up. By the way, when Satan is released, what he begins to do is to deceive the world towards a battle. Okay? So space and time has been messed up so terribly, such that the maps, the time maps and the space maps, right? The landmarks and the time marks that you are looking at, Mr. President, and many Christians are looking at are the wrong time maps, are the wrong space maps that they're looking at. What do I mean? You're looking at that Middle East Israel and that Hamas. That's not the real Israel, and that's not the real Hamas. Well, the real Philistine, if you will, or Palestine. The location is not there. That is not the people. So it's a complete duplicate of what used to be, right? It's a complete swap entirely. So the location is not there at all. What's his name? Netanyahu is not a Jew. He can call himself Jewish, but he's not a Jew. He changed his name to that, right? That land is not the Holy Land, okay? So they have messed up locations like that. They have messed up the peoples. The real people are not there. The real people are in sub-Saharan Africa, as they are called. And also, they have messed up the timelines. This is not the times when those things will happen. They are just repeating it or trying to repeat it. So it's a complete false. Another antichrist can be reestablished, maybe. Okay, but then all you need to have an antichrist is to have a Christ, right? Which is the Messiah who came. All right. So now those three things being said, are you still there, Mr. President? If you're off your app, we can hear you. And you're muted. Okay, you're there. Okay, good. So those three things being said, let me then show you a few things. Let me start with time. I thought you already understood this, that the real Israel is not in the Middle East, that is in sub-Saharan Africa. But if not, because you mentioned Daniel is why I brought you up. And Daniel said very clearly that from the time of the going forth of the commandment to build Jerusalem and its walls, irrespective of where Jerusalem is at this point, let's still leave that so it doesn't complicate what I want to say or make it difficult to understand. He said from the time when the commandment goes forth to build Jerusalem and its walls, which by the way he says will be built in troublous times, talking about the time when Nehemiah was building, when they had to build with one hand and sword on the other hand. Okay, so he said between that time and the time of the Messiah will be 490 years. Most theologians, Christians agree on that. And that is 70 weeks, okay? And 1 week instead of 7 days is 7 years. So 70 times 7 weeks is 490 years. But this is very key again, this point number 4. Still on point 4, what the church has done is to take those 70 weeks and say 69 weeks was done when Jesus came and was resurrected and was taken up, okay? And since that time, we have been waiting for the week and the time to start counting again. So these 3.5 years you keep saying, this 7 years you keep mentioning is the last week, as it were, okay? And the church is telling us that that time just literally paused for 2,000 plus years. And that is not in scripture. It didn't say that there was going to be a time when you just pause and you don't count the years and you're waiting for what Trump will do or what Netanyahu would do or somebody killing a red cow, heifer, to do anything. It says it will happen at a stretch like that. On top of that, Jesus said he's returning soon. He kept saying he's returning soon. But once again, because what we know as mainstream history does not corroborate the idea that Jesus has returned. So we keep looking for excuses, or rather trying to explain things away to make Jesus not look like he's lying, right? So we try to say, well, 1 year can be 1,000, 1 day can be 1,000 years, this and this and that. But he said it was coming soon. All the apostles believed he was coming soon. Some of them didn't get married because of that. Okay? So let me then show you a picture of what the church believes, why they keep looking at the Middle East, the fake land, to try to fulfill prophecy. Fake people, fake land. And like we rightly said, it is the season of where Satan is released and it is deceiving the world. So I'll show this to you first. So look at this. After rapture, there is the Armageddon war, there is the millennial reign. This happens to be the season where we're at, and we're working towards this. Okay? We're just about here, working towards here, right? So this season is so terrible that Satan has deceived the world with regards to who the real people are. Those chosen people are. He's deceived the world regarding this space, the location of the land, and then, of course, the timeline. Okay? So now this is what most Christians believe, right? So this, in fact, this person is trying to even explain that wrong doctrine or mistaking. Yeah, Shadi says she's not deceived. Yeah. So this is trying to explain that. So he perfectly explained the wrong thing that he knows. And this is what most Christians, in fact, if you give most pastors this picture, they'll be like, thank you. This explains exactly what we believe, which is actually not accurate. So watch this now. This is the statue. Of course, the dream that Nebuchadnezzar had that he didn't remember. And then Daniel had to explain first, tell him the dream. And then secondly is to explain, tell him the meaning of it. So he said, from the time when the commandment goes forth, which is somewhere around here in the Persian kingdom, right? Because this gold is Babylon, this is Persia, Medo Persia, this is Greece, this is Rome. And I think this is the Sanhedrin, this one. This stone is Yeshua, not Antichrist. But they just put Antichrist here because that's when that will happen. So from here, which is around 444 BC, oh, there it is, where the commandment went forth, right, to build Jerusalem. I think that is by that's a decree. Yes, the decree to rebuild Jerusalem. Okay, so up until the time when Jesus resurrected, right? So they said after this resurrection or rejection, right? Resurrection, and rejection of Jesus. Let me see if we can pop this up without disturbing the. Let's make it one. That doesn't offset it. Okay, great. From the time when Jesus was rejected, as it were, by the Jews, some Jews to be fair, because all Jesus' disciples were actually Jews, were at least Hebrews. Okay, so it's not like all Hebrews rejected him. Okay, so they said there is a gap between that time and when Jesus will return, or all of that. Okay, so look at that is what they call it the gap theory. But in reality, that gap does not exist. All of this has happened. Jesus has come. He has started reigning. He has finished his 1,000-year reign. So just remove this gap, condense all of this, and don't cut the statue's feet. The feet were not cut in the vision that was shown to Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, so when you put all that back, then after, did we close that? I shouldn't have, but I will just pop it up again. So after, so when you condense all of that ends within here. That stone you see is somewhere around here. That's the stone that came in the Armageddon War. And then the millennial reign follows. So these are the things that should follow after the feet of that statue and the stone and the crown. That crown, let me try to do it with two hands here. So that's crown, sorry. So that crown is this millennial reign. Christ reigning exactly for 1,000 years. Millennial kingdom, 1,000. You see it, 70 weeks ending in blessing. All of that has happened. Okay, so that crown is the equivalent of this 3 here. So the next thing that follows after is this deception. So deception is so bad, so terrible that people people think they're still here and waiting for rapture. That's how bad it is. And to be fair, like I said on my point 1, how prophecy and history can be cyclical. You will notice how rapture, Armageddon War, millennial reign, because this millennial reign is going to be so good, and it was so good, is what they would call Tartaria today. And it appears Jesus himself is still in the North Pole now. Very likely that's where he is right now as we speak. That sounds almost like blasphemy. But it's like when he will reveal himself to this present day apostles, people that would have visions about Jesus, the true ones, of course. It appears that physically that's where he has to move from. Of course, maybe you wouldn't see him through the sky. I don't know. But there's something in the North Pole that we can't fully discuss now. So, so the way you have rapture, Armageddon, and millennial reign is the same way you have, well, this short system breaks it, such that this Armageddon war is almost mapping together this, what's it called now? This Gog and Magog battle. Okay? And this millennial reign is looking like this new heaven and earth. So most believers, rather than understanding then after rapture, what you have should be the millennial reign. They think after rapture, the next thing is sweet by and by. Okay, so because of that cyclic tendency, this 1, 2, 3 looking like 5, 6, 7, the thing is just keeps looping like that. Okay, so what is coming now is this Gog and Magog battle where they will try to fight the one who sits in the North Pole. All right, perhaps at the same time try to fight his real, actual people in Sub-Saharan Africa, just like they wanted to invade Traore. Okay, so I don't know if I'm making sense, Mr. President, to you.
Wow. This is a lot. Thank you so much. This is a lot. It's a lot. Anyway, I've recorded, so I'll take my time and go through again. And,
so you can find ways to post it if you can. It's been difficult to keep up with posting, as it were, because it just takes time to post. Okay, large statement, please. Carry on with your question. But just before that large statement, so let me just wrap this up neatly. So this is what is happening. It's just being cyclical. So, and because at the end of the day, human beings are like the stars of heaven, especially, well, that is why they could look at stars and predict human events. The human events can be so cyclical, just like the stars in the movement of the luminaries in the sky can be very cyclical. Human events tend to be cyclical also. Okay, so and I say that to say this, that September is an important part of the cycle of the year. Okay, it's just like the winter solstice in December 25, September 25, March 23. So there are spots like that. So during those spots, technically in the spirit, there are things you could engineer within those windows. And even if they want to do wicked things, it's important they could do it and to prosper in those times because they are harnessing the power of the moon and the sun and all of those things. So it's one of those time windows that people could do stuff. Okay. That's why they will do Halloween during that time. That is why most I said, no, what you should be doing is the Feast of Tabernacles. Or if you tell a Christian do Feast of Tabernacles, it would bring out scriptures like weapons against you. That no, that's the law. Okay, so those times are important. The arrangement of the sun and the moon and stars are important those times. It's not astronomy, it's not astrology, it's just following God's commandment. Okay. So they could do things within those times and try to get stuff done. Yeah. So largest man, please. Let's have your question. Yeah, cosmology.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to ask, can you please explain about the Gog and Magog war? I'm so confused about that aspect. Tell us more about that Gog and Magog, and
Okay, yeah.
what about the war?
Okay, so Gog and Magog, I believe is referring to peoples, to a certain people, or in fact, even, or at least rather locations. So Gog, people will say Gog and Magog is Russia and China, but I think Gog and Magog is probably Russia and the United States. So the Gog part is not so confusing, but the Magog part, when I started suspecting, is two things. We have not said this fully publicly. We just suggested it in one of our videos. Okay. Yeah. So, and that's when I started suspecting, is when I started seeing the way the United States is always at the aggressive side in invading countries with the context of bringing peace. And that's not true. It's just, most times it's not true. It's just to steal resources. That's on the surface level. Okay. So on the deeper level, they are doing that to literally destroy God's people, we're just working what Satan is influencing them to work on. So, but we found that the Chinese word for America is Meiguo.
Meiguo.
Right? Yes.
Yeah.
Meiguo. So, you know that, don't you? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the American is Meiguoran, right?
Yeah, Meiguoran, American.
Yes. So, and there's something special about the Chinese script. I don't know if you have seen our video on that, right? Where the Chinese Hanzi for boat, the one way to draw the Chinese Hanzi for a big for boat is to draw a vessel, draw the number 8, draw the number migrate, right? And draw the Hanzi for water. And that tells you immediately the Noah story, right? That potentially the first time there was that biggest boat is when 8 people were saved from water and they migrated with it, And the Hanzi for create, for example, is the Hanzi for mouth or for man. The Hanzi for man. Do you write Chinese, largest man?
No, I don't write.
Okay.
I don't write.
So, but then oh, you don't write characters, yeah. So the Hanzi for create is the Hanzi for man, or the Hanzi for speak, Hanzi for life, Hanzi for walk, right? And the Hanzi for garden, if I'm not missing that. But then what's the point? What's the moral of that? And that's just 2. There's about 10, 12, many of those. And that suggests to you that just for them to write the word create, they literally took the etymology of create or creation or to make something from the creation story. Because you're talking about God speaking to dust, right? Oh, I don't want to digress too far. I'll just narrate it. So God speaking to dust, and he began to walk, in the garden, and that's the Hansi for create. The same thing for the Hansi for tempt is two trees and a woman. Okay, so of which God told them not to take from one tree, and things like that. The Hansi for covet is also similar. The Hansi for temptation is the Hansi for Satan, and things like that. But I'm saying that to just bring some credibility to the root of Chinese. So if you started to say America, you say Mego. So America is constantly deceiving the world. That's one of the things they've been doing for a long time. But you wonder why America and Russia, they are supposed to be enemies, but they keep taking their proxy wars to everywhere. Russia is giving weapons to who now? To Burkina Faso, and the United States and France and Europe are trying to give weapons to the Al Qaeda basically, and the terrorists in the north. And then they almost got Nigeria to invade Niger like 3-4 years ago when Tinubu was just coming in. So things like that. You are supplying weapons to two parts of a conflict at the same time. Meanwhile, now this is the key to Magog and Magog. Meanwhile, America and Russia, they share borders. Do you know that? You're aware of that, right? Largest man. They share border in the Alaska. So if you want to bomb each other, that's a nice place to bomb. I mean, just go do your war there. And when you're burning off, jump into the ice, get some cool, then continue your war. Why do you have to supply weapons to Burkina Faso? You want to protect them. Now, Russia is kind of still better than the United States generally. I mean, it's just the difference between somebody who would rob you with a gun to your face and the one who will steal when you're not watching. Still better, So why do you supply weapons to West Africa for them to unalive each other? And you tell them this one needs protection, and you're supplying weapons, and you want to use that place as your proxy war. No, go to Alaska and fight your wars there. Leave us alone, both the good, bad, and the ugly. Just get out of Africa. Just leave here. We're doing not so good, really, to be fair, but not that bad. If we'll fight with knives, not with bombs that will destroy your whole thing. We fight each other. When you see some blood that affects your conscience, you want to stop, but not killing 5 million people with a button. We're not used to that kind of weapon. We're not that destructive. But my point is they could have fought there. Mm-hmm. Okay, do you have your answer already? Can I just... Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, one more question. What would be the stake of Africa during the Gog and Magog war?
It's likely they will be attacked. We don't know fully about that, and it's something sensitive to discuss. But then it appears that Africa will be attacked because, like we've seen, is a season of deception where Satan is deceiving the world towards the battle. All these things that I've shown you, by the way, is in the Book of Revelation. This one particularly, Revelation 27-8. Okay. So it's likely they want to attack Africa. That's why we used to say that one litmus test for any African president to know if he's doing what is right is if America is fighting you, right? If the Western world are applauding you, trust me, your president is not doing good at all. Okay? So once you see the American president, the Western world, Britain begins to dislike you, they start sanctioning you, then that's when the president has just started working. So it's a season of deception. It appears, like we've always said, that what is going to bring about the war is when all the wolves that are in sheep clothing are having the sheep clothing beginning to melt away, and everybody knows they are the wolf, like what is happening to the Middle East, Israel now, like what's beginning to happen to America now. Everybody's beginning to know that America is not such a nice guy you see in the movie, and they keep bombarding you with psyops, with psychological operations. They show you a movie, they show you Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise is a nice guy, always trying to save the day. MI16. MI16 is a dangerous thing to the African people, right? They send economic assassins to your country, a loan on one hand and a gun on the other hand. Of course, not literally, but then take this IMF loan and do this, do that. But we can't do that. We don't need your money. We don't need all of that. We can eat our agriculture here and we're fine. Well, remember, we have military bases close to you. So they keep doing that. That's what MI16 does. That's what Mission Impossible does. They negotiate with countries like that. So they start with, in fact, they first start by ignoring you, right? Just to try to intimidate you. They don't acknowledge you. And most times Africans are always begging for that attention from the Western world. So they start from ignoring, then they move on to, okay, let's begin to negotiate with you. And then you're not taking the negotiation, they go to intimidation. Almost the same thing that happened to the man that was unalived. We don't have fullest details, but money has been supposedly offered to him. before the assassination took place, and it turned down the money from Israel, and they invited him. Netanyahu invited him to Israel, and he supposedly, reportedly turned that down. In less than 2 months, he was assassinated when he was giving a speech.
Wow.
So it is ignoring you. They ignore the person. They negotiate with you when they see you're getting traction. Then they intimidate you. Then after that, elimination is what follows next if you're not protected by the Most High. So, so that's the thing. That's what they will always follow. So the deception is beginning to fall apart. That's exactly why, if this narrative is true, that he unalived the young man that was assassinated like some days ago, is because first they ignored him. He's not doing too bad. He's not speaking so bad about Middle East Israel. Then they saw that the sheep clothing was going to fall off. The scale was going to fall off the man's eyes himself, and was beginning to question Israel. Who are these people? What is the Mossad? Are they not the one behind the Epstein files? So they started negotiating with him. But it was just, the time window was too short. Maybe because he has too many followings and people would believe him. I mean, all of that episode was less than 6 months. For many people, they would stay with you for years. Or perhaps less than 2 months. So the scale was falling off the guy's eyes. He was willing to ask, that's Charlie Kirk, I think. It was beginning to ask questions about Israel, gave him $150 million, which he turned down, reportedly. Okay, can you come to Israel? He turned that down. Then the next thing is intimidation. Maybe that was very brief. It was beginning to say that I'm afraid Israel, the thing Israel might kill him if he asks questions, things like that. Less than 2 weeks after that message was when it was shot. So I said that to say this, that's the approach that will seem to happen to West African countries and African countries generally. Most African countries now are still playing that flow book with the Western world. The moment you begin to stop that, you begin to become a dictator. But if you're a Cameroonian president who has stayed maybe 25, 30 years, and you're doing what America wants you to do, you're not a dictator. So it appears that war will be because this short season will begin to wrap up, the deception will begin to fall off, and they'll begin to ask questions. So it's like, hey, we're not even going to deceive you anymore. Now we're coming straight on. So they seem it seems that they will gather to want to fight West African nations. Maybe by then African unity will start materializing, which they will not allow to happen. Okay, not on their watch. So they might want to fight Africa. And I was mentioning Russia and US to you because around that place where you have Russia and US meeting with borders, where you have Alaska, and potentially that's the part of the world where there's something very divine living there. Potentially, there are some saints there. Yeah. So the land of Jesus, Terra de Jesu, that is where it is, between Gog and Magog, right? So they'll potentially circle around that place, trying to perhaps shoot missiles into, just like they've been trying to shoot into the firmament. Now they want to fight that one who is seated in Zion, Mount Zion, where they call Black Rock sometimes, around those regions. So I'm thinking it's going to be battle in the north there and battle right here in West Africa at the same time.
So what will be the stake of God's people?
Yes, this prophecy says that fire will come down and destroy them. That's what it says. That the fire will come down and destroy the enemies of God. That's the prophecy according to Gog and Magog battle. A supernatural fire will come and destroy those who are trying to fight Africa. So Africa probably are not going to need all that. Just a minute, Shade. So Africa are probably not going to need all that nuclear weapon and all of that at the same time. God will be their defense, because all they will have is just truth and be like, this thing is not making sense to us. Just leave us with your Roman Catholicism. We don't want that. We don't want this. Leave our land and all that. We know you are the bad ones. You are the peacekeeping force, USAID. Anywhere you want to keep peace, there's never going to be peace for the place. So yes, Israel is Africa, point blank. That's it. So that's the switch that Mr. President needs to understand. I'm talking about the TikTok user, by the way. So if you understand this, Mr. President, that, yeah, great. What if that Bible thing that they've called is fiction and there's no land and people to show, and then these other people that are always taken to the lower bottom of the earth and the land they have, right? If you put them together, it's talking about one and the same people. So that story is talking about that's Sub-Saharan African people. That's just it. But because of deception, like we said, which falls into that season where we're at, all of that has been swapped. Enoch, Shadi, good morning, first off. Enoch should go first before you. But good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Shadi, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Yeah, so the movie is just about out. We are showing them probably in churches first. If we had your mail, we would have sent you the movie trailer, not the one on there. There's a fuller trailer, an actual movie trailer I would have sent to your head, but you can still wait or let us know what your mail is, then we'll send it to you.
Okay, I could drop you a DM with an
Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much. So, largest man, sorry. Have we touched that question before we go forward downwards like that?
Yes. You can go forward.
Okay. Yeah, good. So Enoch, real quick, maybe 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, quick one. Good morning. I just want
Yes,
to
morning.
ask, I'm just trying to get the fix of tabernacle itself.
The feast, okay.
Should it be, because I'm just looking at, because recently I'm just trying to look at the time. Should be November or ending of September, because I'm looking at the cycle of the moon now. So
Oh yeah. That's usually called Sukkot. Now once again, now this is either deception or error, okay? But most of the error that you see and discrepancies you see are not just discrepancies, they are intentional deception. For example, why does the Feast of Tabernacle, which we're about to discuss, fall exactly at the time when they want to do Halloween? Why do they have to bring the thing they call Easter, which is Ishtar, which is the worship of this demonic thing? And in the Western world, you see that Easter is really about eggs and rabbits. What's the connection between eggs and rabbits and then the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ? What's the connection between a green tree with putting stars, etc., and decorations on a green tree and the birth of Jesus Christ, which was not on the 25th of December? So they try to replicate, rather substitute things. If they just erase it, it would be like they're just ignorant. But they actually substitute it, just like they put another Middle East Israel. So it's a deception by substitution. What is going on, right?
Yeah,
but anyway, to answer your question, it's around October, early October. But again, that is still even late.
The first, because we know the first year start from when we have what do they call it, Passover was
Okay, yes, March, April.
7th month. So I know 7th month should be in November based on what I'm checking now.
Yes. So it's around, mainstream will tell you it's from the 6th of October thereabout. But like I said, this one is probably an error, right? So they are usually 10 months off because they do the moon calculation wrongly. Sorry, 10 days, please. 10 days off. And if you count 10 days backward, for example, from the 6th of October, that brings you to that 25th of September, right? So around the time when all of these prophecies and all that is about to happen. Okay, so that's that. Does that answer your question so we can move to Shade?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, brother. Good morning, effortlessly, Shade.
Hi. So I just wanted to get clarity. If I read the scriptures correctly, it says there's a prince or a prince called Gog. He's the prince of Magog, right? So the way it translates to me is that there's a president or the leader of a place called Magog that would eventually start
Called
this
Gog,
war.
you mean?
Sorry, called Gog. There's a president called Gog, and there's a place called Magog, right? And they start this war and whatnot. Now, I have my theories, and I might sound crazy, but there's talks. I've heard it once or twice on some certain podcasts that Baron Trump at some point will become president of America. It's almost as if it's set in stone.
That's his son.
His son, yes. And if you go and check the characteristics of this boy is 2.1 meters. Like, you know, when you say, well, somebody's 189, the height, he's unusually tall. And if there's something we've spoke about here, that those were the entities that were unusually tall at some point in history, where, you know, I don't want to talk too much before they ban this channel and ban me altogether. But I feel like if that boy ever becomes, that might be the first sign that that particular war, that particular time is coming. But there has been talks that he's possibly at some point in history going to become the president of the United States of America, like his father.
I
Right?
see. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like I said,
I don't know, it's
oh, you were still trying to say
conspiracy-like.
something.
Yes, it's conspiracy-like, but I think what I'm saying to you kind of resonates. It kind of makes a little bit of sense to you, but anybody else might listen to the video and say, this person is crazy. But that's what I feel is going to, that's when I feel that whole Magog war is going to happen. Is they're going to attack Israel, which is, invariably Africa. And that's probably when people will start to recognize that, look, we are actually the real Israelites. God himself is defending us, blah, 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 etc. Because the world will see it and there will be no denying it. There's no way they can spin that sort of thing. Sorry. That's my 10 cents that I wanted to contribute to that conversation.
Yeah. That makes quite a lot of sense. So, and usually, someone said Baron was genetically engineered. So, and usually, sometimes people and places can be used interchangeably. Sometimes, especially when that person happens to be the father of a people. For example, Israel used to be a person, but then the children of Israel became a people, and where they're located is called Israel, right? Something like that. So that's that between that Gog and Magog. But then to be quite unusual not so unusual because it happened with Bush, right? George W. Bush, But then that can be a funny sign. But again, it appears that is this cyclical thing that is happening when these prophecies repeat each other after the original one happens, something else happens, and it keeps going back and forth. We have another guest. Let me see. Okay, I thought we did. So that's it. I want to quickly jump to read scriptures so that we don't miss it. Today's scripture is fairly long. So let me start that. And once we're done, then we come back to still continue the conversations. Joshua chapter 88. We read the scriptures because that is where we got many of these things that we're discussing. And scriptures are just good to read. So we usually will pray before we read them. Thank you, Father, for this day. We ask that your grace continue with us as we read. We say that we are gathered in your name. Let your presence guide us and teach us by your wisdom to be more like you, to be strengthened with might by your spirit in our inner man. So as we read, we are changed and we are strong and we do exploit to build our nation, to build your kingdom. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. Joshua chapter 88. And it was after the death of Moses that the Lord said to Joshua, the son of Nun. So now they've come out of Egypt and they've overcome some kings, saying, rise up and pass the Jordan to the land which I have given to the children of Israel, and thou shalt make the children of Israel inherit the land. You see the word inherit as against what Middle East is doing when they're grabbing the land. God tells Abraham rather to not just possess the land, but to inherit it. Why? Because that land is called Canaan land because Canaan stole it from Shem, which is the great-great-grandfather of Abraham. Abraham is the 20th, Shem is the 11th. Eber, whom the Hebrews are named after, is the 14th from Adam. Okay, so it is not just asking him to go grab land, right? He's telling him to go inherit the land because it really belongs to them. And that's the lie, like I said again, deception by substitution that the Middle East is trying to do. So they just take that story, pervert it. It's so painful. Pervert it and it's using as justification. So by the time you keep saying things like this, that Israel is not the real Israel, it completely destroys all the narrative and the right with which they have to start unaliving people unnecessarily, where they're at, you see. And when this goes mainstream, a very serious war is on the way, right? That's after they will be trying to eliminate just about everybody that has some credibility saying these things. They will try to slander them, try to use their mainstream to discredit the person, look for any scandal. That's why they've got Epstein that will get you to be in what's that thing called? Compromising situations, get videos of you. They put you under pressure. And when you're under that kind of pressure, what you're supposed to do is just to yield. Don't worry, just go show it. There's nobody that doesn't make mistakes anyways, right? And even if it wasn't, just show it. That's what you've done, yes. And really, the real truth is that if what you're saying is true, although people don't think that way, but then if what you're saying is true, it should be true irrespective of who you are or even what you've done, right? So when you're blackmailed like that, the straight way is just to open it up. In fact, be the first one to announce it yourself that, you know what, I've done 1 and 2, 3 and 4 things, and they're beginning to blackmail me with it. It's just a noble thing to do. So, but I don't know why it's so difficult for people to do that. Maybe I don't know. I don't know why. But then it can be difficult because it can be embarrassing when you've put yourself on a pedestal and they're about to show wrong things you've done. You can see one guy who was literally just laughing at Donald Trump with some things that looked like pictures in his hands. We couldn't tell, but it was just showing him the Saudi prince was there, Donald Trump was there, and trying to show him. And it was, you can tell the smile in his face was kind of mischievous. And the lip readers were like, oh, this is fake, this is fake. But then, as fake as it is, he took a copy and put it in his jacket, probably so he could work with his lawyers or something. Shortly after those times was when he invaded Iran, if I got that right. So they will pressure him. He's the guy who's supposed to come make peace based on his promise, but they will pressure him based on Epstein files or whatnot to bend him to do stuff that he shouldn't do. They will do the same thing with you, president of Nigeria, with this Manchester, Chicago results or whatnot, the drug deals and all that. So if you want to rise, you want God to lift you, right? You want to stay in your humble beginnings as long as God, just let God be the one to lift you. You cannot, this idea is what has destroyed the world, as little as it sounds. And you hear holiness preachers preach these things, you would think they're just being extreme, right? But they'll tell you that if God is not going to lift you, just stay where you are. But you think it's smart, it's wise. Well, just break a few eggs, we want to make some omelette, we got to do those things and just bend those corners. You want to do elections, but you're like, Brimo is out. Well, if you, we're showing it in churches first before it gets fully public in October, but it's ready, the Abrahamo movie. So, so they tell you not to compromise, but you think, well, people have always been rigging. We could always rig to try to win the election. It seems it's for a good end. God does not work like that. We saw how God made Joseph stay 10 extra years in prison because he trusted in the butler, right? It was the butler. Yes, the butler. He trusted in the butler whom he gave the interpretation. Okay. If you have somebody in Kenya that can host us, then we'll visit there. I may not come personally, but we'll get representatives that can show the movie there and stuff like that. So, when, as you begin, I've spoken to Lynn in Googie. She's not replying to me in Googie. She didn't reply. So if you can, if possible, she missed it. But that was when we were getting our ministry to send things to people so we can have what's that thing called, interviews. So 91 podcast and the rest, like Dinano, the rest, they caught us faster. Ghana, I've spoken to a few people. I've forgotten the guys' names, but we've got some interviewers in Ghana also. So when they're ready, we would find people in Ghana that we know that could go host the videos in Ghana and they do the movie. And the idea is to give you some momentum, because when they watch the movie, then they can come out to do, they do this video thing. When you watch the movie, you come out and you tell us how the movie is about. So it gives us quite some momentum before it goes fully public and is everywhere in YouTube. So whenever you're ready, just do us a mail, we'll move to that. You have to show the movie at places that is not owned by the Jewish places. Oh, do you mean the Jews? Yes, that's what you mean. That's why we are not even getting close to Netflix altogether, because they probably will turn it down, and they have very weird, from what I've heard, I've not asked them, but they have very weird requirements, like you must not show it elsewhere, and they will only give you the value they think the movie is worth. And those this kind of stuff, we're not going to work with that. So that's that. So they keep these files, they put you in compromising situations and get stuff from you to blackmail you with. And if you are, depending on how much pride of life you have in you, it'll be difficult for you to come out and say, you know what, I messed up, I did this, I did that. I was in a compromising position with this, or I did that, or I bribed this. And usually people will trust you more when you confess first like that. Now, some people criticize you that, why did you wait for the, what's that thing called? The blackmail before you confessed, but then it's still kind of halfway good. Anyway, so I'm trying to work with Hebrew to Negroes also. That's Dalton Jr. to host it, but it's like it's going to cost money to host on his platform. But so we're trying to, I don't know how it's going to be, but I'm still talking with him. In Ghana, you're welcome. The former president was a Zionist. So he even stopped Ron Dalton. Right. Interesting. Okay. I'm doing business in Gambia. I can push the movie here in Gambia. Yeah, that's fine. Just do us a DM or send a mail. A mail might be faster, to be honest. Yeah, so that's that. So let's keep reading. I can't reach you anywhere. I can't reach you anywhere else. There's an email which you can find in the bio of this channel, or you do a DM, but it may be difficult or take time to get to your DM. But a mail probably will be faster. People that will reply to you, they will move in faster from there. Okay. So he sends them to inherit the land, not just to go grab the land like Middle East is doing their stuff. So it's a deception by substitution. Verse 3. Every place upon which by the way, the people that were being alive on that land were mostly giants and Nephilim and all those kind of things. That's why he asked them to wipe them off completely. Every place upon which the sole of your feet shall tread belong to you, from the wilderness of Lebanon unto the great river, the river Parat. Yes, that's the Euphrates. The river Parat. And you still have River Pra in Ghana today. They retained that name, interestingly. And the rivers are connected: Niger River, Congo, Benue River. So there's still River Pra. And that's what it's writing here. River Prat shall be your boundary. That's where the real people are. That's where the real land is. But they substituted and brought another Euphrates and Tigris in Iraq. Places that they have torn apart by war. That place is potentially the most renamed place in the last century, because there's over 20,000 names they gave to places within that part of the world during and after the Ottoman Empire, okay, during the wars. And that's one of the things wars come to do. Okay, so they're not naming shops and stuff. They're naming streets and mountains and rivers. 20,000 names. No man shall stand up against thee all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so will I be with thee. Only be strong and of good courage to observe all the law which Moses commanded thee. Turn not from the way either to the right or to the left, or in order that thou may, yes, prosper in all that thou doest. And Joshua commanded the officers of Israel, saying, pass through the camp and command the people, saying, prepare for yourselves provisions, for in 3 days more you will pass the Jordan to possess the land. And the officers of the children of Israel did so. That's why we think Jordan would potentially be. Let me see if we can quickly show that to you. Jordan is very likely to be towards Eastern Africa. Jordan into Jericho. Okay, yeah. So let's show something to you. Yeah, they're destroying the River Pra with Galamsey, Simon Royal. That's true. So, but Africans don't. If you see River Pra, you'll be like, nah. We all know River Pra. It can't be the Euphrates. There's nothing special about it. But when they clean up the river in Iraq and plant some things there, write some Hebrew there, you go there to bow down, not knowing that you yourself are as good as a god yourself. Okay, so that is potentially where Jordan is, somewhere around here. You're not entering into here yet. Okay, and we think this is where Plains of Jericho would want to be. Okay, all of these things are available in our website for free. The verse, what verse are you talking about? Okay, what we're reading, what we're reading is the book of Jasher. Well, this is chapter 80. This is verse 6 or so. Chapter 88. Chapter 88, verse 6 is where we're at now. So the one that mentions River Prat, which is what you will see, even if you open your KJV interlinear Bible, open Euphrates, what you have there is Prat. That U is a Greek addendum, prefix that they put in eulogismos, eulogy, euphoria, right? It's a Greek kind of a prefix that they put. Okay, the real river is Pra. Okay. All right. So he told them to move over. They will cross the Jordan to possess the land. And the officers of the children of Israel did so, and they commanded the people, and they did all that Joshua had commanded. And Joshua sent 2 men to spy out the land of Jericho, and the men went and spied out Jericho. And at the end of 7 days, they came to Joshua in the camp and said to him, "The Lord has delivered the whole land into our hand, and the inhabitants thereof are melted with fear, and the inhabitants thereof are melted with fear because of us." And it came to pass after that Joshua rose up in the morning, and all Israel with him, and they journeyed from Shittim, and Joshua and all Israel with him passed the Jordan, and Joshua was 82 years old when he passed the Jordan with Israel. And the people went up from Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, okay, and they encamped in Gilgal at the eastern corner of Jericho. So you see that we're moving to Jericho now from Jordan, from that map I showed you, which is probably around Central African Republic. And the children of Israel kept the Passover in Gilgal, which they have now replaced with Easter of eggs and rabbits, and in the plains of Jericho on the 14th day of the month. Anyway, it is written in the law of Moses. So Joshua keeps referring to Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, right? And all of that also, and 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, they keep telling you about Joshua, right? So they keep referring to each other. In fact, like we read 2-3 days ago, what Paul said about Jannes and Jambres that withstood Moses. That Jannes and Jambres, we saw the actual detail here. You can't find the email. Go to the website. Please, someone type the website. Well, we could just tell you the email. It is kunleministers@gmail.com. Okay, someone can type that for him. Okay, so it is written in the law of Moses, and the manna ceased at the time on the morrow of the Passover. There was no more manna for the children of Israel, and they ate the produce of the land of Canaan. And like I was mentioning yesterday to the guy who came and was trying to ask us, why is it important that, just saying a lot of things. But I think it's because of how far low his self-esteem has been beaten down to where he thinks he's sounding like greed if we try to talk about how to get our land for ourselves and kick out the invaders. And I told him all you need to do is take this exact preaching and preach it to the Germans, right? So preach it to the Germans. He was from Namibia. Preach it to the Germans that are invading the Namibia. That preach it to the English that came to Kenya and sent people out of the most fertile land. And then there was the Mau Mau uprising against them, and they crushed the people, put them in concentration camps. Preach that to them, that they should focus on the kingdom of heaven, right? They need that. Now that's true, but they need those teachings also. So let's keep things balanced. But anyway, I was saying to him yesterday that God would, even if you stay in that kind of poverty, sometimes God will bring you out by a miracle, but God's first choice for you is not constantly to live by miracles. He wants you to live under the blessing, right? Using principles to sustain your blessedness as against miracles. Because one thing that qualifies you for a miracle, that makes a miracle is that you have to be in crisis. If you're not in crisis, then it doesn't qualify, as it were, to be a miracle. Okay. So for you to constantly have miracles, you have to constantly be in crisis. So, and I said that to say this, that once they entered the promised land, the manna stopped. The manna is a miraculous thing. It's not natural, right? God has to cause those things to fall, to the ground. So the moment they got into the land, that's the blessing. So they began to eat what? The produce of the land. So from then you have to do what? Planting, and then you let the thing grow. You work with the miracles that are already existing and are already within the system. It's a miracle also, but it's got process and it's been approved, as it were. A miracle you can engage with. I mean, how does one corn, just one seed of corn, put it in the ground, you literally don't do anything on most good fertile soils. Then in 3-5 months, you can have thousands of that corn just popping out of nowhere. That's miraculous. But it's one of those approved miracles that we have. Okay. So that's how God will usually transition them from miracle onto those natural blessing miracles. You see? Okay. So, And the manna ceased in that time on the morrow of the Passover, and there was no more manna for the children of Israel, and they ate of the produce of the land of Canaan. And Jericho was entirely closed against the children of Israel. No one came out and went in. And it was in the second month of the first day of the month, and the Lord said to Joshua, Rise up, and behold, I have given Jericho into thy hand with all the people thereof, and all your fighting men shall go round the city, once each day. Thus shall you do for 6 days. And the priest shall blow a trumpet upon trumpets. Okay, shall blow upon trumpets rather. And when you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall give a great shouting, that all the walls of the city shall fall down, and the people shall go up, every man against his opponent. And Joshua did so according to all the Lord had commanded him. And upon the seventh day they went round the city 7 times, and the priest blew upon trumpets. And at the seventh round, Joshua said to the people, Shout, for the Lord has delivered the whole city into our hands. And the city and all that it contains shall be accursed to the Lord. And keep yourselves from the accursed thing, and lest you make the camp of Israel accursed and trouble it. But all the silver and gold and brass and iron shall be consecrated to the Lord. They shall come into the treasury of the Lord. And the people blew upon trumpets and made a great shouting. And the walls of Jericho fell down, and all the people went up, every man straight before him. And they took the city and utterly destroyed all that was in it, both man and woman, young and old, ox and sheep and ass, with the edge of the sword. So I think it has cut off the detail of Rahab, the prostitute. I don't know if I missed the name. Someone can remind me if I missed it. I think her name is Rahab, the prostitute that was on the wall of the city, who helped the spies. So they've cut out that story. But the detail is in the laws of Moses, or the laws of God written by Moses. Rahab, oh, thank you, Mr. President. Okay, and they burned the whole city with fire. Only the vessels of silver and gold and brass and iron they put in the treasury of the Lord. Yeah, I'm right. Thank you, Japhet. So, and Joshua swore at the time, saying, Cursed be the man who builds Jericho. He shall lay the foundation thereof with his firstborn, and his youngest son shall he set up the gates thereof. And in his youngest son shall he set up the gates thereof. And that happened to one man that tried it. Okay, and Joshua was operating in another realm now. The staff of Moses was with him. They have the Ark of the Covenant with them. So Joshua was operating in something different here. Something completely different. It was a plain new level. He was literally being possessed by God in some of his pronouncements and the things he was doing. Verse 24, and Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerach, the son of Judah, dealt treacherously in the accursed thing, and he took of the accursed thing and hid it in the tent. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And it was after this that the children of Israel had returned from bringing Jericho. Joshua sent men to spy also Ai. Ai is a relatively very small nation. Let's see. Let's have a look at that. Okay. So let's show you where we think AI might be. These are very approximate, but you would see the pattern and the sequence in which the locations are popping up. So that's around where we think the city of Jordan is. We put the references there. You can go check that up. And the river Jordan is going to be around there also. They cross that to Jericho. And after Jericho, they overcame Jericho and they've come to Ai. So we think Ai will be somewhere around here. You see, or rather here. Okay. So it swings you back to the right. But then we put this here because it's written that mountain Luz is between, that this mountain here rather is between Bethel, right, and Ai. It keeps saying that about the place where Israel settled, and even Abraham, I believe, made an altar. So we think Ai will be somewhere around here. Okay, we might have messed it up a little bit, but I mean, these are the places you want to start looking at. Okay, so if people have been looking at these places with the kind of seriousness and all, that have been looking at the Middle East, they would have found more things like the grave of Queen of Sheba you find in Ijebu or Ode in Nigeria, and all of those kind of things. Okay, so they are coming into the land now at this point. All right. Let's proceed. So that's AI, and AI. The map is on the website, Mr. President. They have sent it to you. They've sent the website to you. So, and the men went up and spied AI, and they returned and said, "Let not the people go out. Let not all the people go out with thee to AI. Only let about 3,000 men go up and smite the city, for the men thereof are but a few." And that is very humorous, what God is about to do to them, or what is about to happen to them, what they brought on themselves. Don't forget, by the way, there are demonic activity within all these things that we're describing, right? For some reason, it doesn't tell you so much of the demonic activity. You find more demonic activity explained in the book of Jubilees, right? And a whole lot more in the book of Enoch. Okay, well, just about as much, especially activities of the fallen angels. But in Jasher, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, most of what we call the Old Testament, you will not see so much of the activity of demons. It's just about 3 mentions of Satan you have in the whole of the so-called Old Testament. The garden, the time of Job, and the time of David, when Satan moved David to number Israel. Then maybe the time when it says, "Thou art fallen, O Lucifer, son of the morning," right? And maybe the time when he also says, "I will take my throne to the sides of the north." So between 5 and 6, when you get back to what we call New Testament, oh, resist the devil and he will flee from you. Oh, devil this, devil that. So there's a lot of reference to the devil in, the New Testament, as we call it, and also in the book of Enoch and the book of Jubilees. So, and I said that to say this, that thing that man went to take, potentially these are things that they've offered blood on, perhaps blood of human beings on the golden vessels in Jericho, right? And there are demons that will manifest to them, right? And these are not just superstitious things. Remember, even the idol that Rachel stole from her father Laban, it was the head, in the shape of a head of the firstborn son of a person that has been cut, the hair has been shaved, and that head will talk to them, of a dead man, and would prophesy to them, tell them where things are. So it's not just some superstitious gymnastics, it is real stuff. So there are demons that will respond to them, potentially Nephilim spirit, respond to them and would take their idols, their sacrifices from them and do stuff. So I say that to say this, that there are demonic things that guy has gone to bury in the camp of Israel. But you read it in Genesis, you'll be like, oh, come on, why is God killing the man? Because he just took silver, because he just took gold from, can't they just collect the gold from him and flog him some stripes and let him be? Or no, they wiped out his whole family. Okay, but let's keep reading. So they said, just send a few men to AI. It's just a short few people. And Joshua did so and went up with him of the children of Israel about 3,000 men, and they fought against the men of Ai. And the battle was severe against Israel. And the men of Ai smote 36 men of Israel, and the children of Israel fled for the first time from before the men of Ai. And when Joshua saw this thing, he tore his garments and fell upon his face to the ground before the Lord. He with his elders of Israel, and they put dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, by the way, you see, people are beginning to fall because demons begin to weaken their hands. These things are very deeply spiritual. If you were here yesterday, in the past 3-4 days, it's been about Balaam, the son of Beor. He will curse people and they will go fight those people and something will happen. They would win that battle. So he didn't change strategy. He didn't start saying stuff. He's like, no, something is wrong. How can 36 people die? You see. So, and when Joshua saw this thing, he did that. They put dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, why, O Lord, didst thou bring these people over the Jordan? Almost beginning to blame the Lord. What shall I say after the Israelites have turned their backs against their enemies? Right now, therefore, all the Canaanites, inhabitants of the land, will hear this thing and surround us and cut off our name. Right? That's how they're beginning to be weak. And the Lord said to Joshua, why dost thou fall upon thy face? Rise up. So there must have been something in the ephod and the rest. But he says to him, rise up and get off, and get thee off, for the Israelites have sinned and have taken of the accursed thing. I will no more be with them unless they destroy the accursed thing from among them. For some reason, God did not tell him who he was. And Joshua rose up and assembled the people and brought the Urim. So they're about to do binary inquiry, right? And casting of lot, and brought the Urim by the order of the Lord, and the tribe of Judah was taken. Okay, so the cast lot, they fell on Judah. And Achan, the son of Camri, was taken, right? And Joshua said unto Achan, tell me, my son, what hast thou done? And Achan said, I saw amongst the spoil a goodly garment of Shinar. Shinar, by the way, is where Babel was. And 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold, 50 shekels weight. I coveted them and took them. And behold, they are all hid in the earth, in the midst of the tent. And Joshua sent men who went and took from, by the way, anyway, who went and took them from the tent of Achan, and they brought them to Joshua. And Joshua took Achan and these utensils, and his sons and daughters, and all belonging to him, and they brought them into the valley of Achor. I don't know if he asked the Lord, if I want to try to be God's advocate, like people try to do, and I've stopped doing that. I don't even think I've ever done that, but God didn't call you to be an advocate, to be his advocate. He called you to be his witness. In other words, say what you know and say what you have seen. If you try to, it's difficult to advocate for God. God will do things that are not nice. God is not ice cream that everybody will love or like him. Even some people don't like ice cream for health reasons. So, but if I want to try to be God's advocate, I'll say, you see, God has always been about grace and love. And the reason why Joshua destroyed the whole family of Achan, he didn't ask the Lord before he destroyed them. And that's a lie. God probably would have told him to destroy the whole of what's the bigger family of the family of the bigger family he came from, if not careful, right? Because when the children of Israel were going to take women from Moab, one of them went to take one of the daughters of one of the princes of Moab and was having relations with her within the camp. And Phinehas took a spear and pierced them to the ground, piercing the man and the woman to the ground. And the siege just stopped. No, I think we call it deception by substitution is what you meant to say. As against deception by elimination. So it's deception by substitution, if you're trying to refer to the phrase that I usually would use. So, long story short, God took that act of Phinehas as righteousness, and the destruction that was happening in the camp ceased. Again, well, this one is actually fair, not like trying to be God's advocate, but most of those destructions that they committed fornication with daughters of Moab, and sicknesses and pestilence was killing them. They had about 20,000 people die in the camp. Could have been some funny STD, naturally speaking. On the God side of the supernatural, it tells you God smote them. On the evil side of supernatural, don't be surprised the way God smote them was to take off protection, and Satan attacked them with spiritual sicknesses that would, of course, manifest in their blood. If you have to take them, you see HIV and whatnot. But in the spirit, something else is happening, right? So, and I think that's what played out in 1 Samuel 23 or 2 Samuel 23, when it says that, and God moved David to number Israel. And you go to Chronicles, it tells you, and Satan moved David. I think he used a slightly different word, to number Israel. So you wonder, is it God or Satan? And atheists would jump on that and say all sort of blasphemy. But then it is not impossible that 2-3 things are true at the same time in many cases. Okay? Because you see, he said God moved David. He said Satan compelled David, or how we put it. But then if you take off all the spiritual realm, you will see that even in the heart of David himself, right, he had that pride, maybe, or intention, let me use the word intention, to number Israel, to say, okay, let me see how many soldiers I've got to see the strength of my army. And God has told him not to do that, I believe, previously. So you wonder, is it David, or is it God, or is it, what's it called, Satan? So sometimes 2 or 3 of those things happen at the same time. Similar to what was happening to Pharaoh when God hardened his heart. Okay, he already had his heart in a certain direction before God then amplified what was already in his heart. And Satan also pushed him further. So some of those things overlap like that. But anyway, Joshua took Achan and his utensils, his sons and daughters, all belonging to him, and he brought them to the valley of Achor, and Joshua burned them there with fire and all Israel. So I won't try to be God's advocate and say, well, if Joshua has asked God, God would have pardoned them. Maybe not. Very probably not. So I won't be God's advocate in that sense. So, and all the Israel stoned Achan with stones before burning him, of course. And they raised over him a heap of stones. Therefore, did he call the place the Valley of Achor. So this person is writing with the benefit posthumously, with the benefits of hindsight. So that place already has that name. So he's using that name in the writing, or incidentally, is describing the event that gave that place its name. So the Lord's anger was appeased. See that? The Lord's anger was appeased. He didn't rebuke Joshua and say, "Don't you know this is grace?" Okay, I'm not saying grace doesn't exist. I'm just showing you what God has done, and He would do. And Joshua afterwards came to the city and fought against it. So they went back to Ai. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Fear not, neither be thou dismayed. Behold, I have given into thy hand Ai and her king and her people, and thou shalt do unto them as thou didst to Jericho and her king. Also the spoil thereof and the cattle thereof shall you take for a prey for yourselves, and lay ambush for the city behind it." So Joshua did according to the word of the Lord, and he chose from among the sons of war 30,000 valiant men. He went with 3 the other time. He wasn't going to take chances this time, even with the word of the Lord. And he sent them, and they lay in an ambush for the city. And again, you wonder, is it Joshua's physical battle and thing that is overcoming the Ai, or God's help? It is one and same. It is both, right? That's why you pray as though you have not prepared, and you prepare as though you have not prayed, and you work the two together. That's why we like to tell you that destiny is the place where God's will and man's actions or man's will meet. One usually can't function without the other. And he commanded them, saying, when you shall see us, we will flee before them with cunning. He still used the strategy, you see. And I was going to say the other time that he didn't change strategy. Actually, he did. But he didn't do that without prayer. Very, very strong lesson. So, I mean, it's like, let me use what our modern day churches will use, even though life is deeper than such things. But let me use those examples. Like, he went for a job interview and he failed it. So rather than just rewriting the exam, and he still prayed before he wrote the exam, something like that, and he passed it this time. So something like that. So you still re-strategize, you study more, you work more. I mean, like I said, prepare as though you have not prayed, and pray as if you have not prepared. Okay? It's like the way they say it, although this is a worldly statement, but we hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, so to speak. So, and he commanded them, saying, when you shall see us flee. So he fled before them as though they were afraid of Ai. And of course, Ai would have been feeling pompous that, hey, we sent them away. So when you see us flee from before them with cunning, and they will pursue us, you shall then rise out of the ambush and take the city. And they did so. So he did some funny strategy there, despite the prayer and all the things he've done. And Joshua fought, and the men of the city went out towards Israel, not knowing that they were lying in ambush for them behind the city. And Joshua and all Israelites feigned themselves wearied out before them, and they fled by the way of the wilderness with cunning. And the men of Ai gathered all the battle. Feign means is fake. So they acted as though they were tired from the battle, and they ran from the Ai. And the men of Ai gathered all the people who were in the city to pursue the Israelites. So they've left the city vulnerable. And they went out and were drawn away from the city. Not one remained. They were overconfident. And they left the city open and pursued the Israelites. Okay? And those who were lying in ambush rose up out of their places and hastened to come to the city and took it and set it on fire. And the men of Ai turned back, and behold, behold, the smoke of the city ascended to the skies, and they had no means of retreating either one way or the other. So I feel like saying this again, that God is not as nice as we think. Nice in the sense of niceness, phony niceness. These are real people being killed here, and he ordered the battle to take place. Right? Maybe that's because eternity is more important, partly, okay, because the spirit realm is more real, more substantial than the physical. Okay? But these are battles that God has approved of. So you see that, what's that word called? Hypocrisy in America. They're a Christian nation. They're supposed to be the nice grace nation, but no, they take warfare and they will attack even you Africans, the real Hebrews. Ask them, they tell you they want to restore peace and democracy, right? So they still use weapons, dangerous weapons. See, welcome Emma Gentle. So you see that thing. So take the grace thing, preach it to the generals of the army, Michael Langley, for example, and tell him, oh, you know what, Jesus has come. You're a Christian nation. You shouldn't be fighting. You should love your enemy and stuff like that. You know, and all the men of Ai were in the midst of Israel, some on this side and some on that side, and they smote them so that not one of them remained. And children of Israel took Melosh, king of Ai, alive and brought him to Joshua, and Joshua hanged him on a tree, and he died. That's not nice, is it? In fact, I keep saying maybe they are a Nephilim. This might have not been a Nephilim. This might have been a human being. You see? So, of course, war is not God's first choice, but there are times he would allow it. And like I like to say, classical example I like bringing up to you. Why did God allow Cain to kill Abel when he knew that would happen? That's the power of what's that thing called? Free will. And children of Israel returned to the city after having burned it. They smote all those who were in it with the edge of the sword, and the number of those that had fallen of the men of Ai, both man and woman, was 12,000. Only the battle and the spoil of the city they took to themselves. Okay, according to the word of the Lord, to Joshua. So all of the people were unalived, were killed. So the question is, if 12,000 people die for any reason in the world today, we're going to hear of it in the news. So something happened to the world that brought so much peace, right? Where there's not this much intense battles. Okay? But do 12,000 people die in a day? Probably. Maybe even every day. I forgot those numbers. I think it is one person every 2 minutes. Let's check. So there's approximately 150,000 people that die every day. You see, 150,000 people that die every day. But you won't hear into the news. Why? Their death has been institutionalized, if I can put it that way. It's done in a very neat and nice way. Most people die very quietly in the hospital beds of things that could be avoided that the system has decided to kill them with. Life expectancy had dropped. So the weapon, the warfare is now biological, right? It's now medical. It's now psychological. So they do all those things, and at the end of the day, you discover that people begin to die very quietly. So between yesterday when we had the live and today, technically, if you take, and the way those numbers must have been gotten, is just take 6 billion or 7 billion people, divide that by the life expectancy of an average person, maybe 60 years, 100 years. Divide 6 billion by 100 and break that into 100 years, into 1 year, into 52 weeks, 1 week, 1 day, like that. So 150,000 people die in every 24 hours. But it's not in the news, right? So the whole battle has been changed. Most of the death and the slaying and killing of people now is now by deception, big pharma and whatnot, all of that. So 12,000 people died in that day in AI. You may think that's not nice, but that's what had to happen then. 49. I'm just trying to shake people off of this. They are New Testament phony hyper grace stuff, if it works at all. Okay. Okay, only the cattle. Okay, yes, they took as God instructed. 49. We are going to about 60. No, let me check. Or is it 80? Okay, we're going to 65. Okay, so we are at 49 now. And all the kings on this side of Jordan, all the kings of Canaan heard of the evil which the children of Israel had done to Jericho and unto Ai, and they gathered themselves together to fight against Israel. Only the inhabitants of Gibeon. If earth was not so important, if life on the earth, because both are important really, but if it was so unimportant, why would God keep having them fight battles like this to have land? And like I used to say, have you not wondered how that drastic change between the so-called Old Testament and the New Testament, where it is constantly about kingdom, about lands, about resources, about the covenant, about the people, about welfare of the people, being literally blessed. And the whole thing now is just all about heaven, die as soon as you can, be a Messiah, just turn the other cheek, and of course that's scripture, by the way. Okay, but then just keep living until the Western world man destroys you. How did everything change? And you don't need to hold on to the land. Just let the land go. Jesus is coming soon. Just how did that change happen so quickly? And your mainstream pastor will tell you, maybe sincerely actually, that the disciples were expecting a military leader in Jesus and that the disciples were wrong. And I like saying it this way, that no, the disciples were expecting a military Jesus leader in Jesus and they were right. Because shortly after he died, resurrected, he returned and he destroyed Rome, like almost completely, even in the Roman history themselves. But they didn't recognize it as Jesus and Apocalypse. But it was really as bad as the Apocalypse. When we read the Cassius Dio Roman history and the Tacitus Roman histories, is there. Is there. So they were expecting a real Messiah that would take over the thing, and that was what happened. But you won't find it in mainstream history because we have crossed over to that season of deception. But they tell you, no, Jesus came. He said, I'm coming to send the sword. They said, no, he just came, learn forgiveness, just keep preaching. Okay, that's nice. After you preach, let people repent. That's beautiful what God does in people's hearts. That's great. I'm not belittling that. It's very important. Okay, in fact, if we can have that, we will not even need all this detail because we'll be strong enough to keep our land and do the right things. But anyway, that's just all Jesus came to do. Just pray, sing, preach a little bit. The government just tells you, hey, then you just close your church and you do online, No. And now the Israel has been replaced by the church and all that. And church is under the tax government, by the way. Under, what's that thing called? 501c3, where they will tell you what to preach. You preach against gay, they can lock your church up. Anyway, 49, all the kings and anybody that talks against that government will tell you, you're not being wise. They go bring one scripture that says, submit yourself to the principalities and powers and all those kind of things. Anyway, so they gathered to fight Israel. Only the inhabitants of Gideon were greatly afraid of fighting Israel, and they did something. And the Israelites, lest they should perish. So Gibeonites didn't join that battle against Israel. So they acted cunningly. And they came to Joshua, to all Israel, and said unto them, we have come from a distant land. This is in Joshua chapter 9. I believe, if I got that right. We have come from a distant land. Now, therefore, make a covenant with us. And the inhabitants of Gibeon overreached the children of Israel. And children of Israel made a covenant with them. Okay, and they made peace with them. And children of Israel, and the princes of the congregation swore unto them. But afterwards, the children of Israel knew that they were neighbors to them, and they were dwelling amongst them. So, but the children of Israel slew them not. Okay, for they had sworn to them by the Lord. And they became hewers of wood and drawers of water. So I think they subdued the Gibeonites to just start working for them. So they didn't pursue them out. But the book of Joshua said, which interestingly was probably written by Joshua himself, at least most part of it. The book of Joshua says that that happened because Joshua didn't ask the Lord before he made that covenant with the Gibeonites. But then I would think you could have broken the covenant because the covenant was based on deception. I mean, you told us you came from a far land. So within the terms of that contract, part of it is faulty, so that should nullify the contract. It should destroy them. And Joshua said to them, why did you deceive me to do this thing to us? By the way, that's how powerful people's words would be in those days. Are you joking? Just contract paper stuff. They would unalive them despite that. And they answered him, saying, because it was told to us, thy servants and all you people have done to the kings of Amorites, and we're greatly afraid of our lives, and we did this thing. And Joshua appointed them on that day to hew wood and to draw water, and he divided them for slaves to all the tribes of Israel. So he just divided them into 12. Just use them as slaves for now. Let's see. So that's how the thing turned out. And of course, they preferred that deal. So I think he found a way to not circumvent the covenant without unaliving them. Now, 55. Now, Adonizedek, that's the king of righteousness. Adonizedek is Shem, but it's a different Shem. It's a different Shem. Verse 55. And when Adonizedek, the king of Jerusalem, heard all the children of Israel had done, I'm going to know by the time I'm done with this if it's the same one or it's a different one. So Adonai-Zedek means Adonai, Lord. Zedek, it's Sidkenu. It means righteousness. So it's a Lord of righteousness. So King of Salem. So let me read it. There's a little mix up there, which you have to be careful when we're talking about Melchizedek, which is the same person we're referring to. So if God would allow, the movie is going to open up a lot of things, by the way, to us potentially maybe talking about Melchizedek, which, like we said, or like it's written in scripture to the Hebrews, when you want to talk to the Hebrews, particularly about Melchizedek, which is what Paul wanted to do, he said, we have a lot of things to say, but you have to, because people have dull of hearing, we have to wait for God to approve that. So we'll be careful in that if God allows us, but then it's a little tricky place to work around. But let's just read it through today. But a good introduction to all of that talk about Melchizedek, part of the talk, will be the movie, what the movie will be showing to open up the grounds for that. And when Adonai-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, or which is king of peace, or king of city of peace, or king of righteousness, heard all that the children of Israel had done to Jericho and to Ai, he sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, and to Piram, king of Jarmuth, and to Japhia, king of Lachish, and to Debar, king of Eglon, okay, saying, come to me and help me, that we may smite the children of Israel. So I perceive this is another guy who just named himself after Melchizedek and not the original one. Okay, BK Native is saying intellectual people, priests and theologians and philosophers. Yes. So the deception about Christianity came from all these philosophers, mathematicians, astrologers. And one thing common to all of those, BK Native or Native A, so astrologers, priests, scientists, all of them are mostly, let me say most of them, are Europeans or from the Western world. So the African people are just beaten down in their religion aspect. You still find mainstream Christianity today, Nigerian church complaining about, this is another level of our discussion, which is not ripe yet. But I would say it's just halfway. Unless we have intellectual approach, we'll never contradict them. Yes, that's what we're doing. And spiritual approach also, by the way. So there's this complaint in Nigerian church now that some of the things that American preachers brought into Nigeria, right, particularly around 30 years ago, thereabout, with the prosperity gospel and all of that, it was funny. But then one of the things that made it prosper is because the people are already browbeaten, right? Their mentality in science, in their dressing, they're wearing wigs of the Europeans. The men are watching Champions League and will miss their meal, fight with their wives, do whatever to watch the Champions of Masters League, what do they call it? Premier League. And the women are wearing European women hair. She's watching an American sitcom, Dangerous Housewives or whatnot. The children are watching Cocomelon. So the pastors also are listening to American preachers. It's a full-blown attack on every affront. You can call it 7 mountains of influence if you want. The legal system, your lawyers are wearing wigs of blonde wigs as though they were blonde. And you have your African hair, but you're wearing wigs of European wig. So I think the lawyers should get rid of their wig before they talk to the women. So in your legal mountain of legal mountain, if you want to call it that, educationally, all of your scientists, Dalton, Schrodinger, all of them were white Europeans, right? And Americans. That's why Trump is saying we invented everything. And he's wrong. Right? And so they've taken the family mountain also messed up. They're beginning to suggest to daddies, suggest that the woman can lead the family if she needs to, or just kind of funny stuff. Or in fact, father and mother are just about the same. There's no leadership, really, it's just partnership. And it's not true. You can tell it's not even nature really is not true. Anyway, so the mountain of religion again, if you call it the same thing. By the way, this weak thing that lawyers wear, Traore has changed that. So in his country, in Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso rather, they don't wear that white wig, that blonde hair again for men in their law court anymore. They now wear African attires and stuff. Okay, which is a serious change. I think they've changed their official language also from French. So, So they've taken the religious mountain, entertainment long ago, family mountain, government, all of that. They're now working with democracies that can't work for you. Even the Americans don't function by democracy. They control the options and they tell you that you've got a choice. How much choice do you have when your options are controlled? And most of the presidents are just placed there, more or less by Israel and some other guys in the dark. And they tell you to practice democracy, and they are not doing that really. You see. So, yes, Stockholm syndrome. I don't even know what that syndrome is. So, what brought us to that conversation? Yes. So, yes, BK Native was saying that all of those Christian lies came from philosophers, blah blah blah. Yes, and all of them. One thing common to all of them is that they're just whitish and British and American, whatnot, Western world. Okay, let's proceed. So this Melchizedek, well, Adonizedek, I think he renamed himself after the real Melchizedek, but I'll find out soon. Okay. So come up and help me and make war the children of Israel and the inhabitants of Gibeon, and who have made peace with the children of Israel. So yeah, let me just read on, because we're not talking about Melchizedek, not today, not soon, maybe not ever. And they gathered themselves together, and 5 kings of the Amorites went up with all their camp, a mighty people numerous as the sand of the seashore. And all these kings came and encamped before Gibeon, and they began to fight against the inhabitants of Gibeon. Okay? Okay, kings of the Amorites. So they gathered with this Adonizedek, and they wanted to fight Gibeon first, because Gibeon was already mixing with Israel at this time as their servants. And all these kings came and encamped before Gibeon, and they began to fight against the inhabitants of Gibeon. And all the men of Gibeon sent to Joshua, saying, "Come up to us quickly and to help us, for all the kings of the Amorites have gathered together to fight against us." And Joshua and all the fighting people went up from Gilgal, and Joshua came suddenly to them and smote these 5 kings with a great slaughter. And the Lord confounded them before the children of Israel, who smote them with a terrible slaughter in Gibeon, and pursued them along the way that goes up to Beth Haran and Makkedah. And they fled from before the children of Israel. So this is important now. So Joshua was operating, like I said, in some very serious things, and the Spirit of God was upon him in a mighty way, beyond him. Because when even Moses was operating in this realm, there's some things he couldn't do. If you strike the rock, he was striking. Paul says that rock was Jesus Christ. He was told to speak to the rock. See, so it's a dangerous place to live by. It can be dangerous. But anyway, and the Lord confounded them, and they made a terrible slaughter in Gibeon, and pursued them along the way that goes up to Beth Haran and Makkedah, and they fled from before the children of Israel. And whilst they were fleeing, the Lord sent upon them hailstones from heaven. So there were still stones still falling upon these people. And the more of them actually died by hailstones than by the slaughter of children of Israel. And children of Israel pursued after them, and they still smote them in the road, going on smiting them. Okay? And when they were smiting them, watch this now, the day was declining towards the evening. And Joshua said in the sight of all the people. So these kind of utterances, they don't come just by the man himself. Just like he said about Jericho. He said in the sight of all the people, "Son, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon, until the nation shall have reigned, or rather revenged itself upon its enemies." And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Joshua, and the sun stood still in the midst of the heavens. And it stood still 36 moments. Okay? And the moon also stood still and hastened not to go down a whole day. Okay, so they've divided that time into 36 divisions. You see? 36 divisions, and 36, that's like 12 times 3. So that's more like 1.5 days. If that moment was about an hour equivalent, okay, 36 moments. So the sun, they could see the sun. It was getting into evening when sometimes the sun is popping out with the moon. And then it told them to stay. You stay in Gibeon, which by the way destroys, it destroys the globe Earth in many ways. So it says moon stay in Gibeon, sun stay in Gibeon, moon stay in Ajalon. So 36 moments. And this is exactly what is written in the book of 1 Samuel when it tells you that this event is not written in the book of Jasher. That's it here. This is the classical text, classical event that the book of Samuel was referring to. Book of Joshua, rather, was referring to. That is this thing not written in the book of Jasher. That's it there. It's in Jasher 88, verse 63 and 64. So 36 moments, and the moon also stood still and hastened not to go down a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, at least till the time this person was writing this, that the Lord hearkened to the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. So that's the end of chapter 88. So we're reading chapter 89 tomorrow by God's grace. Okay, let's read a few comments. APAC, let's see, Israel is not in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, Israel is not in sub-Saharan Africa. Israel is at least in Northeast Africa. Let's have some intel. Okay, APAC controls the West. Yeah, generally. Democracy is all about deception. Yes, very deceptive. So we operate a kingship system, yes, which is biblical, yes. Who brought us democracy to retain their monarch? UK, yeah. So it's a deception. There are about 3 ways you can govern a people, okay? It's not the only 3, but there are 3 methods and ways you could do it. Number 1 is to just be brutal over them, right? Treat them wrongly, and they disobey you, you unalive them, and things like that. Another one is which is what the Western world is doing right now. You tell them, well, you've got rights, you got this, you got that. So rather than telling them true what is wrong and what is right, you just give them the false impression that they're on the top of the world. But on the back of things, you are controlling the options that they can pick from. You are injecting them with vaccines in the name of trying to protect them. You are creating false impression that there's some wars going on in some places, partly true, partly not true. And rather than them revolting against you, you are funding wars so you can push their men out to fight remote battles somewhere else. That is completely unnecessary. Okay, so ruling over them by deception like that. And the human flesh would like that. But you know how God rules. God will tell you, hey, come, I am your creator, right? And I'm your father. If you do this and that is wrong, I will do this and that to you. Period. If you do it, you experience that. I show you forgiveness and mercy after you've been punished. I bring you back. That is it, point blank. And that is the right way to rule. But you know what Satan has done? He's taken that and says, see, God is an oppressor. Your father is an oppressor. Your mom is oppressing you. If your mom neglects you, call this number 00 blah, 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 blah. And they give that to children less than 10 years old that don't even understand. Why do they have parents in the first place to teach them? Why do human beings get born as babies? And you give them that kind of right and stuff. And a child will not have chocolate that is already messing up his teeth and whatever. And then you use that as context to take children with social services from the African parents. See? And they tell you, an African president tells you, see, we need to ban the iPhone for now. We cannot use that. And you must use Nigerian product I'm not necessarily advocating any president. But this is what we need to do. And that's your king. That's what he's saying. You may not like that, but stick with that. If you don't like that, wait till the guy dies, right? And after he's dead, somebody else comes. Maybe his child, maybe. If not, why not? Why? Because he's got a system of chiefs, that puts him in check, usually, right? There's some constitutions that the guy cannot be completely autocratic like that. There's a few system checks and balances. Check the Yoruba king system. There are some chiefs, he can't make some decisions without them. Yes, he gives the final order, and they don't necessarily vote, okay? But there's some decisions they can make. Most times, the king is not the same person guarding the priestly area, right? The gods, as it were, which sometimes can be demons in some cases. But when they were still operating another priesthood, God could still minister to them and say, hey, let this king not do this and this, cause this and that. If he disobeys that, there will be trouble. The king could fall sick. It's not like the priest is bewitching him, right? So there's systems in place, but they've taken that and demonized it, and they've used the exact same system, only that they've backed that off into the shadows, and they put a chessboard in front of you, think you are the one voting for who. Meanwhile, it's like this picture I saw just in fact, it was an emoji. It's like an entrance to a place, right? Let's say this is, they put Israel here. That's the Star of David, blue, fake Israel, Middle East. And in the entrance, they put a little barrier between there's Democrat here, there's Republican here. But then that divider, you pick one, like you're voting. But at the end of the day, the road merges in the front. You end up back at Israel. All right. So they still use that so-called oppressive system, which is not oppressive. It's just the right way to rule people. If you're somebody's father, you have the right to lead them to a certain age. And if they don't like that, 15, 18, they can leave if they have the resources. Right? That's your right. You should have leadership over them, some control over them. That's right. That's very right. But they try to demonize that, and they tell you it's oppression. The fathers are oppressing the children. The men are oppressing the women. The mothers is oppressive when you spank your child. That's what scripture. They say if you spare the rod, you spoil the child. Children can be very, very naughty. Many of us were naughty when we were small. We were much younger than this. A child would use two parents who are not in good terms to get his own, what is best for him. If he knows he wants to play with his friends, he's going to tell whichever parent will make him want to go there and do stuff. Now, put a phone number in the hand of that child to call whenever he's neglected. Trust me. He's going to call at the right, and then you destroy, using the child as a pretext to destroy that family and split them apart. They're already struggling enough when parents just go 180 degrees apart in the morning, searching for a job to pay for where they're living at, and then the child is also taken to school. And now you're doing that to still take their children from them, to destroy a generation. So God tells you, I am your God, I'm your father. These are the ways you must live. If you don't live that way, I will punish you and I will spank you. That's the right way to lead. But Satan does that with deception. So that's what's going on. The person that said Israel is not in Sub-Saharan Africa, you can come up. I think you've come up before. But you can come up if you have something fresh. I can't remember how our conversation went the last time. But we think it's in Sub-Saharan Africa anyways. So, Adolfo, we'll talk about the movie in a moment. Yeah, okay, yes, Adolfo's replying to that person. Okay, so Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, I thought it was an I. I've heard of Stockholm before. It's a psychological phenomenon where abuse victims develop with their captors, often leading sympathy and loyalty towards them. Yes, it's when people have been brought to a certain way that they're addicted to abuse, okay, so to speak. Okay, so that seems to have happened to the African people, unfortunately. Yes, two sides of the same coin, Democrats and Republicans. Yes, the same people. So it's just the illusion that you have a choice. It's an illusion of choice. So democracy is not real. It's not real at all. So let's talk about the movie. So, so wherever you are at, you can let us come to your city to show the movie. We are working with a place in Sheffield. Okay, so we are likely going to be premiering it in somewhere in Sheffield. So if you are living around Sheffield, you should be getting prepared for that. So Sheffield was where we had our conference the last time also, earlier this year. So that's the movie. It's called Abraimo, the hidden patriarch of our cable land. So we think it's going to be a powerful movie. Let's let the guests come through. Okay. Yeah, let's switch this. Okay, so that's the movie right there. So one way to support us is if you scan this, it takes you to the website. It's Abraimo movie. TikTok. abrahamomovie.com. Okay. So Coventry in the West Midlands. Yeah, so Olushaya Kombi, if you've got a church there, that's the cheapest for now. And interestingly, that's where most of our demography we want to reach, where they're at. They are mostly in churches. Okay. So most of the people that we want to reach are in churches. You see, as you find, most Africans are very religious, as it were. So many of these people that need to know these things are in churches. So if you can a movie we downloaded, not yet, is premiering on the what's it called now? On the cinemas and churches for now. So the person that spoke about Coventry, you want to be a part. If you have a church in Lagos, I think your name says Baba Inojo Lagos. So Baba Inojo Lagos is one of our guests. It's frequent. So if your church would allow this, we can premiere it. We have people in Lagos that can come to your church and show this movie to them. And they have to reply between now and the next 4 weeks. Okay. So we've sent to a lot of churches. We're speaking to maybe up to 50, 70 churches. So we're having a few replies, maybe 2, 3 for now. We started talking to them this week. So if you have a church in Lagos, let us premiere this movie there. It's not satanic, at least. And by the way, most people watch very, very satanic things on Saturday before coming to church on Sunday anyways. So it's just hypocrisy really at the end of the day. But it's not even anything close to that. So it's just showing you African culture and history and scripture and how they match what you've seen and heard in African cultures, documented African cultures and histories, right, that we have found in scripture. So, and it puts it in a very wonderful movie. So I'll play the trailer very shortly, but I'm just leaving this for a while. So if you have a church, you want to rent a hall for us to show it, but one thing about renting halls is you have to fill the hall yourself by another money costing you to publicize it for people to come. But if it is church, Saturday evening, Sunday evening, I think it's a little easier. So we need churches in West Africa, all over the world really, but particularly African churches. Or any church really, but that's where we're looking at for that. So that's the movie. These things, they're supposed to be very low. They are things that are supposed to be very low. I didn't get that. Maybe you didn't type the whole thing. So very loud. Maybe that's what you wanted to say. So you've got the video loud, correct? So you've got the video. Go reshare that video. I mean, we have a little trailer already running. Well, it's not a trailer. It's just this picture showing us some music in the background. Only partners have the fuller trailer, which we'll still post eventually. So go there, like it, share it. I think it should be downloadable. So repost it, pin it, and stuff like that. We think it's very powerful. And we're not saying that because it's just ours. So let me play the trailer, at least for those that are watching. You should have some level of privilege more than those that didn't come. Do we have this in portrait? Yep, should. Okay. Okay. So let's watch the trailer. Let me see. Let's watch the trailer. Just a minute. So let me see if this is right or this. Okay, I think this is better. Okay, so let's watch the trailer. Let's watch it once or twice.
Ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ ogun Lámúrúdù ní Oòduà jẹ́ kí ó tó wá sí Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ìhà yìí. What are you saying in essence, Itara, son of Nahor?
My lord.
ẹ ṣeun orúkọ mi náà ń jẹ́ Rahima.
Okay, so that's it. So if we're trying to be organic first off to start. Okay, Yoruba Demon. He said I'm using Yoruba history. Yeah, it looks so cool. So you need to argue with that movie. We have moved to the realm where we won't be able to argue with everybody one after the other anymore. Well, I wouldn't say argue. So you will check the movie. It mentions all the references. So you will check the references that are written in the movie Yoruba Demon, and check all the details. So we'll be posting this after a while, probably in this weekend. It's not an argument, that's fine. So, but you find the references there, then you can make your arguments once the movie is out. That's why you should watch it, by the way. So you can see that. So we've made a little post with the flyer and a little one of the what's that thing called? Soundtracks, okay? So, and you check that, okay? So you can like that video, share it and all that. So when we share this trailer also more publicly, it's only our partners that have this for now. Then go like that and share it. So we want to show them in places of worship, in church and things like that. Yes, there is Igbos. There is I'm already letting the cat out of the bag, but there's Igbos speaking there. There's Yoruba speaking there. There's some Swahili, if I'm not wrong. There is some Xhosa spoken in the movie. There is things that touch on the Hausa. It's just of as much as possible. Yeah, schools, exactly. So as much as possible, Sub-Saharan Africa generally, everything is as much as possible represented there. And the way it is just like a part one. It kind of wraps up in a way that you can watch it once and it still makes sense, but it inevitably has other parts, at least one more part. But that takes a lot of money, a lot of time to make, Like I said, the budget was around 10,000. That's after you've crashed down a lot of things, dollars. And the gift we've had in total was not up to $500 in total. If there's anybody that's giving up to 500, they can let us know. So most of the money was internal. Just basically, I would say, organically funded internally, self-funded by the ministry. And we're showing it in churches for free. So let's get to discussions to wrap up. So if you got a church, you have a school that are willing to show it, it has to be a Pan-African kind of school. What we're just telling them is that this Islam Christianity thing is a history thing and should be understood as that first before you start throwing things all over the place. Hebrews are true. It seems to be true, Emma Gentle. It seems to be true that they're descendants of God. It seems to be true. And that's why you have the statue of Eri, the son of God, in that movie. Okay. So we need it to go viral. We're trusting in God. God is really our source at the end of the day. If it is time for these things to be, then those things will go. You wouldn't need so much money. We'll use the money. Like we said, you prepare as though you have not prayed and you pray as though you have not prepared. You depend on God as though you don't have any other way to even try to work the thing yourself. And then you work it as though there is no supernatural force backing you up. So we'll try our very best, okay? So, but then we know where our source comes from and our promotion comes from. So that's it. So let's quickly have a few people's talk and we close for the day. We'll come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Last words or any last ideas? Largest man. Do you have any last ideas? Any last comments? Yeah, good afternoon, Flash Power. So we want to take just comments from the top to the bottom, then we finish for the day. Yes, good afternoon. Somebody's coming up. Okay, Flash is like largest man is like he's busy right now. So let's move to Shade. Are you there for Leslie Shade? Let's hear maybe last words from you for the day.
Minister,
Hello, Flash Power.
good afternoon.
Hello.
Yes, good
Do
afternoon.
I have any last words? I think the movie looks super, super cool. I like the. I think I haven't watched it yet, and I'm I'm big on film because I write. I've written scripts and whatnot.
Nobody has watched the movie yet, by the way.
Yeah,
It's not
okay, but
out.
the
It's
trailer
out.
looks super nice. I like
But the
the
trailer, you mean? Oh, yeah.
post-production is usually the determining fact. People think it's pre-production, right? It's post-production when you have to sit down and edit. I think that's where the real magic happens. When whoever is editing, if you have a good editor at the end, you've got gold. Right. So I mean, I haven't watched it, but it's lovely to kind of see. I saw somewhere the book of Jasher. It's lovely to see that some of these things that you're reading, to some of these scriptures that are available in the KJV, yeah, KJV. It's KJV now.
Apocrypha, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it's good to see that's coming to life, and how I think you have somehow placed the characters and you refer to these books, or you have them in scenarios where they're actually writing chapters of these books and whatnot. That's what I'm guessing with it. And I'm glad to see that some of our traditional deities, I saw somebody breaking some idols. We get to see some of these things, and it's probably going to make a lot of sense. I don't know, but and this might be the wrongest marketing advice, but I've seen many people where if you go to the local markets, you can find that most of these, English movies and English cartoons and whatnot, they actually put it in Yoruba, pick Yoruba, and these children, kids, young people and whatnot, some of them gather in their 50s or 100s. They'll send us go and buy Maggie. They'll stand there and be watching something else. So you know what I mean? I don't know if at some point you want to do like, I call it, how do you say it? Divergent sort of marketing, right? It's not the common marketing. For now, you're showing it to churches. But if you got it on the streets, I think a word of mouth, the way you're doing it organic, word of mouth with people on the street is much, 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 much more deeper than if you actually leapfrogged and said, oh, it must be through the churches. It must, because a lot of churches, to a great extent, and I'm sorry for anyone I'm offending, is business, right? You can't tell me that somebody has not sat down and understood and seen that a lot of these things, they kind of fall into place. There is no way that Western world is Israel. You can't tell me, but they will get on stage and they will preach prosperity, and they'll tell you to give them $10,000 because that's what God said you should do. Who will give me 10? Who's giving 1 billion? Who's giving 10 billion? That's what you see in churches today. So just an idea, if you could get it into the local, we're talking local market, we're talking agege type of markets, right?
Yes.
Where the locals can actually, at some stage watch it for free. They'll start to talk about it. And what you need is I put it this way. They call them locals, they call them Ras. What? I think Ras people make things interesting. Without Ras people, this world would be very boring. That's what I
And they
see.
make things happen
And
altogether.
they make things happen. So they start to talk about it. They start to, and in fact, the things that we don't know, they're the ones that know, the Ifa priests that will tell you, okay, this thing is very right because in our village, there's something. That's when you start to get that people that start looking for who created this, who said this, who what. Before you know it, it becomes big. And I don't know why I'm thinking that way, but I think it
Yes,
would be,
yes.
it would be greatly served if you gave access to these local people that can stand, that can listen, that can say, I Barimo, Kinshi Abraham. We're talking people that even go to something like select churches. We're talking people,
Yeah.
these kids might even be Muslims that go to Ilekeo. Instead of the normal going to school, some of them first go to that Ilekeo first until a certain
Yeah.
age before they even touch school. So these are these are the people that if you do, ever decide that that's
Yes.
one of the routes you want to take, if you feed
Yes,
it to
it
them,
is.
they will run with it. We're talking markets from Abuja, local market, to markets in Agege, to Oshodi, to, where they have one small TV. All of them can gather and watch it. people will come back. Even the people it would definitely fly. But that's my own 10 cents. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's my 10 cents.
Yeah, thank you.
You have a
Thank you.
gig
So
in
that's what
Ghana.
we're planning.
That's nice. You have a gig in Ghana. I didn't know that.
It's
Yeah, we could do
probably a
a gig in
Nigerian
Ghana too.
guy. So yeah. So what we're planning to do, thank you so much, Shadi, for that. It's like you just literally took it off our plan sheet. There is this projector that is now cheaper. We just exactly the same way we used to watch the fake Jesus, with due respect. The fake, well, the message is pure, is right, but the nativity is wrong, right? And we used to watch those Jesus movies in the street then. Exactly what we're looking at. So there is this projector they sell on TikTok that you can project on things, right? You can get that with a Bluetooth speaker, connect that to the Bluetooth, get a little mobile battery with it, and show it at night in places where people will pass across in Lagos or wherever. You don't need any publicity. Get that speaker, get the screen, get a few boys to protect the thing, right? And just begin to play it out for them. The Bluetooth speaker is giving you the audio, that's giving you the visuals, a few people to protect it. Do that 1, 2, 3, 4 nights, then that's what we're looking at. So I might be talking to you
Beautiful.
about Joe
If you can
Lagos.
just even like my own little opinion, the area boys in that area, let them just, maybe buy them food and buy them rice or about bread or something and coke. Just tell them you just want kids to watch. They'll tell people, and it's not like you're telling them, you're teaching them terrible things. You're teaching them nice things. You're teaching them to kind of have a perspective. Like, so Abraham is not white. These are kids that from the onset, even the white Jesus, the crucifixion of Jesus. Have you ever seen it in Yoruba? Like where they literally sub everything in Yoruba in the
And
market.
it's the white guy that is there.
He's the white guy. Then some Jesus Maku. What the passion of, especially Passion of the Christ. They've done it in
Yes,
pidgin.
that's what I'm saying.
They've done it in Yoruba. They've done it in every possible language possibly. So it could be that sensation that at the end of the day, it might be picked up by local BBC. It's usually those types of things that they want to look at and say, hey, these are local kids really delving into this thing. What is this thing saying? Does it make any sense? It's blah, blah, blah. And before you know it, it goes big. But yeah, just like you said, these market areas, your Agege. I know Agege is a local place that has lots of local people. I know your
although it's been funkified now. All of that has been funkified from, my recent visit. All of that. But then it's still,
Are you
that's the
serious?
people who
Well,
want.
I haven't been around in a little bit, but I used to know that at least when I used to go to the market, I went to the market to buy foodstuffs. I don't know about the rest of the world, but I used to buy my pepper, my chicken. I go to the market. I didn't go to the supermarket in Nigeria. So
So even if BBC, someone is saying BBC won't publish or push it, even if they do, we'll not respond to them. The BBC is
no, so
something
it's
else.
not even about them publishing or pushing it. It's
Yeah,
about
I know,
them
it's
saying
just
there's a
saying.
phenomenon. Kids are going crazy over this narrative, this story, this whatever, and it's a good place for you to say. And I know, I've seen you talk to many people on this place. You can be very circumspectual when you're speaking. You don't necessarily need to say Israel is not this one and that one. You just have to just say yes. It's our
An
belief
opinion.
that yes, yeah, it's our opinion. An opinion is free. So if I say that Abraham is Abrahamu, or if I say Jacob is Jacobi, it is. If I say this is this and this is that, it depends on what you want. So, yeah. The fake
Yeah,
you
thank you
wish.
so much for that.
You wish control them. I like
Yeah,
that. You
Jewish
wish.
people.
You wish.
So let's, Japheth. Yeah, so Japheth, do me a DM, and Ojo Baba in Lagos, if you're still there. These are, these are younger men, just like myself. I think they are approaching their 30s in my mind. I don't know. But Japheth, do me a DM so that we can see. We need people on ground to do these things. I am not able to be in Nigeria at the moment because I have to coordinate things here also. So, Barbara in Lagos, do me a DM. Japheth, do me a DM. Japheth is already an admin here. So do me a DM so we can put this thing, for example, Joe Lagos, if it's something we can do, look for some Saturdays to do it. We can do it more than once, multiple times. And there's already a plan in place. We'll see if you can fit into your timeline and whatever you want to do. So it can help us in the Lagos area. Japheth is in Eastern Nigeria, I think. So if he can work things around there. So these are the things we're beginning to do. I've got Mayor Lee also. I'll talk to Mayor Lee. got one guy in the US also, but we'll see how this works. But we need them in those rural places
Yeah.
where, and they're not that
Another thing I
rural,
wanted
but
to
they just
add.
don't have data.
Another thing I wanted to add was when I did the script, because I told you I did about 11, 12 films from Mzansi Magic, that's South Africa, local channel. I wrote it in English, but then they subtitled and dubbed it in Xhosa, in Ndebele. Yes, so in these local places, if you have the capacity, you can localize it. So if you're going to the eastern parts of Nigeria, Igbo, let it be Igbo. Let it be, understand like that, and let it, I don't know, depending on what you want to do. So localization really works. But moreover, across Nigeria, the most spoken language is Pidgin. If you can get a Pidgin English sort of thing to flow with the whole thing, you get lots of clients. You get from Hausa to whatever. You understand? That's just one language that most of the population speak any which way. Even not just that, you have Cameroonians, you have Togolese. Most of West of Africa speak Pidgin. I used to think, even
Yeah.
Creole, I used to think
Yes.
that it was just West Africa. Creoles speak Pidgin. I've met Creole people that speak proper, authentic Pidgin, like the way you speak it in
Oh,
your
sorry.
voice.
Where is Creole again? Sorry.
Creole
Is
is,
it the West Americas?
yes, the Americas, Creole people.
Yeah, I see. And most of them were just people taken from West Africa, really, at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, so Caribbean. So mix of
Yeah,
European and
Caribbeans.
black, especially so Creole, Caribbean, and whatnot. They speak Pidgin. They speak very fluent Pidgin. They speak French as well. They speak English, and they speak Portuguese. But Pidgin, like proper how you day Pidgin, they speak it 100%. So if at
Good.
some point you think about localizing it and extending it to places, right? That might be a good one to just subtitle if you can in Pidgin English and spread it everywhere, right? And yeah, as far as you can spread it. The goal is even if people would doubt and say never Abraham was white, he had a beard, Father Abraham, I met him. The idea is that you sow a seed, because lots of people for now they are very hard of hearing. So the idea is that you sow a seed, and they recall and they remember, wait, this Abraham, it sounds like Ibrahim. It's true. My grandmother used to say this one and that and whatnot, and you'll be shocked that it's their grandparents that start to tell them this thing makes more sense than this thing, and so on and so forth. So that's my last 10 cents on it. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Jafet, today is the day of action, not so much talk. Jafet, are you there? You're muted. Okay, let's hear from Flash Power. It's ready. Let's go.
Good afternoon, guys.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes. I don't actually have much to say. I think I'm really interested if I can actually represent Abuja zone. I will actually like it because I'm in Abuja currently. So,
Okay.
yes.
Do a DM so that we'll talk. Most of those things we have to be talking private. First, we need to know which area of Abuja you're in and all of that. So, but then it shouldn't be that difficult. Our setup is the model we have is very simple to follow, and it's not difficult. So please just do. Do you have our email address? Can you look for it?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Let me make it public already. So kunleministers.well@gmail.com. The same thing you have for the website, but at gmail.com. That's quicker. There's another one, hello@kunleministers.org, but kunleministers@gmail.com is pretty probably the quickest you get. So if you can do a DM there, we'll get you on a kind of WhatsApp group and begin to push things from there very, very quickly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because it's really based on readiness. The movie is ready, everything is ready. It's something that we're looking at within this month to plan logistics, etc. And like I said, the model is very simple, which I'm going to share with people that I discuss with. Very, very simple. It's something you can set up literally maybe in a week, in fact, 24 hours. Once the funds are there, although we are literally out of funds, but once the funds are there, we can just push things, get this, that, get a location, then shoot. If some location is proving too stubborn, just move the thing. People will come around wherever you're at. So do a mail now. Japheth also do a mail then, or Job Papa in Lagos. Make it a mail instead of a DM, because the DM would go too far below. There's too many messages to read.
Okay.
So
Okay, no
crusade would be awesome. Yeah. So something like a crusade. So just like then you show them the movie and you call for altar call. So the altar call now, if there will be any at all, will be very different. Everybody in Nigeria is saved. Forget it. They are all Christianized. They have given their life 542 billion times to Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So the mail, someone can type the email. Someone is asking for the email address at gmail.com. I don't want TikTok to flag the thing. So the altar call now will be different if there will be any, like I said. But for now, not so much, just more like calls to action, which we will share with our team or those we are bringing into the team now going forward. So something like that. The crusade now is not giving your life to Jesus Christ in that sense. And I'm not belittling that in any way. But I'm saying that now the life is there. So what do you do with it? What are the next things? How can we build our nation? And things like that. So that's the direction we're looking at. So Japheth, are you there now? So please do a mail, Flash Power, then we'll move forward. Japheth, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning, sir.
Yes. Yeah, so do me a mail, Japheth, right?
Okay.
Is it something you by the way, I should have asked first. Is it something you would have time to get into? That should be at Gmail. I think you missed it. Okay, great. I think that should be at Gmail. You missed one letter there. So just, but anybody can, yeah. So just at gmail.com. So this is not about money at all. Money is very, very far. You can't compete with those who have money with them. So it's not about now. The movie has place where you can give, of course. But a little secret I want to give now, which is what we are working with, part of the secret. Churches and organizations that are trying to pump money. Now, we also raise funds, right? It's something we do. But when you are competing with somebody that prints money, how do you do it? And you're pressuring your members. You're pressuring your members to bring money is by money that we share the gospel, by money. The person you are, they can print 50 years of your life, all your salary in your life. They can do that in a few minutes because money now can be printed digitally. So what we are doing now is, where are they taking the money to? By the way, they have literally controlled the whole world with money nowadays. So what we are bringing forward is truth that will bring people to the point where those whom they want to pay with their fake printed US dollar money, really, which from 1972 dollars have been taken off the gold standard, so it doesn't mean anything from that year going forward. But the people they want to pay with that money, we feed those people with truth enough for them to reject the money. That's where we're going. Because you can't outbeat the Rothschilds. How do you do that? You can't outbeat them. They will pay not anything. And that's what they do with Netflix. Pay people billions of dollars, to just go do any movie. But of course, they will direct and tailor the script to scatter families, to push narratives that are not true, show you that the white American CIA guy is a nice guy. Meanwhile, that's what's destroying African economy and all this kind of stuff. So you can't outgive those kind of people. So it's kind of, with due respect, lack of understanding that make pastors pressure members to go get more money. Oh, we did this, we bought this private jet. What private jet? That China can make in a few weeks and just print a private jet for you. And they will give China the dollars they need or whatnot. That you don't want to do that. The new currency now, which is most valuable, is now truth. So whatever money we are trying to get around, or we are showing you QR codes to give, is to empower that truth. So when people get that truth, they will reject money because they have found truth. Without that, forget it. They will outpay anybody. You see. So Japheth, just do me a DM on this email address at gmail.com. You can say you're Japheth, I'll remember that. Then this will prioritize this. You might get a reply before the weekend, today's Thursday. So then we'll lay out the plan that we have and we'll begin to discuss. It's likely everybody will be in the same group. Those in Abuja, I don't know if you're Joy in Lagos. Well, you don't need to mention your state here, but I think you are in Eastern, so that's just for privacy. But I think you are currently in Eastern Nigeria. So Ojo in Lagos is South, brilliant. So we need just a few people around. We have some people already, so you might be working with those people. We might let you work independently. Like I said, it's also difficult. So, and of course, this TikTok is too public. We can't lay out all the plans here. So we try to work with that and see how effective and how effective things would be. So just do me a DM, we'll reply today. So
Okay,
that brings us to the end. Yeah. So Baba in Lagos, if you're interested also something you can do, you can please do a DM so we see how that goes. So we have just about October to show it again and again and again and again. But then even after we have put it on YouTube in public, maybe mid-October or late October, we can still show it on the street. So that's one of the wings of the strategies that we have in mind. So so thanks for all that have joined. So between now and then, you can when you see our post, just like the post and share them, and that's gonna help the thing. So thanks for all that have joined. Let me appreciate those that are there. So we'll just refresh the guest page now. It might be dropping some people off. But let me check the list of those that are present so we appreciate them. Akorede, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming effortlessly, Shade. Thank you, Big Shem, for coming. Thank you, Rubza, for coming. That's Rubza Lion the Great. Thank you, Richard, for coming. Thank you, Shalom. Shalom Stuff, Poland. Thank you. Let's see, who else is there? Thank you, Adrian7, for coming. Thank you, Emma Gentle. Thanks, Apocrypha, Holy Bible. Thank you for coming. Thank you, anyone, bro. That's Miss Sarah. So thank you, Miss Sarah. We saw your gift towards the ministry. God bless you. It's part of your giving that made the movie possible. Thank you, Say Obeng. So anyone, bro, that's Mrs. Sarah. If you have any place where we could show the movie, like a church and things like that, you can let us know. Then we'll work with the church to premiere it in the church. So King's Trading Concept, thanks for coming. Maru Bozu, thank you for coming. Swetaya, thanks for coming. Seep World, thanks for coming. Flash Power Limited, thank you for coming. Adolfo's Gold, thanks for coming. Chat Rod, thanks for coming. By the way, let's download this app. Things are happening that we need to go on this app soon. Olu Sheye Akombi, thank you for coming. We can let us know in your church if they will allow it. Watch the premiere, rather the trailer and some details, so we can show it in the church. Yoba Demon, thank you for coming. Largest Man, thank you for coming. London Cubana, thanks for joining us. Barbara in Ojo, Lagos, thank you for coming. Jafet Yeba, thank you for coming. So that's it. I would expect anyone that had questions to have typed it in the comments, so I don't think there's any questions. So you can still support the movie if you want. Most of the support now, well, we're going to need, to be fair, quite some logistics to push that. But once you have people who believe that, hey, this thing is looking like what is true to us, and we think is right to look at it, let's have a look at the movie and things like that. That's what you have. People are a whole lot more valuable than whatever cash you want to think you want to do with stuff. So you can still support the movie if you want to. The website is abraimomovie.com. So you have opportunity to give there, I think. Yes. Well, maybe tomorrow we'll show you the website, but it's already live. Still on the work. Okay. But it's good enough for you to see what is going on there. Yeah, I think that's it. So on the website also, kunleministers.org, you can get what you need to get. So thank you so much. We'll meet again tomorrow. We're reading Joshua chapter 89 tomorrow. So going forward, we'll be reading scriptures, then we talk about movies, scripture, movie, back and forth, then questions. So because the pressure on movie production has dropped, in fact, it's basically off. So now it's more about we're talking about the real content. So we would have more time to talk, because talk now is connecting to logistics. So talking is part of the work to get more people, more teams. So we might be spending more time on the live, is what I mean by that, going forward. So thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Till now and then, go share the videos, make it viral. Thank you so much. God bless us all. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. 10 o'clock. 19th September. Okay, let's tap the screen. If you have questions, you can ask right away. Before we get started today, let's keep tapping. Let's hit our 1K as soon as we can today. Let's hit 1K likes. Let's keep tapping. Let's tap. Let's keep tapping towards our 1K. That's what we're working towards this morning. So once we get to 1K, we'll get started. All right, let's tap towards 1 or 2K so we can start for the day. Just tap the screen to like the live so we can move. Okay, let's just let's start. It's 1K now. Morning, everybody. If there are no urgent questions, we will proceed to Joshua 89. Okay, let's start. I'm assuming there's no questions. If there was, we would have gotten it in the comments. No questions, so let's get started. Let's pray, so we start. By the way, plans are going on for showing the movie on the street, then in the churches, but especially the street. So we'll still share details of how much it costs to set up one unit on the street. You know, in Africa, Lagos, Ghana, Cape Town, Abuja, different cities, as many as God will help us. So, so we share the cost in case somebody might want to just cover the cost for one unit, okay, or one setup, so that they can do that. Let's pray. We thank you, our Father, for this word. As we read, let it change us, let it strengthen us, guide us by your Spirit to learn to know you more and to come to the knowledge of the truth. In the name of your Son, Yeshua, we've prayed. Amen. Joshua 89. Then spoke Joshua this song on the day that the Lord had given the Amorites into the hands of Joshua and the children of Israel. This was after the miracle. The very last verse is talking about Joshua speaking to the sun and the moon. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Joshua, and the sun stood still in the midst of the heavens, and it stood still 6:30 moments. And the moon also stood still and hastened not to go down a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, that the Lord hearkened to the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. So Joshua sang the song after that. On that day, then Joshua spake this song on that day that the Lord had given the Amorites into the hands of Joshua and the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of all Israel, Thou hast done mighty things, O Lord, thou hast performed great deeds. Who is like unto thee? My lips shall sing unto thy name. My goodness and my fortress, my high tower, I will sing a new song unto thee. With thanksgiving will I sing to thee. Thou art the strength of my salvation. So salvation those days used to be very literal. Okay. But now it requires 10 theologians, 20 missionaries to explain it to you. And to the point people wonder, what am I even being saved from in the first place? Because those that are even supposed to be quote unquote saved, they are basically the same with you in almost every respect. All the kings of the earth shall praise thee. The princes of the world shall sing unto thee. The children of Israel shall rejoice in thy salvation. They shall sing and praise thy power. To thee, O Lord, do we confide. And we said, Thou art our God. For thou wast our shelter and strong tower against our enemies. For to thee we cried, and we were not ashamed. In thee we trusted and were delivered. When we cried unto thee, thou didst hear our voice, and thou didst deliver our souls from the sword. Thou didst show unto us thy grace, thou didst give unto us thy salvation. Thou didst rejoice our hearts with thy strength. Let's also click share and repost. Thou didst go forth for our salvation with thine arm. Thou didst redeem thy people. All this was a song. Thou didst answer us from the heavens of thy holiness. Thou didst save us from 10,000 people. The sun and moon stood still in heaven, and thou didst stand in thy wrath against our oppressors, and did command thy judgments over them. All the princes of the earth stood up, and the kings of the nations had gathered themselves together. They were not moved at thy presence. They desired thy battles. Thou didst rise against them in thine anger. and didst bring down thy wrath upon them, and thou didst destroy them in thine anger, and cut them off in thine heart. Nations have been consumed with thy fury, kingdoms have been declined because of thy wrath. Thou didst wound kings in the day of thine anger. Thou didst pour out thy fury upon them. Thy wrathful anger took hold of them. Thou didst turn thy iniquity upon them, and didst cut them off in their wickedness. They did spread a trap, they fell therein. In the net they hid, their foot was caught. Their hands was ready for all thine enemies, who said, through their sword they shall possess the land, through their arm they dwelt in the city. Thou didst fill their faces with shame, and thou didst bring their horns down to the ground. Thou didst terrify them in thy wrath, and did destroy them in thine anger. The earth trembled and shook at the sound of thy storm over them. Thou didst not withhold their soul from death. I'm not sure why this live is not pushing so far. Let's try to share. Although it's still early, it's just been 15 minutes or so. But let's click share and repost. The earth trembled and shook at the sound of thy storm over them. Thou didst not withhold their soul from death, and didst bring down their lives to the grave. Thou didst pursue them in thy storm, thou didst consume them in thy whirlwind, and didst turn their rain into hail. They fell in deep pits, so they could not rise. Their carcasses were like rubbish, cast out in the midst of the street. They were consumed and destroyed in thine anger. Thou didst save thy people with thy might. Therefore our heart rejoice in thee, our soul exult in thy salvation. Our tongue shall salute thy might, we will sing and praise thy wondrous works. For thou didst save us from our enemies, thou didst deliver us from those who rose up against us, and didst destroy them from before us, and depress them beneath our feet. Then shall all thine enemies perish, O Lord, and the wicked shall be like chaff driven by the wind, and thy beloved shall be like trees planted by the waters. So Joshua and all Israel with him returned to the camp of Gilgal, after having smitten all the kings, so that not a remnant was left of them. Yes, beautiful morning, Adolphus. And the 5 kings fled on foot from battle and hid themselves in the cave, and Joshua sought for them in the field and did not find them. And it was afterward told Joshua, saying, the kings are found, and behold, they are hidden in a cave. And Joshua said, appoint men to be at the mouth of the cave to guard them, lest they take themselves away. And children of Israel did so. And Joshua called to all Israel and said to the officers of battle, place your feet upon the necks of the kings. And Joshua said, so shall the Lord do to all your enemies. And Joshua commanded afterwards that they should slay the kings and cast them into the cave, and put great stones on the mouth of the cave. And Joshua went afterwards with all the people that were with him on that day to Makkedah, and he smote it with the edge of the sword. So like I said, it's difficult to be God's advocate, but this is a very bloody battle. People are being unalived. I mean, just like that. But then it was what the people had to do. But God will let people work on their self-will, use their free will rather. And also, it's like there's some things that are just apparently more important than being alive on the earth, is what it seems to be. And he utterly destroyed the souls of all belonging to the city, and he did to the king and the people thereof as he had done to Jericho. And he passed from there to Libnah, and he fought against it, and the Lord delivered it into his hand, and Joshua smote it with the edge of the sword, and all the souls thereof he did to it, and to the king thereof as he did, or as he had done to Jericho. And from there he passed on to Lachish to fight against it, and Horam king of Gaza went up to assist them of Lachish, and Joshua smote him and his people until there was none left of him, or left to him. And Joshua took Lachish and all the people thereof, and he did to it as he has done to Libnah. And Joshua passed from there to Eglon. This is about 31 kings at the end of the day. And these are the ways they were taking the territories of Africa. You see, the children of Abraham, more or less the Bantu, taking over this land in Africa that really initially belonged to them but was taken away generations before. And he took also that also which he smote, and he smote it, and all the people thereof with the edge of the sword. And from there he passed to Hebron and fought against it and took it utterly destroyed it. And he returned from there with all Israel to Debir and fought against it and smote it with the edge of the sword. And he destroyed every soul in it and left none remaining. And he did to it and to the king thereof as he has done to Jericho. And Joshua smote all the kings of the Amorites and Kadesh Barnea to Azar and took their country at once, for the Lord had fought for Israel. So it's difficult to once again to put all these locations in the Middle East. And Joshua with all Israel came to camp at Gilgal and went at the time to Jabin, king of Chazor. When at that time Jabin, king of Chazor, heard all that Joshua had done to the kings of the Amorites, Jabin sent to Jobat, king of Midian, and to Laban, king of Shimron, to Jephal, king of Akshaph, and to all the kings of the Amorites, saying, come quickly to us and help us, that we may smite the children of Israel before they come up upon us and do unto us as they have done to the other kings of the Amorites. And all these kings hearkened to the word of Jabin, king of Chazor, and went forth with all their camps, 17 kings. 17. And their people were as numerous as the sand on the seashore, together with horses and chariots, innumerable. How do you pitch this kind of people within the Middle East? Once again, it's not going to work in that location. And they came and pitched together the waters of Merom rather, and they were met together to fight against Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, fear not, for tomorrow about this time I will deliver them up slain before you. Just 24 hours. Thou shalt hold their horses and burn their chariots with fire. And Joshua with all the men of war came suddenly upon them and smote them, and they fell into their hands. And the Lord had delivered them into the hands of the children of Israel. So the children of Israel pursued all these kings with their camps and smote them until there was none left of them. And Joshua did to them as the Lord had spoken. And Joshua returned at the time to Chazor and smote it with the edge of the sword, destroyed every soul in it, and burnt it with fire. From Chazor Joshua passed to Shimron and smote it utterly and destroyed it. For there he passed to Akshaph, and he did to it as he has done to Shimron. That's why you see all these many kings. Good morning, Japheth. That's why I see all these many kings that God had to tell them that there are too many wild animals there, that he has to keep giving them the land gradually. Otherwise, the animal will increase over against them, because the land eventually became too big for them, for the number of Israelites we had at the time. And that can't work with the Middle East. And then you wouldn't have animals like that in the desert. It was the wilderness, not the desert. For they passed from Akbash to Shimron, and from there he passed to Adullam, and he smote all the people in it, as he did unto Adullam as he had done unto Akshaph and to Shimron. And he passed from them to all cities of the kings which he had smitten, and he smote all the people that were left of them, and he utterly destroyed them. And their booty and cattle and the Israelites took to themselves as a prey. But every human being they smote. They suffered not a soul to live. So you see, that is that is like genocide, honestly. That's like genocide. But the one they're trying to practice in the Middle East at first is not even God approved. But again, to be fair, part of these people, at least part of them, were probably not fully humans. But irrespective, this is very gory. Very, very gory. And people will be like, how could God allow things like that? Didn't he create them? We don't have explanation to everything. Like we said that it's difficult to be God's advocate, right? But these things happen, and they happen like this. So that's the narrative that these people are trying to twist, of which in this case, this was really their land, unlike what you have in the Middle East situation. As the Lord had commanded Moses, so did Joshua and all Israel. They failed not in anything. So Joshua and all children of Israel smote the whole land of Canaan as the Lord had commanded them, and smote all their kings, being 31 kings, like we said, 31 kings. And children of Israel took their whole country. So again, you can't fit 31 kings into that Middle East Israel. To be too tiny. You have to run into one kingdom every 2, 3, 5, 10 minutes, depending if you are going on foot or on horses. Beside the kingdom of Sihon and Og, which are on the other side of Jordan, of which Moses has smitten many cities, and Moses gave them to the Reubenites and the Gadites, and to half tribe of Manasseh. And Joshua smote all the kings that were on this side of the Jordan to the west, and gave them for an inheritance to 9 tribes and to half tribe of Israel. So that is flowing onto Western Africa, I would believe. So for 5 years, Joshua did carry out wars with these kings, and he gave their cities to Israel. And the land became tranquil, quiet, from battle throughout the cities of Amorites and the Canaanites. So it took 5 years to fight those 31 kings. 5 years. And of course, looking at those, that's the sheer distance between those places. You would need a lot of work. And this was a very quick one, by the way. Joshua chapter 90. If you have any questions, you can post it already. We'll try to answer you since we have fulfilled the 1 chapter criteria. At the time in the 5th year after the children of Israel had passed over Jordan, after the children of Israel had rested from their wars, just a minute. Ooh. Okay. From their war with the Canaanites, at the time, great and severe battles arose between Edom and the children of Kittim, which is Cyprus. So I don't know how Edom is going all the way from maybe present-day Congo, Zambia, to go to Cyprus to fight. And the children of Kittim fought against Edom. And Abianos, king of Kittim, went forth in that year, that is the 31st year of his reign, and a great force with him of the mighty men of the children of Kittim, and he went to Seir to fight against the children of Esau. And Hadad, the king of Edom, heard of his report, and he went forth to meet him with a heavy people and a strong force, and engaged in battle with him in the field of Edom. Okay? Hadad, the kings of Edom. Okay, so Edom is fighting with Cyprus, with Kittim. And the land of Kittim prevailed over the children of Esau, and the children of Kittim slew of the children of Esau 22,000 men. And all the children of Esau fled from them. And the children of Kittim pursued after them, and they reached Hadad, the king of Edom, who was running before them. And they caught him alive and brought him to Abianos, king of Kittim. And Abianos ordered him to be slain, and Hadad, king of Edom, died in the 48th year of his reign. And the children of Kittim, or Cyprus, continued to pursue Edom, and they smote them with a great slaughter, and Edom became subject to the children of Kittim. And the children of Kittim ruled over Edom, and Edom became under the hand of the children of Kittim, and became one kingdom from that day. I'm not sure again how they're able to do, because the distance is quite very far apart from what we know. But we know Kittim is Cyprus at least. And from that time, they could no more lift their hands or heads, and their kingdom became one with the children of Kittim. And Abianos placed officers in Edom, and all the children of Edom became subject and tributary to Abianos. And Abianos turned back to his own land, Kittim. Okay, and when he returned, he renewed his government and built for himself a spacious and fortified palace for a royal residence, and reigned securely over the children of Kittim and over Edom. In those days, after the children of Israel had driven away the Canaanites and the Amorites, Joshua was old and advanced in years. Okay, we are getting to the end. We're probably finishing the book of Joshua today. Well, maybe today or tomorrow. And in those days after the children of Israel had driven the Canaanites, Joshua was very old and advanced in years. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Thou art old and advanced in life, and a great part of the land remained to be possessed." Ooh, exactly what we said in part 6. After slaying 31 kings, there was still many more lands to be possessed that Joshua was not able to possess. Once again, Middle East cannot fit into that. You're already struggling with the 31 kings already. Now, therefore, divide this land for inheritance to 9 tribes and to the half tribe of Manasseh. And Joshua rose up and did as the Lord has spoken to him. So they divided it already, with probably some of the people still there. And he divided the whole land to the tribes of Israel as an inheritance according to their divisions. But to the tribe of Levi he gave no inheritance. The offering of the Lord are their inheritance, as the Lord has spoken of them by the hand of Moses. And Joshua gave Mount Hebron to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, one portion above his brethren, and as the Lord has spoken through Moses. Therefore Hebron became an inheritance to Caleb and to his children unto this day. And Joshua divided the whole land by lot to all Israel for an inheritance, as the Lord has commanded him. And the children of Israel gave cities to the Levites from their own inheritance, and suburbs of their cattle, and property as the Lord has commanded Moses. So did the children of Israel. And they divided the land by lot, whether great or small. And they went to inherit the land according to their boundaries. And the Lord of Israel gave to Joshua and to Joshua the son of Nun an inheritance amongst them. By the word of the Lord did they give to him the city which he had required, Timnath Serach in Mount Ephraim, because Joshua was an Ephraimite. And he built the city and dwelt therein. These are the inheritances which Eleazar, the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the heads of the fathers of the tribes portioned out to the children of Israel by lot in Shiloh. Therefore the Lord at the door of the tabernacle, before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle, and they left off dividing the land. So this is the same land that was given to Shem, then that was still subdivided to the children of Israel. And the Lord gave the land to the Israelites, and they possessed it as the Lord had spoken to them, and as the Lord had sworn to their ancestors. Same land. And the Lord gave to the Israelites rest from all their enemies around them, and no man stood up against them. And the Lord delivered all their enemies into their hands. And not one thing failed of all the good which the Lord has spoken to the children of Israel. Yea, the Lord performed everything. And Joshua called to the children of Israel, and he blessed them and commanded them to serve the Lord. And he afterwards sent them away, and they went each man to his city. That's going to be a lot of distance. And each man to his inheritance. And the children of Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and the Lord gave them rest from all around them, and they dwelt securely in the cities. And it came to pass in those days that Abianos king of Kittim died in the 38th year of his reign, and that is the 7th year of the reign over Edom, and they buried him in his place which he had built for himself. And Latinus reigned in his stead 50 years. And during his reign he brought forth an army, and he went and fought against the inhabitants of Britannia. You see. So you see that this is Britain is mentioning here. You would see Canopia, you will see Franza, you will see Macedonia, that's Greece. You will see Lombardy, you will see Croatia, you will see Cyprus, Kittim. So what happened to Nigeria? You won't find Nigeria there, because Nigeria was a name given to them. That is Samaria, where Nigeria is. You won't find Cameroon there. Cameroon means river of shrimps. Nobody knows them as river of shrimps there. Those were the tribes of Judah. So question, that is why they have to hide the book of Joshua. It has to be hidden. Because how come the book of Joshua knows exactly where Britain is? It's telling you about Britannia. It's telling you about Italia, River Tiberu, right? And for some strange reason, it's telling you about Bulgaria. It's telling you about Turkey. And for some reason, let me show you the screen. And for some reason, nobody will know Nigeria. They can't know Nigeria because it was renamed. It was renamed. Look at this. And during the reign And this is not the kind of detail you put into something you want to just write in a lazy way to just deceive Africans. You wouldn't need all these details and all this chronology. You can easily make mistakes and it will fault your document. But because it is real, it is history, it is actually fact, it will defend itself. It doesn't accept the thing didn't happen. If it's something that happened, nature itself would, that's just how truth functions. It doesn't need so much to defend it. And during his reign, that's the reign of these Latinos. By the way, that's beginning to bring Latin into the thing. Now, as a person here, it could have been that's how it translated to become a human being, or rather to become a nation. But either way, Latinos was the king of Kittim. Kittim is Cyprus. Let me try to show where Cyprus is. Cyprus would be here. So now all those things could change, right? The expansion, this is Crete. So the expansion of the land is possible that part of here was Cyprus then, but at least we still have a Cyprus today. Macedonia is here. Bulgaria is here. He spoke about Turkey, right? Nothing like Syria. The real Syria is here, right? That is where this real Syria is. So this one just got renamed. So look at it. So during his reign, he fought his army and he went. He brought forth an army and he went and fought against who? The inhabitants of where? Britannia. So that's Britain right there. So why won't they keep the book of Joshua from you? That's to be kept. They can't allow that because it talks about Britannia. Britain is fairly very recent as far as we know. But this is like 1000 BC, 1500 BC, thereabout. Britannia is already there, maybe 1300 BC, right? Kernania and the children of Elisha and son of Javan. These are the tribes of Japheth he's mentioning. See, and prevailed over them and made them tributary. So all the guy did was to go to, well, they will call those parts the ends of the earth. Well, Britain is cut off there altogether. But let me try to show Britain for those who are not so conversant with maps and locations. I'll just type maps. Right? So they will call those parts the ends of the earth. So Britain used to be, all these British Isles, the United Kingdom, is just at the very extremes. They hardly have people go to those extremes and all that. But it came from potentially somewhere here. They will mention Italia also. They will mention Rome, which is the Romans, right? So they went to the ends of the earth. And the book of Josephus is even a lot more detailed because Josephus is around 70, 80. It tells you about this Britannia. It tells you that they are secluded. It tells you it's an island and surrounded by water. So it's not a mixture of names. So how will Josephus know about Britain and know about, just about it describes every other place in detail in the book of Josephus. Describes all these Russian parts, describes Asia, and he calls it Asia, describes Europe. The last part he talked about would be Israel. And he speaks of it as though it's describing a whole part of the world. But it never talks about, in the mind of a mainstream person, by the way, never talks about anything in sub-Saharan Africa, completely blank. But detail, in fact, it tells you that the world is basically there are three basic places. And it tells you the capital of, there are three important places in the world. There is, if I got this right now, there is Rome, right? There is, he mentioned one capital in Asia, right? And he said the third important place is Alexandria. And basically, he's talking about just about a triangle here, where the three continents meet. Potentially, the Americas somehow probably were still connected to these Europe then, and South America was probably still connected to Africa then. But it tells you of the three major capitals of three major continents. So how come even Josephus missed all this whole area and does not know who the people are? No. This is where the real Israel is. This is where the real Israel is. So for Josephus, it was a whole lot more detail, the way he puts it. So let's just finish that chapter. So he then heard that Edom had revolted from under the hand of Kittim or Cyprus, and Latinos went to them, and smote them and subdued them and placed them under the hand of the children of Kittim. And Edom became one kingdom with the children of Kittim and all the days. You see, and for many years there was no king in Edom, and their government was with the children of Kittim, their king. And it was in the 26th year of the children of Israel, in the 26th year after the children of Israel had passed the Jordan, that is the 66th year after the children of Israel had departed from Egypt. So 26th year, 26 plus 40 years in the wilderness gives us 66, right? That Joshua was old, advanced in years, and being 180 years, 108 years old in those days. And Joshua called to all Israel, to the elders, their judges and officers, after the Lord had given to all Israelite rest from their enemies round about. And Joshua said to the elders of Israel and their judges, behold, I am old and advanced in years. You have seen what the Lord has done. This is African history. Let me switch the camera so I can read more clearly. So like I said, if you get that statement, we said it in part 15 of our world history series, that Bible they have told you is a fiction, it's a religious book, Roman Catholicism, Islam, whatnot. And that African people that they tell you they don't have a history, it's just the same thing. It's the same African people that are being suppressed today, and they don't want their voices. They don't want them to do it. It's exactly the same thing. If you can get that, then that's it. Behold, I am old and advanced in years, and you have seen what the Lord has done to all the nations whom have driven away from before you. For it is the Lord who has fought for you. Now, therefore, strengthen yourselves and keep and do all the works of the law of Moses, not to deviate from it to the right or to the left, and not to come among those nations whom are left in the land. Neither shall you make mention of the name of their gods, but you shall cleave to the Lord your God, as you have done to this day. And Joshua greatly exalted the children of Israel to serve the Lord all their days. And all the Israelites said, we will serve the Lord our God all our days, and we and our children and our children's children and our seed forever. And Joshua made a covenant with the people on that day, and he sent away the children of Israel, and they went each man to his inheritance and to his city, of which the present day Israel today is probably looking like just one city. And it was in those days when the children of Israel went dwelling securely in their cities that they buried the coffins of the tribes of their ancestors. Yeah. So they started burying, Joseph in his own grave, Levi in his own grave, because they took those bones from Egypt when they left, which they had brought from Egypt. Yeah. Each man in the inheritance of his children. The 12 sons of Jacob did the children of Israel bury, each man in the possession of his children, of which those men must have been resurrected by now. But it's okay, that's another matter. And these are the names of the cities which they buried the 12 sons of Jacob, whom children of Israel brought from Egypt. And they buried Reuben and Gad in this side of Jordan, in Romia. Okay, that's almost sounding like Rome, but then he said Romia. But of course, it couldn't have been in the north, because that's outside of the land. Now, which Moses had given to their children is on the eastern side of Jordan, almost going closer to Egypt than the rest of the tribes. And Simeon and Levi, they buried in the city of Mauda, okay, which he had given to the children of Simeon, and the suburb of the city was for the children of Levi. And Judah was buried in the city of Benjamin, opposite Bethlehem. And the bones of Issachar and Zebulun were buried in Zidon, in the portion which fell for their children. And Dan was buried in the city of his children in Eshtael. And Naphtali and Asher, they buried in Kadesh Naphtali, each man in his place which he had given to his children. And the bones of Joseph they buried in Shechem, in the parts of the field which belonged to Jacob, which Jacob had purchased from Hamor, which became to Joseph for an inheritance. And they buried Benjamin in Jerusalem, opposite the Jebusite, which was given to the children of Benjamin. The children of Israel buried their father, each man in the city of his children. And at the end of 2 years, Joshua, the son of Nun, died. That's about 110. Yes, 110 years old. And the time which Joshua judged Israel was 28 years. And Israel served the Lord all the days of his life. And the other affairs of Joshua and his battles and his reproofs, with which he reproved Israel, and all which he had commanded them, and the names of the cities which the children of Israel possessed in his days, behold, they are written in the book of the words of Joshua to the children of Israel, and in the book of the wars of the Lord, which Moses and Joshua and the children of Israel had written. So he says to check the book of Joshua. So they are cross-referencing each other. And the children of Israel buried Joshua in the border of his inheritance in Timnath, Serach, okay, which was given to him in Mount Ephraim. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, died in those days. And they buried him in a hill belonging to Phinehas, his son, which was given to him in Mount Ephraim. So chapter 91. So we'll be reading chapter 91 tomorrow. It's very short, but that'll be tomorrow. Okay, so the movie is ready. We are planning to show them on the streets, in churches, etc. So if you can support that, you're in a city in Africa, well, anywhere in the world, really. We are working towards a unit where we can have some model that can be replicated, right, in different cities in the world. And then as people watch, we would capture them watching it, and that would help publicity and things like that. So that we can show it to the everyday man, everyday young child, that wouldn't have internet access and things like that. Okay, so we are rolling out the English version first, then the translations will follow very shortly, perhaps next week, by God's grace. So if the West known where the bones, okay, yeah, they will exhume the bones. The desperation, the son of life, reject the heavens, yes. So that's it. Today, even any few comments, we still have about 12 minutes to wrap up. If there are questions, quick comments, and things like that, we can quickly attend to those. So we are showing them in the streets of Lagos. We're looking at Onitsha, Abuja, Ibadan, and a few places in Nigeria, like then outside Nigeria, depending on how much support we're able to get. Then we might be showing at least one place in the UK or two. Okay, so that we can do that. And later, that seems to be more efficient than cinemas. Okay, and perhaps cheaper, because of course the funds are not unlimited, as it were. So so after that, then eventually towards mid or end of next month, it goes fully public in YouTube. Then we see how God helps us with the part 2. So if it's something you can support, we know the ways to support it. And part of the trailer is out. Another trailer, the one that the partners already have, will be posted, because there is a trailer we've posted to send to partners that is not fully public yet. So we'll post that soon, very likely within the weekend. Okay. And that's that. So that is it. So these things are important. The people we need are mostly in the churches, and they need to be sensitized to know these things. Is important. Too many of them are turning away to so-called African spirituality that they don't even understand. Some are just saying they're atheists, which is just too far away. So it's because this story is not making sense to them anymore. So it's important for us to show these things. It will. Generally, if we can break that spell, that idea of this European white supremacist in the mountain of religion, so to speak, then we believe it will naturally spread to the other sides, other parts of the things that need to be done. Other areas, governance, in the legal side. Like we were saying yesterday, although somehow humorously, but it's the fact that some of our lawyers still wear blonde wigs just to look like Europeans. Because it never occurred to me to ask why did they wear such a weird. We understand doctors that wear lab coats, and but why do judges and lawyers wear wigs? You know, even in the Western world, well, sometimes they wear this cloak, this kind of robe, and all that. But in some kind of court, maybe family court, employment tribunal, those kind of court, they will just wear regular formal dresses without having to wear anything that looks funny. But Africa seems stuck with that idea of not just wearing some coat, some kind of cloak, but they're also wearing a blonde wig, you know. And I've said humorously that before they tell our women to drop European wigs, the lawyers need to drop theirs first. you know. So that is that. But if there are no questions, to be honest, we can chapter 91. Is it 91? Yes. It's very short. We can as well just jump into it and just finish Joshua today. So when we finish Joshua today, we can spend maybe the next few days having a few conversations. Okay? But again, if not, we just go back to Enoch and start from Enoch on to the end. We do Jubilees, then we'll do Joshua again. Before we move to maybe one or two other books that it takes time to open up. If you have any questions, you can come up and it'll be faster that way, or you type it. So request, you're waiting for your request. Onye the storyteller. Onye the Kachi. You're waiting for your question.
I have a question, and I've never asked this question. How did you even start this? Like, there must be something that got you looking at maps and kind of, tracing it. Was it like revelation? Was it anger? Did someone vex you one day? You just go angry and like, I'm going to go and trace our lineage. I need to trace our Abraham lineage. It doesn't make any sense. This is science. And what did you? What got you into this? Like, because I know I've been on your website, but I don't think I've ever seen like an origin story attached to you. Like, this is where I started. This is why. This is what got me. And this is my first, sign as to this is bigger than I could, have imagined. Like, how did you get into this? Because your sort of ministry is very different. Very different.
You didn't even say good morning first or good evening.
Sorry, sir. Good morning, sir.
You just came on fire.
You haven't asked now. Why haven't you asked? It's what 7 o'clock my time. It's almost 8 p.m.
But 7 p.m. Yeah,
my time. But like, I've never just even asked you, like, because I haven't read your origin story anyway. Your website is pretty clear. You're a minister. You believe in God. But your sort of approach to, preaching and Pentecostalism and Christianity is quite controversial and quite different. In fact, there are some stages that you will not be welcome. You understand? You do know that already. You do know there are some churches that are definitely going to say to you, sorry, we don't think, you are, this thing. Although I do know that there are some top pastors that will be watching you. They won't say anything, but they'll be watching.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah, so it's partly in public, although generally we try not to talk about personalities, including myself, because it tends to distract from the message like anything else. But irrespective, it's partly out there that it's just the same question that is in the mind of most young Africans. that what is going on in the continent? Where was Africa when the rest of the world was making progress? Yeah, I mean, it feels, and then you check, there is this enigma, this, what's the word, irony of the African continent that is so blessed, yet the people are so poor. The people go out, they prosper so wonderfully, and yet inside their own country, the things are so bad. So, okay, are the people cursed or what is going on? So, yeah, so it's been on my mind for a long time, but the time when I got more serious about it was about a bit more than half a decade ago, which I started just checking like, okay, let's see what's in the root of this thing. And most times it's God that put things like that in people's hearts. That okay, start going this direction. So I then started searching like, okay, what and I would discuss that amongst my brothers, my blood brothers, you know. And we would just talk about it and reason it. And I've got very, very smart brothers, you know. So I will talk about it all night sometimes, wonderful fellowship. And of course, we're still all together today. So, so then I began to search. Then, it, of course, started by just regular YouTube search, Google search. And I started seeing, and I saw the video of one man who was describing how, interestingly, he was lighter skinned, white skinned. Okay, but I think he was kind of Arabic kind of person from Egypt or from Eastern Europe or something that was saying that the pyramids were built by Africans and that there's so many things that Africans have done. And he thinks it's unfair that they don't acknowledge Africans for the things that they have done. I mean, these people are just being robbed, more or less. Like, oh, that's interesting. Then he himself had a little documentary kind of movie that shows that Egyptians were black. I'm like, oh, of course, Egyptians should be black. But then you see Mohamed Salah, you see the footballers, those they show in the Olympics, they're all whitish, white Arab. I'm like, okay, so how come we have only whitish Egyptians out there? In fact, you would think Tunisians are Europeans and all of that. Like, okay, then inevitably, almost instantly, that threw me into the Bible thing that, okay, if Egyptians are black, so how about the Hebrews? Then that started popping up. You know how the algorithm worked, even back then, less than 10 years ago. So he started bringing some videos related, like, okay, Hebrews are also dark skin. Okay, so Hebrews are dark skin, right? So let's see. Okay, so what happened then? I mean, one thing led to the other. So the whole idea for the next 1 or 2 years when I started getting serious with it was like, maybe they moved down here. But then I started seeing more videos. I started checking, and I mean, the rest is basically history. But it started from that desire, which is, and of course, there were many pitfalls along the way, and which some people got stuck and they got stuck with Kemet. Some got stuck with what they've called African spirituality and they don't even know the real thing. Some fell off and just decided to go into atheism altogether and say God does not exist. So there were many of those pitfalls, but it was so deep and so intense that I was really in good faith going to let go of the Bible if it was a lie. I was that ready, and that's a dangerous journey. Like I said in one of the interviews, it's not the kind of a journey you want to tell your wife that you're going on. They will not let you because your pastor, your parents are like, what do you mean? So, but you want to just check on it and try that journey and see how the whole thing is. But then interestingly, like some guests who I've mentioned here, they went into those journeys, it brought them even deeper in their faith, in their knowledge of God and things like that, which was a very lucky one for me, because if it was otherwise, I might have, like many sincere so-called atheists out there, I might have, just backed off from the thing, So that's how it all came about.
That's quite interesting, because I think my own was more like, well, as I grow older, I become more logical. I become more, rather than taking things at face value, I start to ask questions. And I've traveled a lot to understand that God said, Abraham, your descendants will be as the stars of the sky and the sands of the sea. As at present, black people outnumber white people 11-1 worldwide. Check it anywhere. Black people as a race, from Brazil, the ones in Brazil, to the ones in the Caribbean, to the ones in China, to the ones in even Australia, Aboriginal Australia.
So the Caucasians are not that many, are they?
They're not. They are not. No matter, and the impression that people have to today is that we have more white people in the world, and somehow the West is bigger
Because
in population, in landmass, than even so that's the first one. So that aligns with the promise. The second one is the Bible says the promises of the children of Israel is that they'll give you a land filled with milk and honey. Milk and honey interprets as resources, buoyancy.
Yeah.
The only place on the surface of the earth that has that amount of resource concentrated in one place is the continent of Africa. But somehow there is no Africa in the Bible. I have not, until one day somebody said, but the original name of Africa is not Africa, it was given. And I said, okay,
Exactly.
before
Then you're
it
like,
was
yeah.
African, what was the name? Before Nko, what was the name? Then I stumbled upon a very old map. There's a website called, I think it's called oldmaps.com. They sell maps. This map, I think when I saw it, because you're allowed to zoom in to the maps, but if you can afford, you can buy like $6,000, $7,000, some even $65,000. So we're talking about maps as old as 1300s. And I saw there, right beside your current Benin Republic, Judah. And I looked, I said, where? Because usually with the Bible, the first place you want to find the seat of Judah. That's where you will find the lineage of God. That is the ultimate. Where is the seat of Judah? At this time, I didn't even know about Jasher or Jubilees. I said, what do you mean Judah? And I started to look for pictures. Like, give me pictures of what Judah looked like back in the day. We had streets, we had roads, we had all that. Maybe not, we had walls, right? So there was a little modernism in there that I find that the Westerners at that time didn't even have. They used to poop on the streets. They used to literally, all these big giant ball gowns you see was to cover them when they wanted to wee. They would wee on themselves. That's how bad it was. You understand? Back when before they learned how to hygiene, right? It's only in Caucasian history that you have a king who was rotten. He was literally, his flesh was rotten. It used to smell like feces. Was it King George or King something? One of their kings. They have histories of kings and queens in royal lineage that actually died of diseases that had to do with a lack of terrible hygiene. But anyway, then I then found, okay, Judah is there. Then I found out that the original, religion of the Benin Cotonou people is voodoo, so Ogun. And the Benin and Cotonou people speak fluent Yoruba, French, and their native language. So I came on this show, I think I saw you the first time, and I asked, I said, but now I've discovered the whole Judah thing, and then I asked a question. But, well, they said that the original, religion was voodoo. And he said, yes, it makes sense that it should be voodoo, because if you remember, God called Abraham, told him to leave his people, the idols of his father's house, right? He called him from an idolatry type lineage or type foundation. So it's not impossible that then I said it makes a lot of sense. Then you look at the general trends. Look at white people today, even to their haircuts. Have you seen these videos where white people want to get their haircut like black people? They're starting to do friction on they start to do edges on their hair, right? The clothing, the dressing, the expression. They want to do what black people are doing. It's cool when a black man does it. Then they adopt it. You understand? Then it's them. You understand what I mean? So it's almost as if black people, it doesn't matter where they come. They're trendsetters. They are somehow they influence things. Even with the amount of oppression that their history has, we're talking over 400 years. Even that 400 years of slavery is biblical. Nobody can tell me that was God. God himself did not say, come, your time has come. It's time to punish you. Let me punish you first. Let me give you 400 years of flogging. That is definitely biblical. Then you think about think about the fact that you've actually even spoken about the descendants, the Nephilim themselves. They're actually Caucasian. Do you know that these white people don't have any root, any lineage?
Yeah,
I have dug, I have searched, I have traced. They don't seem to have a lineage. And that is because they've intentionally hidden their roots. Oh, wow. Look at that, Ibrahima. Yeah. Okay, this is the trailer.
Yeah, the actual movie, anyways. So yeah.
The actual movie, yeah. So anyway, so I'm just going to end it by saying, like, for me, I think I just sat down and just looked at the settings of things as it is now, right? Everything in the West, there is no country that doesn't somehow want to put their tentacles in Africa. It's either there's something good there or bad there. But everything from the blessings to the curses, it matches Black people. There's a place in the Bible where God says, where God, Moses was like, if you don't, obey the Lord, if you choose to disobey, you will be a reproach on the earth. I have not seen any other race, and I want anybody to correct me, that is more reproach than Black people. So when I see them like this, the curses match 100%, the blessings match 100%. And I wish that if we decided to dig as deep as we dig in Egypt, because there's a serious obsession with Egypt. If we dug into your Cotonoos and we dug into these Ile-Ifes and we dug into these, areas that we think that, yes, it's possible that we may then find deep things about all these biblical sites that we didn't find before with evidence, because it cannot be erased. It's there somewhere, but we are not focused. Or maybe even it's God that's even doing it, that we are not focused on it. Because if they could have access to something like the bones of what you call it, of Jacob now, it's another thing they would do. They will go and desecrate the place, and they might even know, but they're stopping us. Yeah. They're stopping us from, digging it. And we are very superstitious. As when you see there's a bush there. Inside that bush, there's a tomb that belongs to Solomon. You say, Ile Orisha. There's this God. There's this. If you read it with that, So we ourselves, we have been indoctrinated to not be able to chase these sort of things ourselves. So yeah, for me, I think, with your curiosity, you went quite far. And you have evidence to back it, to say these are the maps. And honestly, the things you've described here, I don't think you've bought any of those expensive maps. But if you get your hands on one of those maps that distinctly show you, they wrote there in Latin, land of the Jews. There are some places in the maps, they will write there in Latin, land of the Jews. And they write it Judah.
Terram Judecum.
Sorry? Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
so you've gone so far and it's been revealed to you. And I think, well, just like you said, it's a God thing. But for me, it's more like it's just pure logic. Nobody can tell me, with all the things that Black people are going through, in one race, with all you check all the causes of Moses, pull one out that Black people have not endured and don't continue to endure to today. Check all the blessings. Pull one out and tell me Black people, the continent of Africa does not, is not in any way, involved in it. So that's for me. I think that was my own revelation. Just logical thinking, and the fact that I've also read the Bible back to back. I've read it twice. Some things are not just clear. They should even give us the books that they've hidden, the one in the Vatican. Let's also see it for just 15 minutes. No more than 15 minutes. We'll be able to rest, but you know what I mean. So yeah, that's my own 10 cents. So thank you so much for what you do. You always thank us for being here, but thank you for what you do. Thank you for coming up here, for making these films, for going this far. You understand? And for enduring, because I know that these things are not easy. I mean, you started this movie, you were able to, I think you raised less than $500, I think, in total. But the movie cost 10,000. Look at it, it's out. It's out. You understand what I mean? So yeah. So yeah, somebody said there's the Queen of Sheba in Ogun State. These are stories that we cannot dig deep. If we go to Ogun State now, they say Shango. We cannot, you understand? So there's so many things that I think that if we were given if we could use the same technologies that they use in Egypt to dig through it, I promise you, it's possible that maybe even it's God himself that's not permitting most of these, white people to actually focus on the western part of Africa like that. Beyond oil, beyond their obsession with, their oil and the resources, they've decided not to really dig deep into what we are. So thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for your time. So just before we have Onye Dikachi,
All right.
Well, let me first say, good morning, Get Cast. Are you there?
Yeah, good morning, host.
Good morning. Where are you calling from? Sorry.
I'm calling from Nigeria presently. So,
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. So, Onyedikachi, just before we have you, we want to talk a little bit about the movie. So, the movie is out. Let's show the, this is the poster here. So, we want to show it in streets and in churches, and arrangements are ongoing. There are a few things that we need to get ready for that. We're trying to do it self-funded. But if it's something you believe in, you can be available logistically or financially, you can let us know. That's why we keep popping this to you. So so that in case somebody wants to, just do some commitment with that, you're very welcome to do so. So so the movie is going to be fully public in October. We are showing in Sheffield by God's grace early next month. So then we can bring it to your city. If you've got a church you're affiliated with, then that's fine, largest man. So you have a church you're affiliated with, we can show it in your church. We have spoken to about more than 50 churches, so we can bring it to them. So let me see if we can show the trailer just once. Landscape. Let's do the portrait trailer. So we will.
ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ ogun lámúròdù ni ó.
So this is not fully public yet, but.
Hello and. ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ ogun lámúròdù ni Oòduà jẹ́ kí ó tó wá sí Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ìhà yìí. What are you saying in essence, Dara, son of Nahor? No. Orúkọ mi náà ń jẹ́ Rahima.
Okay, so that's just about the trailer. So it's not just putting black characters in the Bible. It goes beyond that. Like you can tell, it's showing you some written, known African history, oral history, but that are documented, that have been found in some other books, in scripture, basically. And we're putting that in pictures so people can see. So the same way we used to, like we were saying yesterday, the same way we used to watch Jesus movie with the white Jesus, Passion of the Christ, on TV and all. So we want to, as God would help us, show the same things, something like that, to our children, to people on the streets, to have an idea, to be like a seed in their mind, in their house. So as they grow up, they by it and they know this truth. So it's not just trying to just put the black Jesus and stuff. No, it's showing the thing actually the way it is and how it happened. Okay, as much as possible, regards to the oral history that we know and the scripture that is written. So so that's that. So those that want to support that is why we keep popping that website. Well, this to you. You can get this on the website also. Or if you can screenshot the way it is. So we're planning on projecting a use projector in the evenings, show it on the streets, people watch as they go home from work. Those, Africa can be very lively and people are actually free. You see. So people they're not so much on a rat race as compared to the Western world. People will stop by and watch, and when eventually comes public, they would have the time to watch it much closely. So you can screenshot that. I'll leave it on for another 5 seconds. Then is it I think we're cutting part of it off, which is not right. So what I would do is just a moment. I think just a moment. Marker, see, just a moment, please. I think it's cutting part of the. Okay. Oh, there's too much. Just enter. See. Okay, so this is more full. So you can screenshot this in 10 seconds or less. That's fine. Okay, let's hear it from your largest man already. I mean, sorry, Onyedika, I think is from the top.
All right.
Onyedika, are you there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for bringing me up. Yeah, I have to be fair, right? While the other lady was speaking, I took time to write down what I wanted to speak about, and then I got more. Good. So she's said a lot of thank you, and I really stand with her. Well, I just have a few points. I hope this is interesting to you. The first one I wrote here is the Great Reset, like petrify cities. I'm going somewhere with this. And then another line I wrote, flood story, the Noah figure, and how recent it is. Another line I wrote, Caucasian, in bracket I put albinos and Caucasus Mountains, right? And then just after that I put the beef
In
between
brackets, Caucasus Mountains, go ahead.
Yeah. Caucasians, albinos in brackets, and Caucasus Mountains. Then I put beef between Asherah and Yahweh. I put Yahweh. Yahweh, hung God, can be likened to Ahmadiyya figure if I want to explain. Well, this great reset and flood story, I've been doing a bit of not actual active research, but just like passive research, because I have other things that but also bother me, right?
Ahmadiyya is the thunder, isn't it?
Yeah, God of Thunder, yeah. And I'm from, okay, at the moment I'm speaking from somewhere in southwest England. Yeah. But I'm from, okay, at the moment I'm speaking from somewhere in southwest England. Yeah. But boundaries of land, probably two people fighting about a piece of land, and then they call on Ahmadiyya, and Ahmadiyya comes and sends his horned, there's a horn figure like a goat or something with that horn, right, that comes and splits the land, and everyone knows where is their portion. Also, that archetype is also through Yahweh understanding of Hebrew understanding of Yahweh. They that is the kind of calling, because most times when they want to go to what they call on Yahweh, like there are some things you do to evoke the spirit of Yahweh. And there's semblance of this actor in the person of Eshu in the Yoruba mythology and things like that. So all this just brings you to understand where I'll be asking my question of this flood story. How recent do you think this flood story is? Judging by Bible chronology, people are saying 6,000 years, but I do not think is so far. 6,000 years. First of all, I would like to remove 1,000 years from what we have today. Yeah, and then do calculation from there. And I just feel the flood story is like maybe between 500 to 1,000 years ago. I feel that's how recent that particular flood happened that changed the world, and it's of a a global cataclysmic nature. You understand that it's not just flood. There are other things as well that have had great impact on the surface of the earth, that have shifted rivers, like moved rivers from one location to the other, and actually split the tectonic plates of the earth. When you look at old maps, you would see where what we know as Egypt and Algeria and the rest, and the parts of land that are above it, where you have is it Italy and whatever, that it was one slab of land. There was no there was no differentiation or separation. Yeah. And before the Suez Canal that was recently done to further separate everybody. And when you think about these things, I begin to think about my place in this whole whatever system and stuff, how it affects me and how I am to relate with at this point. To be fair, I am not readily gonna be calling God in many things. Sometimes I say universe, sometimes I say, because having understood what I know at this point, yeah, not everything is, yeah, fine, God ordains everything we give, but we have subconscious, we have the conscious, we have the superconscious. There's subconscious in the world that is like a set system. A man would sleep with a woman and she would have, there's no God active impact in that. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So, well, that is me speaking about the flood story. And yeah, then I'll also talk about the Caucasian and albinos. I think I live among these certain people, right? And I back when I was in Nigeria, I have also looked at albinos, people of albinoic syndrome. I think that's it. Yeah, I am also aware that black skin is capable of, birthing different colors of human beings, and then when I look at a proper Caucasian, I look at the hair, I look at the eyes, I look at the nails, the fingernails, the skin. I just see an albino that has adapted to its environment and developed, and also tracing their story to Caucasus Mountains. I feel that these people were a set of people that during those early years of us, well, I will not call it Africans. I will also not really be keen to call it Alkebulan, because at a point those set of people did not have name for themselves. So whatever name that we might, I don't see a black, those people in that years each calling themselves like we people of Alkebulan. I didn't see them call themselves Alkebulan. But anyway, I will not be so keen to use Alkebulan. But if you say Eden, I don't mind. So now, trying to tie this up, I feel when the black people in this Eden, right, give birth to people with this syndrome, they are believed to be taboo or something that is an ill of the land, and then they are sent away, and these guys, went into the Caucasus Mountain. I did a study, and I have a tingling that I could, on the map, point where I think Garden of Eden, the actual Garden of Eden study, may have been on actual today's map. Is a tingling. I'm not going to go into an argument. It's just what I think. I've done carried the ruler and and done some things anyway. But well, now I feel these people are the descendants of those albinos that were sent off from the community, and they went to hide in mountains and stayed.
And they survived and kept reproducing, have children, etc.
Yeah. And at the point they were, was it the Minoans? They became Minoans. This is where these parts of civilization is what they are trying to cover with Homo erectus, Homo sapien, and everything human being. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think.
I see.
I think Adam looks like me, or the figure, Adam looks like me. So I didn't think human beings went through Neanderthal, Homo erectus, blah 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 blah. No. It's just black people and there be no ill people in society that were chased off, and these people, that is what they constitute, like the very, very least portion of people in the world. And looking at Arabs now, studying it, I observed that these fair Arab, these people who we know as Arab today, is actually a intentionally mixed up civilization to fit into the narrative they were going to create. These people have people that think 100 years, 200 years, intentionally sitting down to think nonsense, and which we don't have, to answer what the last speaker spoke about, digging deep, man. We, apart from you and I doing our personal digging deep, I don't think there will be a very collective digging deep. It's a all man for himself. The day you inform yourself and the people around you, and make up what you think of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this one now is different from what I've said before. It's just what you think, your own observation. What is the beef between Asherah and Yahweh?
Okay. Asherah and Yahweh, 500 years flood, Neanderthal or Caucasians.
Yeah.
I'll put it in those three. Then number 4, I'll talk about, just those three, but remind me in case I forgot. Yeah. So straight on, I want to learn from you first. Why do you think it's around 500 years, the flood?
Flood.
In 60 seconds.
I've been to cities. Here, right? And you see dug up. You see cities half buried. I've actually seen cities half buried cities in my eyes.
Mostly in Europe.
Mostly in Europe, yeah.
They're the ones that usually have I's and J's on the dates. Have you noticed?
Exactly. Old houses like that, yes.
Have you heard of Tlateria before?
Of course, it's all over.
Have you heard of millennial reign before? That happened in the past and Jesus has returned in the past.
With the saints, yes. Yeah.
And so that's what we're looking at as a possibility.
Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, let me straight hit. So I got the flood sorted. But to answer your question, there's been many cataclysms. And based on scripture prophecy description, we think the worst cataclysm happened around 70 AD, according to the book of Revelation, because the book of Revelation says that there will be something so bad happening then. There will be nothing that bad has happened before. Yeah, it's talking about a mud flood. And there's nothing that will be that bad that will ever happen again. And he said it will happen around the time of the return of Jesus, which we think took place around 70 AD. So if it really has taken place, then that event must have happened then. In fact, we have not said it in public. I've only probably put it inside the 22-part World History series we have to say that is potentially when maybe most of the continental drift, as we call it, took place, such that South America was disconnected from Africa. So Brazil used to be connected to West Africa. I mean, most people would agree with that. That those, because of the shape, the way they would fit like jig puzzles, South America and West Africa. Yeah, and the demography, the people, the culture, the land, the soil, the archaeological things they find in those lands, that's good as just a continuation separated by water. So that could have been when that was separated, and that would make part of even South America part of the real land of the real Israel, by the way. Okay,
yeah,
so
sorry to cut you. There's a structure, the Sherat structure somewhere up Algeria, where it feels like a very big, massive missile hit the earth, like what you have in a nuclear site, exactly like that. But they just call it eye of the land or something like that. But just make less.
Mm-hmm. So there are many things like that have happened. So what happened around 500 to 1,000 years that you are feeling must have happened around then is more likely to be what they could try to call the mud flood. But around that time when the millennial reign would have ended, from what we're looking at, Satan was released. That could have caused some level of earthquake and things like that, released from his prison. It's like there was a resurrection. Yes, thereabout. It's like there was a resurrection at that time also, when he said there will be another resurrection of those who are dead, like the second resurrection. And that seemed to be the people you find wearing suit and ties and nice dresses sitting on the sand beach, right? I mean, they're at the beach side and they're wearing, I mean, tuxedo suit, 7-piece suit. Who does that? Wearing 7-piece suit to the beach. And they're all dressed like that. And yeah. And that begins to remind you that, hey, most people are usually buried with very nice dresses, you see. So they are potentially those who were raised and they didn't have a clue where to start. So they happen to be the people who would pour on their bodies. I mean, any civilization, yeah, you get it. So any civilization, I mean, over time, you should have figured out how to clean your body. It shouldn't be that bad, right? If it's that bad, then you probably won't have clothes on altogether. But for them to have clothes on, they're putting on their body, they just saw the castle. That's why it appears they called it free masons, like free mansions, right? And they found it, you see. They didn't build it, they just found them, right? And they began to live inside it. Exactly, founded in such and such year. Because that's when they found it, past tense of find. So those are the people who will pull in the castles and they will just, and some of them just became kings as good as area boys, becoming kings. And, you know, and they will pull on the street. It's because they just didn't have anybody to teach them. But Satan has also been released then. The morality of how and why God the Most High released Satan can be very deep, rather. If I want to speculate, it may sound almost like heresy. But God can be so, God is difficult to advocate for. Not because he's unreasonable, but because he's very broad and deep and wide. Okay? That's why he calls us to be witnesses, not advocates. But it is tempting to want to say that God wanted to give Satan another chance. Although he states again in prophecy that he will deceive, and yet he allowed him to do that, and he's allowing him to do that. Okay? But almost as if he's saying, okay, you know what? You have served a 1,000-year prison sentence. Now come and do another chance, you know, or just to prove something, I don't know. But that morality is another bucket of fish altogether. But the point is Satan was released. So then, he started taking over the people and things like that. And he started destroying those buildings and lied to the people that they built it in just 3-4 years. And just want to show the world in 2 years, exactly. Some even said they built it in 6 months, just to show the world what they can do. And they will destroy it. That is only for exhibition, really. Okay, now after 20 world fairs, Chicago world fairs, all over Europe. So now after 1,500 years, can you rebuild those buildings now? Well, not really. Just exactly like the moon landing. So the Western world has been used so much to deceive the world, so very heavily. It's like their core office and specialty is deception, right? Yeah, on the top
And
of
people
the
need to understand that it's just very recently, very, very recently. It's not like
it's not
they've
so
been
far.
doing these things so far. No, maybe probably, like I said, from this moment to about 1,000 years, that's when they began to, you know, have the sense to learn, because how many times did we carry civilization to them, you know? But anyway, I'll let someone else speak. It's been a very chat, I'm sure. But you still haven't spoken about.
So just to wrap up,
the beef with Asharan Yahweh at your own time, but I'll go off.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish. Yeah, thank you. So again, like I was wrapping up on that part, if you check the graph, right, of the increase of I'll say technology, the mainstream has painted it as if most of the world were riding on horses and wagons and throwing spears, some were hunters and gatherers. And in just 30 years, there was an exponential increase, right, of technological advancement, literally exponential, right? And you wonder what happened. Well, some tried to use scripture, knowledge shall be increased. Some did all of that. Most scientists became proud, like, yes, we did it, and we are the smart ones after 6,000 or whatever years of world and human history. But rather, what happened is that there's been a lot of rises and falls, right? And there was a very peak that we had. In fact, maybe somewhere here in that graph, right? And that was what they would call Tartaria, but apparently that's the millennial kingdom, right? And after that time, Satan was released. Jesus seemed to just hide himself, so to speak, you know. But then Satan was released and began to deceive the world, okay? But part of the deception is to make everything look as if this was not that high, this was really down, right? And say, okay, we are now starting from here. And most of the technology, you still see videos where men will be on top, things like scooters, when they were balloon aircraft, where the whole city was powered. I mean, that's Chicago World Fair, for example, a classical example. Like a whole, let me say, town, but you could see far, almost as far as the eye can see, everywhere was electrified and there was a light all over the place, right? And you would think, how would you supply, how many batteries would you need? And the batteries in those days, man, 1.5 volt can be as big as a laptop or something, just to create 1.5 volts of watt. I mean, of power, of voltage rather, right? So how many batteries in those days, 1700s, would you need to stack together? It would be so hot, right? To power lights all over the place. We still have the pictures, some of the videos. They were ferries where people would stand on stuff, right? And the thing would roll just for fun and to roll like that. How do you power that motion cycle, that motion engine like that? All of that was kept and like, no, we're just discovering the light bulb, just discovering the battery, just discovering this. And all discoverers were white, British, European, Western world men, you see. So, and all of that. But Asherah and Yahweh, they are not equals at all. God, the Most High, is still the El Elyon. Atheists try to say that there are many gods and Yahweh was just the only one that started speaking bad about the other gods. That does not fly, right? There's just one Most High God, but demons would manifest to human beings that want to be pervert, that does not want to do the laws of God, want to just go their own way to achieve what they want. And demons will apply to them, appear to them, work stuff with them. They would be able to do some magic, do some warfare, cause some cities and overcome some nations and overcome them in battle. They will help them with technology and things like that. In fact, it's these fallen angels, when they were still walking on the earth, that taught men sorcery, taught them the use of weapons, taught them how to make mirrors, taught them how to use makeup, right? Taught them astrology, taught them necromancy, taught them a lot of those evil things. And they taught it to the women that they were working with. Largest man, I'm coming to you shortly, please. So, yeah, so they taught them all those things in physical form, but Most High destroyed all of those things, but the spirits were still around, and the spirits will still appear through people, appear through things, and they could still engage with them. Okay, so Asherah is just one of those demons, fallen angels. Even the New Testament, so to speak, tells you that all these things you call gods are nothing else but demons, because they would have power, they can engage and work on some morality and make things happen, but legality rather, and make things happen, but they are not the real ones. You call the name of Jesus, Asherah is going to bow, you see. So they are not equals in any way, and like it's a beef. It's not a beef. They are not mates at all. It's like those cartoon scenes you see where they show one Caucasian Jesus doing a wrist fight, they call it, with one devil with a horn, and they're trying to fight. They're not equals at all. One is a creature and the other one is the creator, right? But God is telling them, don't go after these things, right? Stay with the light and the truth is what he's telling them. So it's not a beef. It's too far to call it a beef. So then I would agree with the albino kind of Caucasian thing. The first man generally that we know that was albinoish like that and whitish was Noah himself, recorded in the book of Enoch, chapter 105. Okay, and it was very strange, and it was having the shape and the form of the Nephilim. That's the children that the fallen angels had in those days when they were walking on the earth. So Nephilim, albino, of course, with due respect, Caucasian, all of those kind of things are borderline around things regarding Nephilim, right? And the seed of the fallen angel. Anybody that is Adamic would normally look African like this. So I think I've touched the three areas. Let's go, largest man. But let's try to make it shorter this time.
Anyway, I don't have much to say. I'm just listening to you. But to my own belief, I strongly believe with the information given to the book of Noah, I strongly believe these people are the Nephilim, the book of Noah, book of Enoch explained.
Enoch.
Because when you sit down and see what they do, how they shit nature, how they build weapon of war, weapon of mass destruction, it does not come from God, it comes from the Nephilim. They thought they had to change the genealogy of plant. The genealogy of plant, astrology. These are the one of most of their characteristics. And these are most of their characteristics. So with all these features make me to believe that these people are the Nephilim. That's what
I see. Yeah, very. So the fact is, one sure fact is that not all people you see on the earth are humans. You see, people need to begin to realize that. And I used to say humorously that when they show you movies in Hollywood telling you that there's an alien invasion coming, it is in fact the aliens that have already invaded you long ago that are showing you that movie. It's as good as a mockery. So, but then again, we can't say that without mentioning what Jesus did. For some reason, God is, like I said, it can be so deep and so wide that He made arrange. We have seen, by the way, just to be fair, honestly, you have seen Caucasian people do very wonderful things, good things, by the way, very wonderful. So He's telling you that God would still save people like that. I mean, He will still do that. So that is one mystery that can be difficult to understand. And God is trying to show. He said, I will bring you to jealousy by people that are not a people, right? So it's quite deep. So you can't. And again, it is not your regular Caucasian guy, or of course not albino guy that is on the street, on your train station, bus station, at your workplace. That is your enemy. Most of them don't even have a clue. They don't even understand what is going on. And generally, most human beings, most, in fact, people, human being or not, however you want to call it, were born into this world not knowing where they came from. They just met things here, and we have to find our origins ourselves in a kind of manual way, right? I wouldn't be able to tell if Adam knew how he was created, or he knew naturally when he was made that he was a creature of God and all that, because he was made a full-grown man. Maybe he would have. Or something happened somewhere within human history where a child is born, not just innocent, but just blank, right? So I don't know if that's a deep thing to want to look into. But then, yes, I say that to say this, that, we can't just start hating people. All we need, the warfare, there's enough division in the world already, which Satan is capitalizing on. But what we need to do now is so much unity, not just unity, just truth, right? So it's a much stronger weapon now than whatever pew pew or whatever you want to start using. There's many people who are fighting for the enemy right now. They would change if they knew what we know, right? So that we don't need stronger army to overcome the existing army. We just need to change the orientation of the current people with the information. And that's why they're fighting information. It's more important than guns right now. Can we have the last person for the day? Get catch. I didn't get that right.
Yeah,
Get casted. Yeah, get casted. Good evening. Good morning. It's still morning here.
Yeah, it's morning here also. Good morning, everyone.
Good.
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. I can see the effort that you have put in this your very movie, and I tell you, it's good to educate our people about our true nature, because we, the people of color, we are the real people that God created, that through us many other races started coming out from. If we go to the DNA series, we'll see that the black melanin people have 9 DNA series, and the white people have 6, so it cannot be matched. Yeah, so it cannot be matched. So because of that, in anything we do, even in sport, in anything, psychology, like in brainstorming and all that, we do think more than them. There was this video that I stumbled upon when Donald Trump were like bragging to the China people and the BRICS nation that they started all those things, invention. They started the telephone, the computer. Then when you look at those things now, you see that it is the black people in America, the black people of color, that truly invented those things, not the white. But they bought the pattern. So they're now claiming it that they are the one that created it, but it's not true. It is the black people there. I could remember there was last year, I discovered this, and most of us, because I stay in those states, most of us in Benin doesn't know that the person that manufactured those drones for the American are black guy, and it's from Benin. Benin speaking.
Wow.
But now that guy, now nobody knows his family in Edo State. Nobody knows his family, and he's the one that is manufacturing this drill for America. The best drill manufacturer is a black Benin man, and this man is not even talking about Nigeria anymore. He's not even talking about coming back home anymore. So things like this, we have to really take a proper view and study of it. I can go into history deeply a little bit. This place they are calling the Middle East. In the old map,
Okay.
all Africa, it is the Britain that came that
Yeah.
gave the Middle East. Then the Britain were calling
Yes.
themselves the Middle West. All these places are Africa. So that take me back that
Yes.
even in the Bible, recorded that in the book of Revelation, the Yeshua that they now converted to Jesus is a black person, and he moving around all this vicinity. In the Bible, they called the black place what's it called? Ethiopia. They mention Ethiopia. They mention the Kush. So these places are black nations.
See, it's like your audio is paused. Can you see here? No. Well, okay. Well, thanks for that. For your comment. So yes, I forgot. Thanks for those who gave gifts and all that. Like we said, we prefer if you give it, on the website. That way it's usually more useful or accessible altogether. So thank you so much for those who have joined. Let's acknowledge those who are live so that we can excuse me. Yes, so that we can close for the day. Okay, so let me look for that list here. Okay. So let's try to get. Okay, so Freshly, thank you for coming. Hendrik, thanks for joining. Albie Okine, thank you, Seep World. Thank you, African Child of Yah. Thank you, Get Casted, for coming. Thank you, Japheth. So, Japheth, I'll call you after so we can work on that. Thank you, Chartro. Thank you, NDFA. Thank you, Adolphus Gold. Thank you, Oluyemi, for joining. So, we're going to see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock, same time, by God's grace. If you want to support the movie, go on our page, look for the movie trailer, the short one we posted. Just like it, share it if you have not, and things like that. So we'll keep moving forward. Thank you for all your time today. God bless you. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Same time, 10 o'clock UK time. The 19th of September. So tap the screen and ask questions. It's important for Africa not to get involved in the wars going on in the world. It's important for Africa not to get involved in those wars. Because they shouldn't be concerned about those wars. Because they shouldn't be concerned about those wars. Because they shouldn't be concerned about those wars. Let's tap screen. See, it's 1K. See, it's 1K and get started. Let's tap the screen. Get to 1,000 likes. Let's tap. They will be reading the last chapter of Joshua. Reading the last chapter of the book of Joshua. So Joshua 91 is already 1K. Joshua 91. So let's click share and repost. So from there we continue. Let's pray. We thank you, our Father, for another day. Let these words strengthen us, change us, guide us by your Spirit. We say by faith that we are gathered in the name of your precious Son. We ask that you strengthen us to be strong, to do your counsel, to do your will upon the earth, to build your kingdom, our nation, to be strong and to do exploit. We thank you, our Father. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. Joshua chapter 91. At that time, after the death of Joshua, the children of the Canaanites were still in the land, and the Israelites were resolved to drive them out. And the children of Israel asked of the Lord, saying, Who shall fight? Who shall first go up for us to the Canaanite to fight against them? And the Lord said, Judah shall go up. Once again, just to let you see the sincerely excessive metaphorization of scriptures, if I can put it that way. Most times, if we tell this to a New Testament Christian, they will tell you what God means is that they would praise Him first before going to battle. While that may be true, this is literally telling you the group of people, the nation, the country that will go ahead, that will stay in front of the fight, is what He's saying. Not necessarily that He wants you to sing before, So, of course, things can apply in those ways, but it's good to first understand the literal meaning before we are so quick to go all over the place, putting interpretations to it. So the Lord said, Judah shall go up. And children of Judah said to Simeon, Go up with us in our lot, and we will fight against the Canaanite, and we likewise will go up with you in your lot. So the children of Simeon went with the children of Judah, and the children of Judah went up and fought against the Canaanite. So the Lord delivered the Canaanite into the hands of the children of Judah, and they smote them in Bezek, 10,000 men. So they are saying, let two tribes go fight against those who are in the allotment given to Judah. And when they are done, both of them will still go fight for the allotment given to Simeon. It's what I believe they are trying to work out. And they fought with Adoni Bezek in Bezek. In other words, they fought with the Lord of Bezek in Bezek. Okay. In Yoruba land, or in Africa generally, but particularly Yoruba land, all you need to do to get somebody's land where they're ruling over, you put Lord or owner before the land. For example, Oni Afin, right? Where he's staying is Afin. Okay, so they call him Alafin, Oni Afin, right? Alake of Ake land, right? If you know these things, you can give me more examples. They just put Olu before it, or Oni just before it. Another example in Yoruba is I think they would use it for Egba land also, right? So, yes, thank you. Olubadon is a very good one. So this Olu here, Olubadon, so the place where the person is ruling over is called Ibadan. So they call it Olu Ibadan of Ibadan. In other words, he is the Elua, he is the Elohim, so to speak. All right? He's the Lord over Ibadan. So the same thing here. They say Adonai Bezek. So they fought with Adonai Bezek in Bezek. So it's like saying they fought with Olu Bezek or Olu Badon in Ibadan. The same thing. That's not changed, and they still use it till today. So Adonai Bezek. That's why Adonai, atheists can come now and tell you, well, there's one God called Adonai. There's one called El Shaddai. Why is Yahweh higher than the rest of them? Those are just descriptive names. Same thing as Baal. The same thing as Baale. Baal means Lord also, right? So it's like Baale or Baale. It's just a descriptive title, you know. So Adonai Bezek is the Lord of Bezek, Olu Badon of Ibadan, something like that. Thanks for the example. So that Olu is sent as Elua or Eloah or Elohim. So, and he fled from before them, and they pursued him and caught him, and they took hold of him and cut off his thumbs and great toes. Okay. And Adonai Bezek said, 70 kings, having their thumbs and great toes cut off, gathered their meat under my table, as I have done. So God has requited me, and they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. So the guy was confessing his sin invariably, that he too has cut people's toes and fingers, and they were eating under his table. And the children of Simeon went with children of Judah, and they smote the Canaanites with the edge of the sword. And the Lord was with the children of Judah, and they possessed the mountain. And the children of Joseph went up to Bethel. And children of Joseph, I believe, he's talking about Ephraim and Manasseh. The same is Luz. So they went to Luz, the children of Bethel. And the Lord was with them, and the children of Joseph spied out Bethel. And the watchmen saw a man going forth from the city. And they caught him and said to him, show us now the entrance of the city, and we will show kindness to thee. Okay. And the man showed them the entrance of the city, and the children of Joseph came and smote the city with the edge of the sword. And the man with his family they sent away, and he went to the Hittite, and he built a city. And he called the name thereof Luz. So all the children of Israelites dwelling in their city, and the children of Israel dwelling in, and the children of Israel dwelling in the cities, and the children of Israel served the Lord. Okay. Okay, so all the Israelites dwelt in their city, and then the children dwelt in their cities, and children of Israel served the Lord, and all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders who had lengthened their days after Joshua, and saw the great works of the Lord which he had performed in Israel. So all those generations served the Most High. And the elders judged Israel after the death of Joshua for 17 years. So that is how we still really rule in Africa, by elders and chiefs and things like that. And all the elders also fought the battles of Israel against the Canaanites, and the Lord drove the Canaanites from before the children of Israel in order to place the Israelites in their land. And he accomplished all the words which he has spoken to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the oath which he has sworn to give to them and to their children, the land of the Canaanites. And the Lord gave to the children of Israel the whole land of Canaan. And he, as he has sworn to their ancestors, which is basically Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, as they now call it. And the Lord gave them rest from those around them, and the children of Israel dwelt securely in their cities. Blessed be the Lord forever, and amen. Strengthen yourselves, and let the hearts of all of you that trust in the Lord be of good courage. So that brings us to the end of the book of Jasher. We thank God for that. So far we have read everything in the book of Enoch on this live, everything in the book of Jubilees, and everything in the book of Jasher. So we'll probably return to Enoch, but that will be maybe tomorrow, or perhaps today. If the live is too quiet, then we move. Or if there are maybe a few questions, then we do that. Or actually, I might read from the Epistle of Apollos the Prophet, but that is just one chapter, one book on one chapter, 12 verses. Okay. Thank you, Father. So that's the end of the book of Joshua. So the movie we are working on is out already. On the website. It's actually in public domain, but it's easy on our website to get these books, including the ones we've read here. So let's is Brahima Traore. The name of this person is the title of our movie. So let's read from the Epistle of Apollos the Prophet. If there are no questions, which I don't think there is any. So when we read from there, we will then proceed. And this works with the rumor about the 23rd of September thing about rapture and things like that. So let's read that. So this episode of Apollos the Prophet was written around 70 AD, around the time when the temple was destroyed. It happens to be the time when appears to be the time when the return, the one we call rapture, took place, when the people are taken off, and later the people will return with Jesus that took them, and they would fight Armageddon. And he's trying to tell us that these things are done. The website, can someone type the website for Andy FA? When you get to the website, you go to the book section. Go to the book section, then you okay. So we'll just read that today. Touching the matters, well, this is Epistle of Apollos the Prophet. Okay, it narrates how rapture took place. It's a fairly rare kind of document or book to have. But how come that the white missionaries are the ones who brought Christianity to Africa? Okay, it's just like the way they are the ones that brought chocolate from cocoa, even though we have cocoa in Africa. Same way they are the ones that brought so-called Italian leather, even though we later discovered it is Kano leather. Same way they brought sugar when you have sugar cane. They brought petrol, and they're still importing petrol when you have crude oil. It's the same way. People just forsook or forgot or are unaware of what they have. Okay, so they are unaware of what they have. So the apostles were told to go witnessing in those Arab nations where they were killed. Rome is in Europe. Yes, so they were literally all over the place. So apparently they must have forgotten that. They must have let go of their culture, let go of the writing. You see, just in this Joshua we finished reading, after a while, these people began to go back. And there was, in fact, watch this now. There was, in fact, you can check this in scripture. I don't know the Bible and scripture, the chapter and verse or the book, but I think it's the book of Kings, 1st or 2nd Kings. Very important. To answer your question, why is it the missionaries that brought the gospel back? There was a time, literally in Bible days, in fact, It's so close to Bible days that it is recorded in the Bible itself. And this is what happened. They went to dig out, maybe not literally dig, or there have been wars really, but they went to bring out the book of the law, which is basically Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, perhaps the book of Jasher also, and they read it to a Bible king. I think it's the king of Judah. And the king was weeping that, seriously, do we have these kind of things, this kind of law? As a king, do we have this kind of laws? And he was weeping and he removed all the idols because just about the best he could tell or he could work with were the idols that his father handed over to him. So he's like, oh, is there this kind of writing? And he was very surprised, right? So it's exactly the same thing. And like I said, that event is so close to the Bible that it was recorded in the Bible as a Bible event itself. So all that happened is many, many more years when the book and the writing and the code of conduct and the creeds have been lost, hidden, kept, and all that. Somebody then brought it with an ulterior motive, intention. As simple as that. So it's possible your history somehow is lost somewhere, but it's recorded in so much detail and it's brought back to you. So they found it on another group. A lot of missionaries were sincere. Some maybe were not so sincere working with the colonizers. Another simple question is, why not preach this gospel thing to your people? But it's okay. That's the same question they're asking Nigerians now when they preach the gospel outside the country that, hey, this prosperity or faith or whatnot, why not take it to your country and preach it there? Let your country be better. You understand? So we can't fully blame the missionaries based on that. So, but then to answer the question, it was just exported and re-imported. Okay. So let me know if that answers your question. So Black Ibri, it's like two people ask questions. Let me know who is not got their question answered yet. So we have finished the book of Joshua. We want to read Epistle of Apollos the prophet now. Touching the matter whereby thou didst inquire in thy last epistle, I will inform thee even as I have received. I, Apollos, was in my house in Nazareth, after the holy city had been taken by the Romans, and the temple of God destroyed, even as the Lord Jesus has told us. Verse 2, just 12 verses. And as the sun went down, I was resting from my work. The room was filled with a bright light, and there appeared unto me Angela, my sister, who had been reported as dead. kunleministers.org, that's the website. Someone can help type in there. I don't want them to flag this thing. But if they type it as a comment, it will fly. As the sun went down and as I was resting from my work, the room was filled with a bright light. And there appeared unto me Angela, my sister, who had been reported as dead, with many others of the brethren who were in the holy city at the time of the siege, who have never since been seen by any of us to this day. Verse 3. And Angela spoke to me, saying, Brother, why grievest thou for me? So this Angela appeared to Apollos. They thought Angela was dead with many others during the war to take the temple. So Angela is telling her brother Apollos, why grievest thou for me and for the fall of Jerusalem and for the holy house? Grieve rather that thou wast left behind when with the others of the brethren who were ready were taken up from the earth. For when the city was sorely besieged, and the battle was the most fierce, and the confusion was great and terrible, there was seen by all a great wonder in the heavens. Let someone type the website for NDFA. Okay. Let's see. We're trying to get the website across to you. Okay, so so look at it there and DFA. And Ajela spoke to me, saying, Brother, why grievest thou for me and for the fall of Jerusalem and for the holy house? Grieve rather that thou wast left behind. And when we, with the others of the brethren who were ready, were taken up from the earth. Verse 4. But when the city was sorely besieged, and the battle was the most fierce, and the confusion great and terrible, there was seen by all a great wonder in the heavens. For the Lord himself appeared from the clouds with her to whom he first appeared after he rose from the dead, who announced his resurrection to the 12 and the holy angels, according to the word that he spake unto us while he was in the flesh. And we who saw longed for deliverance and were ready for his appearance were caught up to him in the clouds with John, who alone of the 12 remained, whether in the body or out of the body I knew not. It was in a moment, and we were changed in the twinkling of an eye. And those who were his enemies saw it and fled in great confusion, and fell on the swords of the Romans, and perished. And to me alone has it been given that I should appear unto thee, for thy comfort, my brother. So those who were being left behind were still kind of comforted, and for the consolation of those that are left behind, and those that shall come after them, that they may believe in the word spoken by the Lord before he suffered. Verse 8. Farewell, brother. Go and comfort those that are left, for there will arise those who will deny that he returned, as they said, like people denying now. Because none of those who saw his appearance are left behind to witness thereof. Interesting, exactly. I was wondering the discrepancy here, or the error here. Well, not error, discrepancy is what I should call it. Okay, that how come some enemies saw it and the enemies that saw, because by enemies it meant those who pierced him, like Jesus said, that those who pierced him will see him. Okay, but the lady is saying those that saw him were taken up, but yet some enemies saw him. And she's saying here that nobody that saw him was there to testify. I was wondering that, hey, some of the enemies who saw him should have testified, but then it just clicked now that if you saw Jesus when he returned, there were two options, right? It's either you were taken up in the rapture, as we call it, or you fell on the sword of the Romans. That's exactly what she's saying. So she's saying nobody eventually was left behind to be able to come tell Apollos like this. It's either you were not his enemy like that and you didn't see him because you were not ready in your heart. Okay? Or you saw him as his enemy and you fell on the sword of Romans, or you saw him as people connected, ready for him, and then you were taken up in what we call rapture. So now it's clicking now. So is my brain even catching up with the writing? And that's one thing about truth and events that actually occurred that have been recorded. You will not need to look for loopholes to close up and things like that, because it happened and you stated what you saw or what you were told from the actual event. It will not be difficult at all. You will not need, there will be no stress to try to make it true and to protect loopholes. So my mind now, brain is just catching up with that fact. I used to wonder that looked like a little loophole there when she said there was nobody that saw Jesus when he returned to be able to witness. I felt like, well, there were some people that saw him that were his enemies. It was occurring to me now that those enemies fell on the sword of the Romans, so they could not come back to tell everybody. Verse 9, but believe thou that the Christ shall return again at the end of the age in glory. So he's telling you there's another return coming at their time, which happened in maybe less than 10 years, maybe 3 years, 3.5 years, 7 years. Okay. And when it says the end of the age, there are quite a few ages from the time of Adam till our time. So another end of the age is still coming, but one age ended then when Yeshua, Jesus, returned and took the saint and came back to fight the Armageddon war to end that age. So when that age ended, a new age started where Jesus started to reign for 1,000 years. After that, and that age ended again, and the new age started. New world order started where Satan started to deceive. So that new world order also is going to end with a war, and there'll be another age again of new heaven and new earth. So when they say the end of the age, it doesn't mean some end always in the future, that once we can still look and see sun and moon, then age has not ended. No, that age could have ended. That was referred to in that time. If you can still hear me and you understand what I'm saying, type a yes or F1. So I'm sure I'm not just talking to myself. So normally we finish around 1 hour. So which is how we'll finish today. So if you can still hear and understand what I'm saying, type a yes or type F1. So I know that you're there. Okay, we have just one. There's almost 15 people on live. So it's just one person that understands. Let's type yes or F1. Or are you guys using our channel like a radio? You just turn it on and put it somewhere. So type yes or F1 if you understand what I'm saying or what I've been reading. It's making sense to you. Type it in the comments. Okay, Cypernese can get it. That's 2 people out of 13. Let's have 2 more. Okay, London Cubana is getting it. So we are not trying to argue with the Christians. In fact, we have told you that this document could be false, which it almost feels like blasphemy to say that, honestly. Yeah, thank you, Salter. I hear you. I don't just understand. Black Hebrew, I think you need to come up. You need to come up, please. Although I suspect you might be at work. Because I think Black Hebrew is a doctor. But ask questions if you don't understand Black Hebrew. So this document, like I said, could be anything, but you can tell that the thing is authentic, right? So that's why we're open-minded. There is no fear, there's no pressure that we must be right. You know, if we are wrong, then we're wrong. I really want to understand, my brother, Christopher. Yeah, come up and ask. It's very simple. Or you ask questions. What we are reading is a document where Jesus' return, for what we know as rapture, took place, and it was recorded how somebody relayed the event. So, but believe thou, verse 9, it ends in verse 12. Believe thou that the Christ shall return again at the end of the age, which is their age. And I arose. Now, the vision is finished. It's like it was an open vision. And I arose and went to some of the brethren and told them these things. So he went to tell them the vision he saw, but they seemed to them as an idle tale. They're like, you're just joking. For they answered, if thy sister and others were taken, why have we been left behind in the misery of this world? In other words, we are also righteous. Surely they are fallen by the sword also. And it was a vision. In other words, something like an empty dream that you saw. And we which are left behind shall perish likewise. They're like, hey, everybody's just going to die. Forget about this thing. So, verse 11, he said, and I returned to my home. Don't forget, by the way, this letter was a response to a letter that was written to him. Like, okay, somebody asked him about something and was using it to answer a question. So questions are very powerful. And I returned to my house and held my peace. That's verse 11. For I was in doubt. So he began to doubt. And said, if this thing is true, it will be brought to light in a future day. And I like saying that in a future day like today. You see, and it's brought to light. And this man, by the way, is a prophet. Why? For the Lord certainly did say, before this generation should pass away, all these things should be, even as my sister has told me they have been. So he's even kind of struggling to understand that rapture was in his own past, right? So if he that is living in that age that literally saw Jesus, right? They told him about rapture that has happened. It was hard for him to believe. How much more? Supposedly 22,000 years after, which we think is about 1,300 plus or so, actually. He said, for certainly the Lord said, before this generation should pass away, these things should be. Verse 12, those who are with me salute thee. Peace be with thee and to all in thine house. This document is so precious. So precious. And I think it's such a privilege, such a grace that God allowed us to find it. So precious. Okay. So let's take guests. If you have questions, you can come up so that we'll address your questions. So Blackie Bree, if you can, please come up. This is the time to come up. Blackie Bree can come up. Just give me a few seconds, guys. Okay, you're not able to come up, please. Yeah, just type your question then. Then the other person, Christopher or something. Christopher, type your question also. Or come up. So we'll leave the floor open for another 2-3 minutes before we jump into another text. Or maybe actually, let's just spend today, or the rest of the time today, rather, speaking and discussing. So it's very likely the trailers will start rolling out soon. We'll sell the ticket for the movie on the website for a small fee. We probably will subsidize for people located in Africa or make it free for you if you're located in Africa, depending on what is obtainable. So ask your questions. Yes, beautiful morning at Duffers Gold. So we're waiting for questions before we proceed. Or before we close. So let's show you the movie. Yes, the Bible happens to be the world history. Eric, the Bible happens to be the world history is what we have found out. Let's see, 100%. Okay. We hear now New World Order. What is it about, please? Okay, yes, this is like a posthumous question. So yes, it's It happens to start in, so started in 1776. It's like it started in 1776. Okay. So while that is working, any other question? I wanted to show something. Okay. Um. da, 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 da. Okay. On. So that movie is coming out soon. It's the title there. Okay. Let's show the trailer here.
ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ ogun lámúròdì ní Oòduà jẹ́ kí ó tó wá sí Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ìhàyín. What are you saying in essence, Tara, son of Nahor? No. Ẹ ṣeun, orúkọ mi náà ń jẹ́ Rahima.
So you can find it on that website. The person asking. You can find it on that website, Rahima Movie. Scan that to take you there. So eventually we would make it available on the website for sale. So those who have supported the live, or the movie rather, we'll give them some code access to the website so they can watch it without paying. Yeah, or actually many of them are even givers already. They might still go ahead and still buy. And again, we'll try to subsidize for those living in Africa. Okay. So to answer the question, so New World Order has really started just about this time. This is more like an Illuminati symbol, but you find it also in the United States. Okay. So Illuminati, the Freemasons, they are just about one and same. And it's like saying the Kabbalah, it's all connected. And it's very deep actually. So that's your hexagram right there. Okay. That hexagram star that they're trying to use to steal the identity of God's people, which is the African people, enslaved in America for a long time. So that's why Israel and America will just constantly be tied together. So now they have said 50 states want Israel, of which United States has 50 states. So it means Anoid Coptus Novo Ordo Seclorum. It means he nodded at the beginning of the New World Order. Okay. And they tell you when is, because in that phrase you have the word beginning. Beginning is a question or an answer of time. And in the same time, you have this written there. This MDCC. The same thing on the dollar bill. They tell you it nodded at the beginning of the New World Order, and they write a time there for you to give you a suggestion when the New World Order started. And that time written on your dollar bill is when the United States was formed in 4th of July, 1776. And the Illuminati was formed in Bavaria, Germany, some months before that, in May 1776. I think it's the 1st of May. So since then, there's been just too much destruction, deception really, and destruction on the earth. The deception is just it's too far, it's too deep. But hardly does it go beyond scripture. Deception doesn't go beyond scripture. So imagine, as you might want to suspect, that Adolf Hitler was probably not such a bad person. He might have been fighting just in his own mind, what he knows best, but it's like the Middle East people he was trying to fight seems to be like, hey, he knew what he was doing. But the deception, if it is, about Hitler was so deep that in far, far away Africa, in Yoruba land, just like you sing national anthem and things like that, there is a song in African language that sings and talks about how bad Hitler was. These are people that have not met Hitler before. They have nothing to do with the war between Germany and other Eastern Europeans that have called themselves what's it called now? Jewish people. But there is a Yoruba song that sings about Hitler and says he's a bad man, Hitler. We're marching to go fight Hitler. And the children know nothing about it. So, but that's how far the deception went. Okay, that's propaganda. Just like they, trying to paint China as evil, communist. This Russia is bad. Meanwhile, Russia and China combined together has not invaded maybe as much as 20% or even 10% of the number of countries and territories that America has. So the deception is quite deep. So it's just at the beginning of order of deception is what it is at the end of the day. So one of the most valuable things that you can have in this day and age is just truth and information and fact. So we're wrapping up already. Thanks for those that have joined today. We can take one more question if there's any, so that we will wrap up. So another thing I noticed, which I'm beginning to see, there must be a reason for it, which is that every kind of genocide, so to speak, you see happening in Nigeria or in Africa, but particularly Nigeria. For example, even the Biafra War, that which was purely a tribal thing of some nation not doing well with another nation, and the Igbos wanting to break out, is a religious, rather, is a tribal thing. It's based on ethnicity purely, right? But every of such battles and wars in Africa, particularly Nigeria, the United States seem to be very bent on making it look like a religious war. Very, very important. I'll say that again. Just about every war or genocide or fight that happens in Nigeria, the United States are always wanting to paint it as a religious war between the Christians and the Muslims. I was surprised when I saw the post where some American guy came to Benue, I think, where the 200 people were unalived, some months ago. And it said 200 Christians were killed, 200 Christians were killed. It's not 200 Christians, it's 200 human beings that were killed, 200 Nigerians. If that kind of thing has happened in America, they would say 200 Americans, 200 Americans. As though Americans have a different, blood than other human beings. So they keep wanting to make it into a religious war. And the reason for that seems to be maybe because it's easier for them to take sides. But if it's which is what it was, like a Yoruba or an Igbo and Hausa war, or Igbo and the rest of Nigeria war, they would not know how to take sides. But if they keep it like a religious war, then it's easier for them to say, "Oh, we're a Christian nation," and try to twist. Meanwhile, some of those attacks, by the way, I mean, like we have seen, like USAID is said to be sponsoring Boko Haram, for example. So some of those dreams at the end of the day, some of those fights at the end of the day were sponsored somehow indirectly sometimes by the Western world. And they will come on the other way and say, let's support you, Christians. No. So watch out for that. You're welcome, life coach. Good morning. I think you're muted, life coach.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I've been to, I don't know if you remember me, I've been here before.
Yes, this sounds familiar.
Yeah, and I think I made a video where I tagged you recently. I don't know if you've
Okay. I respond.
The Yoruba, whatever. I don't know if you saw the video. I think I sent it to you or something. Anyway,
okay,
that's out of the way. My question is, I was wondering about, because when we look at the true Israelites and we say that true Israelites are blacks, then I was thinking about America. Who are the Philistines of old? Is it the Americans, or are they just the Ashkenazi Jews, which are the converted Jews? Or can we say that their lineage is from the Philistines? It can be traced back to the Philistines, because when you look at these things, the things that are happening, and you look at the power structure, we know that UK is being ruled by a specific bloodline, and which is tied to the occult and all this. So they are posing to be Christians, but they are not actually Christians. So how can we who are they really? I think that's
you mean the Philistines or the royal blood and things like that?
Yes, the Americans,
okay,
these people that are always bent on enslaving the Jews and all that. Who are they really? Are they the Philistines? Can we say they are the Philistines? Because in those days, the Philistines are the ones that were always after the Jews. And they were also into the occult, heavily into the occult. So that said, also, I also see a lot of, it's a pity that Africans, a lot of Africans, their eyes are not yet open. A lot of Nigerians also, their eyes are not yet open. You see a lot of people, I would say, falling away from faith, saying they are going back to their traditional beliefs and all that. But personally for me, I think it is lack of knowledge, because you say Christianity is a white man's religion. You are going back to your tradition. But do you know that this your traditional gods, they are just basic witchcraft and wizardry in the occult, in Satanism. They are the least level in Satanism. And at the top of the hierarchy, You have all these occult group, this 33rd degree, the Freemason and Illuminati. They are the ones at the top of all Satanism, all form of witchcraft, all form of, they control all the gods, all the mini gods, like, let's call them demigods, and all these traditional rulers, they are just at the bottom of the food chain. They are the least in power structure, in everything. They are the least. They have their hierarchies. In Satanism, they have their hierarchies. And witches and wizards, which are all these traditional that we have, call it whatever it is, you call it your Shango, all of them, all those priests, they are basic witch and wizards, and they are the least when you look at hierarchy, in Satanism. After them you have all the grandmasters and all those, but at the top of the food chain is always a white man. So it's lack of knowledge. A lot of people, they say they are going back to their fathers' gods, because Christianity is a white man's religion. But indeed, these people you are going back to, it is a white man also that it is at the top. It is a white man that leads all these other gods. So I don't know, what is wrong with Africans, how we are easily deceived, But if you look at all these things, propagandas, these are being controlled by people in the media, people in power. These same people are the ones they control the narrative in the media. If you understand what the media is just a tool of control for them, and they have their ways of manipulating, they have their ways of sponsoring, all these things. So, I don't know, maybe we Africans, I think, a lot of us, we dwell much on lack of knowledge. So circling back to the question, who are these, white men, these people that are, always against the Israelites, who are bent on enslaving the Israelites? Who are they really?
Okay. We have addressed that before, but I want to use a diagram to try to explain that to you if I can find it on time. Let's see proofs. Okay, so we got one here. I saw you mentioned Philistines, so I think we need to open another. Let's see. Main table of nations. Okay. So you mentioned Philistines. I'll try to start from there and try to make sense of the things. So now, the book of Daniel spoke about continuation reception. Okay. Spoke about some of that. Yes. So the book of Daniel matches with time. So I think we need to move to. I'll see what how God guides us and leads us. So this is the human race, as it were, Adamic race to be more precise. Okay, so Philistine will be somewhere around around here, which will be child of Mitzrayim. So Mitzrayim is Egypt, one of the children of Ham. So Philistine will be here, which is Kasluim. Okay, somewhere here. So this is where the Philistines are, and there's Kaftorim there also. So, but that's not all of those people are still kind of dark skinned, so to speak. So, it appears that many of the white people, especially the royal, so-called royal blood and all that, 13 families seem to be from this race altogether. Okay. Night life coach. Do you know who these people are?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm. So when in the 6th generation, when God actually sent watchers to do good things on the earth, right? That's why this guy was even called Yared or Jared, which means to descend. It was in his days that the watchers descended as God sent them to come and teach mankind some things, but then they missed their way. Okay. So, and they began to have relations with the daughters of men. So they were destroyed, but they somehow found their way back into the bloodline of humans somehow. Perhaps they found a way to embody themselves back. Perhaps some DNA thing that is very ancient, but they got their way back into the human race. Goliath was one of such. Okay. So, but at the very best, if they are not Nephilim, right? Because we can't afford to make this all about skin color. It's going to be too tight. And it won't be right, really. Okay, but at the very best, they are tribes of Japheth, because you have heard Ashkenazi Jew before.
Yeah.
So at the very best, they are Ashkenaz. For example, the Jewish people, okay, of which what I suspect is that these people here, okay, these ones here, came from the Caucasus Mountains and all of that, and they're living in the land of this person. But this whole people really that were living there originally, who must have looked like regular dark-skinned Adam made from clay, have been wiped out by these people. Okay? But then they've taken over this name. But to make it sound the nicest, at the very best, they're from tribe of Japheth. And like we were reading in the book of Enoch, book of Jasher. Book of Jasher is, this book was written by Jasher, who is supposed to be a son of Caleb. Caleb, the colleague of Joshua. Okay.
Yeah.
But as old as that book is, there was some Hebrew words that were used then. That let me see if I can find that verse. By the way, in this book they mentioned Franza. They mentioned Macedonia. They mentioned Turkey. They mentioned Bulgar, which is like Bulgaria. They mentioned Italia. They mentioned Rome. Okay. So this is the book. Sorry.
I said that's Book of Japheth, right?
Jasher, Book of Jasher. Have you heard it before?
No, I think this is my first time of hearing it. Jasher.
Okay, so there's Book of Jasher. One of the things you said about, for example, Yoruba gods, etc., being maybe some of them were biblical figures. You will find some of those details here. So this movie we have made, for example, we have relied on that part of that Book of Jasher to make this, and some other Yoruba history, amongst other African history written there. Many African languages were spoken in the movie. Yoruba, Xhosa, Swahili, Gani, Chi of Ghana, Igbo, like that. So, so this book mentioned all of that. So it tells you that they know about that land. Of course, this book must have been written in Hebrew, but they had a Hebrew word that this translator, who translated in maybe 1844 thereabout, could still find the word for it. So yeah, so like Adolphus is trying to say that they have even Britannia is here. You understand? There's literally just one mention of Britannia in the whole of the Book of Jasher. And this is Jasher chapter, I'm trying to find the chapter first. Jasher chapter 90. Okay. So look at this, for example. So it begins to tell you potential reason why they hid the book. Okay. Talking about one of the kings, he said during his reign, he fought, during his reign, he brought forth an army, and he went and fought against the inhabitants of Britannia. By the way, this person is in Kittim, which is Cyprus. Okay. Britannia and Kernania and the children of Elisha. And that Elisha, of course, is not the prophet Elisha. Like, thank God I've got the Table of Nations open so I could show you Elisha. that is referring to. I think we should be able to find it on time. So this is the Elisha he's talking about. Very likely, you see. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, so all these were European countries and nations. But like I said, it's very likely that these people and the original blood has either been mixed or wiped out altogether. This Tarshish, Nineveh, Tarshish. Tarshish is likely to be Iberia, which is Spain. Kittim is Cyprus. You can still find that on the internet. Okay, so these are Magog, Madai. Magog is likely Americas. Okay, some will say Russia, but either way, they join at Alaska. Okay, so so for you to have Britannia here, the simple question is, where is Nigeria? Where is Ghana? Where is Cameroon? You know, you're not going to find that. So long story short, they're likely to be, most of them are this, okay? The white-skinned kind of white supremacy stuff. But interestingly, for some reason, what Jesus came to do is too big, and it feels somehow. That is why the Jews didn't like it, and he told them that, hey, I'm opening this door for everybody who is willing to change. If you're willing to change, the door is open for you. It's the last opportunity, so to speak, right? So it appears that there are some people that are somehow mixed. I mean, the worst case anybody can be is something that is connected to Nephilim. But we have seen people that are white skin, whatnot, that still did some good things, right? And some of them are like, I'm going to follow this Jesus thing. Some of them know Jesus is black, and they're like, hey, that's the truth. I'm still going on with it, right? And God opened that way for them. So if he has opened that way for them, how much more? Children of Adam and Eber, which is the Eberus, and the Jacobites, or the Israelites, and then the Jews. So all Jews are Israelites, or Israelites are Eberus, or Eberus are Adamites. But there's some people that are not from Adam. So yeah, so Noah was whitish, like the comment is saying. So he was one person that was whitish. In fact, it was when he was born whitish with the long hair and things like that, that his father was so afraid, that's in the book of Enoch, that they thought that maybe his mother must have been raped by a watcher, some of those angels that came. Or it was then his great-great-grandfather, Enoch, that cleared the air and said, you know what, there's nothing wrong with your Noah. But he said there that some of his own descendants will end up giving birth to Nephilim. Okay, that he is not a Nephilim, right? Nephilim is the children of a watcher that came in this generation. So he's saying he's not a Nephilim, that's Noah, but some of his descendants will give birth. You find that in the book of Enoch. So the good news is we are returning. Okay, go ahead. I'm not very sure. I'm not very sure, honestly. I'm not sure it explains that in the book of Enoch. In fact, it was such a very near miss, or very near. That's the only scripture. Well, most of the scripture will help you understand that the Hebrew people, in fact, Adamic race is black, right from the start when it says that they are Adamo, right? They are creatures of clay. So creatures of clay will look like clay, right? So, yeah. But then in so-called New Testament, we tend to make everything figurative. We say, oh, it's just saying that he made him from the earth. It's just saying too many things in scriptures are just so literal than we like to admit, because we don't know the understanding of it. It's not bad if you use it figuratively, but it's good to understand the literal meaning first before then going all over all directions in whatever way you want to misinterpret it or interpret it. So I don't know if that answers your question already, so I don't keep going. So they're either here. Yeah.
No, I was thinking that could it be that it was maybe what they call this albino?
Yes, that's a possibility. But he said the skin was whitish, okay, and red, which puts you somewhere around pinkish. And then he says the hair was long. Africans can have long hair also, but is going to be like an afro, not the long hair that comes down. You get it? They can also have locks, which is what we call Nazarite. You get it?
Yeah.
So it could have been albino, truly, like you said. We have heard that before, but albino and we call them in Nigeria, Oyinbo, they're almost the same thing. You see?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's that. So from tomorrow, because we're done for the day, from tomorrow, well, except there's maybe other questions, you can let us know in the comments or anywhere. So from tomorrow, we'll continue a fresh book. Um, we'll continue a fresh book. There is something that we saw that is making us want to think that maybe it's a sign for us to move forward, because we're going to go back to the book of Enoch and read, because we've read the whole of Enoch, the whole of Jubilees, and the whole of the book of Jasher. We just finished Jasher today. And then we also read the epistle of Apollos the prophet, which is just one chapter and 12 verses this morning. So tomorrow I would pray about it. Uh, we'll see if we'll be moving forward to some new things, or how it's going to go. But thank you so much for everybody that has joined today. Let's appreciate those who are on the live. So if there are no questions, we are finishing already now. So the movie is out. Watch out for it. Go to the page and like the trailer that is there, and we'll keep coming up with new ones, with other trailers. So we're likely to sell it for your rent or whatever, to watch it on the website, and we'll try, depending on how easy it is to configure things, to make it at a much lower price for people that are living in Africa. So all they will do is just confirm your location from the web. We don't know how that's going to work, if it's going to work at all. And then when your location is within an African country, then, or at least sub-Saharan African country, then it will subsidize it for you just by location. And the question is, won't there be Africans in diaspora? Maybe you are living in the UK or Australia, and you're not able to pick an African country because that's not where your location is. Well, the idea is that if you are in diaspora, usually you have more of this, their fake money called dollars, and you'll be able to afford more of that than someone living in Africa. Okay, so it's not like it's that bad. So you may not be able to choose a cheaper amount if you're living in diaspora at the moment when you want to watch the movie. Okay, that's it. Thanks for all that have joined. So let's appreciate those that are on the live. Thank you, Effortlessly Shade, for coming. Thank you, D1, Wola, Aikamani, Life Coach, Enoch Eben, Cypernese, Maria, Theo at Fellowship. Thank you, Lou Shea Kombi. Thank you, Andy FA. So thank you, Adolphus Gold. Thank you, London Cubana. Thank you, Ide Mudiam. And thank you, Jack Rod and Black Ibri. So we'll see tomorrow by God's grace, same time, 10 o'clock. Anthony, you're just coming, you came late. So thank you for those that have joined. We'll meet again tomorrow, 10 o'clock, same time. God bless us all. Thank you. Bye-bye. Good morning. The 20th of September. So let's tap the screen to get started. Start the screen. Let's hit our 1,000 likes. Start the screen. Shalom, Shabbat, Shalom. Let's tap the screen to hit 1K. Good morning, Swetaya. And good morning, Muka Onobajo. I would like to hear you before I tap, like I will have more than generous. I'll be more than generous to hear you. Okay. You want to hear what we say before I tap the screen? Okay, before you tap the screen. Okay, or you can come up, blessed love, so we can talk. That makes it faster. And if you line up with scriptures, I understand. We have read the whole of Book of Enoch on this platform over time, and we read Jubilees. Oh, it's the first time. Maybe it's because you're greeting. I thought you've been here before. We've read the whole of Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and we just finished the Book of Jasher yesterday. Yeah, I think yesterday. Yeah. So we probably will be going back to the Book of Enoch again. We're going to go to other books, but it seems like we need to return to Enoch again. So we literally read scriptures. I mean, just to try to answer your question. I was just being polite as it's custom. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I wish you can come up so we can just read, say hi. We normally would talk like that while we are building up the likes to 1,000 before we start reading. We would normally converse with people, answer questions, listen to submissions, etc. We usually will be live for about 1 hour, or read one chapter of scripture, whichever comes first, something like that. Okay, interesting. But where are you calling from? What area, if you don't mind? US, UK, South Africa, Nigeria. UK, okay, that's nice. Okay. You're welcome, Lutza. So let's tap the screen. We just started a minute ago. Let's hit 1,000 likes. So this is the topic. If you have questions about it, if you have comments about it, then please drop them. Let's tap to hit 1,000 likes. Let's tap for 1,000 likes. I'm from West Africa. And you? Where are you from? Or are you British? I was born in Lagos. Okay. Let's tap the screen, guys. I don't know how. Let's tap till we get to 1,000. You're welcome, Kolapo Raimo. It's like your name is just about the same name with our movie. Right. Your parents, before taken away, they were from Israel, Jerusalem. They ran into West Africa from Roman persecution. We are saying Israel itself is in West Africa. And we are saying that most people who say they moved from Israel to West Africa, what actually happened is they moved from some part of Sub-Saharan Africa still to West Africa within Sub-Saharan Africa, is what we're saying. Because we have found it's like the real Israel is in Sub-Saharan Africa. Foreparents were enslaved and taken to West Indies. See. Honestly, I think having a conversation will be much easier for you than typing. I just think so. So everybody, we're going back to the book of Enoch to read it again. We wanted to read some other book, but it will be too quick. I don't think we're ready for that. Okay. I don't think we're ready for that. So it is 1,000 likes and want to read the book of Enoch. Okay. Let us pray. We thank you, our Father. We want to read from these scriptures. We say and declare that we are gathered in your name. We ask that your presence be with us. Guide us by the same Spirit that inspired these scriptures. Cause us to be strong to do exploits, to seek your kingdom, and to build our nation, to hate iniquity and to love righteousness, because sin is a reproach, righteousness exalts a nation. Thank you, our Most High God. In the name of your Son, Yeshua, we pray. Amen. Okay, so let's read the book of Enoch. We need to start from that again. So we either read one chapter. If there are questions, we attend to them when we are done with the chapter. Okay. So actually, the goal is to read one chapter per day, minimum. But if the chapter exceeds 1 hour, we carry on. If it's before 1 hour, then we can converse. Okay. If it's so short, then we can read another one or 2 chapters. So we'll talk about the movie after the reading. Enoch chapter 1, the word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all the wicked and ungodly, Enoch, a righteous man who was with God, answered and spoke, while his eyes were open, while he saw a holy vision in the heavens, and the angels show me. So Enoch saw a lot of things. He saw how the earth shape is. He saw the luminaries, how they moved back and forth. He was there because Enoch is the 7th from Adam, and the 6th is Yared. And the reason why they call his father Yared is because Yared means to descend, and it was in his days that the watchers descended. So Enoch was first-hand in this, and he was very involved in the situation. When the watchers began to have relations with the daughters of men to give birth to Nephilim, and Enoch was attempting to intercede for these Nephilim so that they are not destroyed or punished by God. And God said, angels should be interceding for human being, if anything, not vice versa. Okay. And so he had the names of the angels and many other details like that. And it was in the book of Enoch again that we got to know that to have a skin different from this African kind of skin is close to being like a Nephilim. Okay, and the whitish skin and long hair is something that Nephilim has. So it doesn't mean everybody white skin is Nephilim, or it suggests that maybe all their Nephilim that they had then were white skin and long haired, and quite a lot of interesting things like that. Verse 2. But at the end of the day, no matter what we read, we'll probably be doing more than one chapter today, because the first chapter is just 8 verses. But generally, no matter what we read and all, it always boils down to righteousness. Always. There is no shortcut from it. There is no way. There is no way. It's always about righteousness. Verse 2, from them, that is from the angels, I heard all things and understood what I saw. That which will not take place in this generation, but in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period on account of the elect. From the timing that God showed Enoch also, he saw the time he saw the time of the Messiah right from his time, right? And quite a lot of things, and he saw everything from start to finish up until the time of the new heaven and new earth, which we think is coming soon after the war. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so upon their account I spoke and conversed with him who will go forth from his habitation, the Holy and Mighty One, the God of the world, who will hereafter tread upon Mount Sinai, appear with his hosts, and be manifested in the strength of his power from heaven. All shall be afraid, and the watchers be terrified. Great fear and trembling shall seize them, even to the ends of the earth. The lofty mountains shall be troubled, and the exalted hills depressed, melting like a honeycomb in the flame. The earth shall be immerged, and all things which are in it perish. While judgment shall come upon all, even upon all the righteous. I reckon he's talking about the first major judgment, which is that of the watchers in the flood of Noah. Noah is the 10th from Adam. Enoch was the 7th. Verse 7. But to them shall he give peace. To them shall he give peace. He shall preserve the elect, and towards them exercise clemency. Then shall all belonging to God be happy and blessed, and the splendor of the Godhead shall illuminate them. Enoch chapter 2. Now, this part of Enoch is the one that was quoted in the book of Jude. Enoch chapter 2. Behold, he comes with 10,000s of his saints to execute judgment upon them, and destroy the wicked, and reprove all carnal for everything which the sinful and ungodly have done and committed against him. So Enoch chapter 2 has just one verse. Interesting. So now Enoch chapter 3. So here he has not started placing it in timelines. So, but this actual coming he mentioned is different from the coming of the Noah. It happened, it's probably a coming that happened around 70 AD when Jesus died and rose up and returned to do the Armageddon. That's about the only time when he came with thousands like that. Thousands upon thousands. Chapter 3. And all who are in heaven know what is transacted there. They know that the heavenly luminaries change not their paths, that each rise and set regularly, everyone at its proper period, without transgressing the commands which they have received. They behold the earth and understand what is and behold They behold the earth and understand what is there transacted from the beginning to the end of it. They see that every work of God is invariable in the period of its appearance. They behold summer and winter, perceiving the whole earth is full of water, and the cloud, the dew, and the rain refresh it. Chapter 4. Also one verse, chapter 4. They consider and behold every tree, how it appears to wither, and every leaf to fall off, except of 14 trees, which are not deciduous. I think that means they're not seasonal, which wait from the old and to the appearance of the new leaf for 2 or 3 winters. Chapter 5. Again, they consider the days of summer, that the sun is upon it, its very beginning, while you seek for a covered and shady spot on account of the burning sun. Right, that's talking about human beings because it's so hot, people want to hide from the sun. While the earth is scorched up with fervid heat, and you become incapable of walking either upon the ground or upon the rocks in consequence of that heat. So they considered how the trees, when they put forth their green leaves, become covered and produce fruit, understanding everything and knowing that he who lives forever does all these things for you. He's telling you the luminaries have intelligence to see and understand these things. That the works at the beginning of every existing year, that all his works are subservient to him and invariable. Yet as God has appointed, so are all things brought to pass. They see too how the seas and rivers together complete their respective operations. But you endure not patiently, nor fulfill the commandment of the Lord. So he's comparing us to the stars. But you transgress and calumniate his greatness. In other words, speak evil of his greatness. And malignant are the words in your polluted mouths against his majesty, talking about how human beings could do compared to other creatures of God. You withered in heart, no peace shall be to you. Therefore your days shall you curse, and the years of your life shall perish. Perpetual execration shall be multiplied, and you shall not obtain mercy. See, speaking judgment. In those days shall you resign your peace with the eternal maledictions of all the righteous, and sinners shall perpetually execrate you. Okay, you shall execrate you with the ungodly. What's the meaning of execrate again? Let me check. I think I forgot that. Execrate meaning to express great loathing, to hate something, great loathing for something. Okay, that's the meaning of execrate. Right. Verse 9, the elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. But you unholy, shall be accursed. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect. So you see, it's about righteousness and unrighteousness. It just never gets old from the start till now. Despite the effort that the so-called maybe hyper grace is trying to do to make righteousness just sound like, well, it's just one of those things, and it's not really about what you do and all that. Okay, there's no way it's not going to be about what you do. Even the scripture says, the part we like to call the New Testament, that people will be judged, as in the book of Revelation, that people will be judged according to what they have done in the flesh. See, so but you unholy shall be accursed. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect, all of whom shall live, and not again transgress by impiety or pride, but shall humble themselves, possessing prudence, and shall not repeat transgression. They shall not be condemned the whole period of their lives, nor die in torment and indignation. But the sum of their days shall be completed, and they shall grow old in peace, while the years of their happiness shall be multiplied with joy, and with peace forever, and the whole duration of their existence. Chapter 7. Okay, so I think chapter 7 is when the main story begins. All of that is like introduction, and the main theme tells you is about righteousness. Tells you judgment coming in the days of Noah, of which Noah and Enoch, they knew each other. Okay. And it tells you about the one coming in the Armageddon when Jesus came and resurrected. So he just did all of that, and now he's about to start. So this is where the interesting part starts. Okay. So chapter 7, Enoch chapter 7. It happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days that daughters were born to them, elegant and beautiful. And when the angels, the sons of heaven, beheld them, they became enamored of them. Enamored means like to begin to like them, really, because it's from that word amour, which means love in French. So the angels, the sons of heaven, became enamored of them, saying to each other, "Come, let us select for ourselves wives from the progeny of men, and let us beget children." And they were not supposed to do that, but somehow they could. They had the ability, the potential to do that, but they were not supposed to. Verse 3. Then their leader, Samyaza, said to them, "I fear that you may perhaps be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise, and that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime." So they knew what they were doing, and they were not tempted, as it were. Okay. At least not by an entity. So they knew punishment could be there. Would be there, in fact. Verse 5. But they answered him and said, "We all swear." So they all swore to this. Verse 6. And bind ourselves by mutual execrations, that we will not change our intention, but execute our projected undertaking. So they all swore that they were going to do this. Okay. They all swore that they were going to do that, and everybody would do that. So it's like, as far as for Samyaza, that their leader, as far as everybody is undertaking the punishment, it's like he's fine with that. Or undertaking the whole scene. Then they swore all together and all bound themselves by mutual execrations. What's the meaning of execration again? It means to hate something, right? To express great loathing for. So it's like they sent curses on their own selves, like an oath, really. So swore. Their whole number was 200 who descended upon Ardis, which is the top of Mount Armon or Hermon. Okay. So there are 200 of those watchers, those angels. Verse 8. By the way, this is the same thing you find in Genesis 6. It only explains it a whole lot more. I mean, Genesis 6 just mentions in a few verses, but this explains it a lot more. So verse 8 now, Enoch chapter 7, verse 8. That mountain therefore was called Armon or Hermon, because they had sworn upon it, okay, and bound themselves by mutual execrations. These are the names of the chiefs, of their chiefs. Samyaza who was their leader. Uraka Bara, oh dear. Uraka Baramiel, right? That's the second. Akibiel, that's the third. Tamiel, Ramuel, Daniel, Azkiel, Sarak, Niel, Asael, Armas, Batral, Anane, Zavebi, Sam Savail, Artael, Turel, Yom Yael, Araziel. Okay, these were the prefects of the 200 angels, and the remainder were all with them. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19. That's probably 20. Maybe I didn't count it right. So that's probably 20 of the angels like that. So it's like 1 over every 10. They're prefects. Verse 10. Then they took wives, each choosing for himself, whom they began to approach, and with whom they cohabited. Watch this. So they didn't just make children with those humans. Look at what they did. Teaching them sorcery, incantations, and the dividing of roots and trees. So look at what they were doing. By the way, so these angels began to teach what they shouldn't be teaching. And God actually sent them to teach something different, to teach righteousness and to do judgment. Is why God sent the watchers, but they missed their way. And like I like to say, or like we say sometimes, let me show you something which I've said quite a number of times before. Excuse me. Table of Nations. So because of the way that Hebrews or Africans, well, humanity, the real humans from the start, will name their children, because they will name their children after events, okay? There's something peculiar about the meaning of the first 10 patriarchs in scriptures. Okay, and let me just show it to you. So this is the first 10. You have Adam, Seth, Enos, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared or Yared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. Okay? So if you put the meaning of these names beside them, if you put the meaning of each name, excuse me, so if you put the meanings, it tells you like a story. Because Ida means man, set means to put or to set something. Enos is another word for man or human. Canaan means a spear or a weapon. Mahalalel means the praise of God. It's just like hallelujah, right? This halal. So Mahalalel means the praise of Elohim. Mahalalel. Jared means to descend. Enoch means to teach. Methuselah means man of spear. Lamech means to be lowly. And Noah means rest. So if you put that in, it forms a sentence that man put man to spear. You can add a but. The praise of God descended to teach the men of spear to be lowly and to rest. And I'll say that one more time. Man set man to spear, but the praise of God descended to teach the men of spear to be lowly and to rest. So these were supposed to be the prophetic advancement of things. The praise of God here, by the way, is not Yeshua, not yet at least. Praise of God is probably talking about those watchers that descended. Okay? But this was supposed to be their destiny. Okay? Such that they would teach men rest. Now, men have been, you know that there was Cain and Abel between these two. So Cain killed Abel and all that. So they were already setting themselves to spear and weapons. And these angels were supposed to have descended in this age. This generation was supposed to come teach the people the right things. or they miss their way while teaching. So this time when teaching should be taking place, this man himself became a teacher himself. And that's the meaning of his name, Kanok, or Kanok, Akonileko is what his name means, teaches. So it's like the destiny got missed somewhere around here after they descended, right? And it was this man that eventually maybe continued to actually teach men rest. And by the time of Noah, the world had to literally be destroyed. So let's keep reading. Okay. So, so now we're in Enoch chapter 7, verse 10. So I'll read that verse 10 again. Then they took wives, that's the watchers, they took wives, each choosing for himself, whom they began to approach, and with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery, incantations, and the dividing of roots and trees. So it began to teach them things that God wouldn't have them teach humans. God would have humans achieve the supernatural through a different route, not by them doing the sorcery themselves. So technically, sorcery is, and that's the same thing for just about every sin that humans commit on the earth. Okay. Okay. Back to the Akonileko person just now. Okay. Let me show, because we have found that many African languages are closer to the Paleo-Hebrew than even what you call the modern Hebrew today. Okay, so there are many words in the Hebrew. If you just take the consonant and you vowelize it, you add vowels to it to tell you the meaning of and the etymology of those words. Okay, and you won't be able to do that with a modern Hebrew. They just tell you Adam. Can they break down the Adam? They can't most times. So, so let me quickly show. So that's Akoniako, that is Yoruba language. Okay, we have found over 20 words, 26 words, still counting, that you would say in the Yoruba, and that is just about the same in the Hebrew. And by the time you begin to vowelize the Hebrew, because the Hebrew paleo is usually in consonant. So by the time you start vowelizing it, then you will find many, 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 many more words, Yoruba words, that would explain the Hebrew and would just be exactly the Paleo Hebrew. Okay, and it's the same with many other African languages. Well, I'm using Yoruba because that's the African language I can speak the most. Okay, so let me show a few words that we have tried to vowelize. Okay, for example, the name Adam. Okay, let me start with the Kanok. Now, when you say Enoch, that's an English rendition. It's actually Kanok. So I've put the consonants that you find in the Paleo, I've put them in green. Okay, so this Enoch is actually Kanok. So it's the K, the N, and the K. Okay, this one is added as well. I've put it in italics. But you can even take it out and just still mean the same thing. So Kanok means to teach or to disciple or to train up. And when you bring it into the Yoruba like that, it is Akoni Leko. Okay, or Ikoni Leko. All right. So you can easily find the, and of which, of course, Akoni, well, this should be NI, isn't it? So Akoni Nieko means the person that teaches you knowledge or teaches you lessons. Okay. If you take this A, put an I, Ikoni Nieko, those who understand this language can testify to what I'm saying. You take that A and put an I, Ikoni, it means the teaching of lessons. Okay. Yeah, so like that. And then the same thing with Adam, where you can, Adam is actually the and ma. Okay. So, but in the Yoruba, you can do Eda Amo. You can break it down. And Eda Amo in Yoruba means a creature of clay. Okay? It means a creature of clay. So another one is Abram. Okay? And what you have is Ba, Ra, and Ma. Okay? So, and that can easily be broken down in Yoruba to Aba, Aremo. And this Aremo means an exalted prince, someone like a prince. And Abba, of course, means father. So, and of course, the meaning of Abraham is exalted father. If you try it in the Paleo, or rather in the modern Hebrew, it is probably not possible for them to achieve that. I've tried, I've checked, I've not seen it. So even Abraham, we can try Abraham, Abra, capital H, Ham, right? Oops. Well, Control Z, Control V. So let's see if this responds. Capital Abraham, okay? So if you want to do that, for example, is Abba. Well, of course, we now have an H to that. Control C. Paste that there. So it's supposed to be an H. Okay, great. So Abraham is Ba, Ha, Ra, and Ma. Okay. So what that brings you, let me put that here. Paste. Paste. Space. Okay. So that everything can be in one line, I need to drop the size. 30, 28. Okay, not too bad. So if you vowelize it in the Yoruba, you could still have, I will send you some private about David. Okay, thank you. So you could still have the meaning as Abba, okay. Once I'm done typing it, then I'll explain it. Okay. So if you put vowels in Yoruba language, you can still get the etymology of Abraham. And how is that? Abraham means, well, Abba means father. Eyi, okay, means is the definite article. That is why in the modern Hebrew, when they want to make something a definite article, they had the hey before it. Okay. If you want to, you want to say water, you say maim. But if you want to say the water or the waters, you say hamaim. They just, and because they just use their Yiddish thing to recreate their own language. It still has all their Eastern European accent and all in it. So ehi in Yoruba means eyi. That means this one. She yi lo fe abi yen. So eyi means this. Okay, or the definite article. Ori means head or heads. Aimo means unknown. Okay, or something uncountable. In fact, when you say mime, when you want to multiply something in Hebrew, you put im, like mitraim, for example, or like shamaim. Okay, shamaim, it means heavens. Okay, and the singular is shama, which means heaven. Okay, so but you see this im that they're always putting as a suffix in modern Hebrew is usually generally means plural, and we believe that this im must have come from the Yoruba aimo. Okay, when somebody tells you, oh, how many buildings does this person have? You say, aimoye. That means, oh, there's so many of it. Aimoye. In other words, with an unknown number. Okay, so you always find in Mitzrayim, right? Shamaim. We put im, Ephraim, Ephraim. Once you put im behind something, it pluralizes it. Eloha, Elohim. Okay. And even the Eloah is straight Oluwa, right? But anyway, Abba, Ehi, Ori Aimo. So Ori means head, and that can recognize or represent peoples. For example, you said, oh, this is a sea of heads, right? In other words, it's a sea of people. So Abayehi Uriaimo is the father of the many nations, of unknown nations. And that's what Abraham is, father of many nations. You see? So Abayehi Uriaimo, right, is Abraham. You see? And just many, many more like that. Even this Shama, you still say Somo in Yoruba. And in Amharic, you say Samai. So Abraham, you have it there. Another place he said they left the land of their creation, right? Or rather, they left Eden, by the way. Oh, this is so hard with one hand. Okay. We'll try to do it this way. Sorry for the interruption. I don't know why.
Um,
Is the
is
sound better
is the
now?
sound better?
Oh, this one is also back.
Okay.
Back.
Back. Let's mute that one.
Okay, turn this off.
Check.
All right. Check. So the feedback should be minimal now. Okay. Check. 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 So I think we'll just do it this way. Okay. Yes. All right. So let's just proceed. Okay. So, when they left, well, first the word Eden, for example. Let's do that. So look at the word Eden. Do we have Eden here? Let me see. Okay. So look at the word Eden, for example. Eden is, let's copy this very quickly. Copy, paste that here. So Eden is more of the and ni. Okay. So does anybody know the meaning of Eden? General meaning of Eden in scriptures. So who knows? just so we can quickly confirm. You can Google it if you don't know. So this is Eden. So it doesn't fit into all the words sometimes, or probably because I don't know that much deep Yoruba yet. But I mean, you could see that this thing is more than a coincidence. Okay. Okay. I need to spy on the movie for this one. But it's okay, we can just do everything together. So
hello and welcome back to the Inspiring Channel, where Ministers spiritual edification.
so this is the movie by
When they had Nephilim children, man. And because Adam, the first of mankind, had been formed from the dust of the earth, he is called Adam, or Edamo, which translates to creature of clay in that Paleo-Hebrew language. And when we speak of the sun, here in the land of that Paleo-Hebrew.
So Jubilees 332 is what I was looking for. Check. So Jubilees 332. A lot of do we have Proto Yoruba? That's Proto Yoruba. It means old Yoruba, right? Or what? Or Paleo Yoruba. So this is what I'm trying to show you. In the book of too much. Okay. Can we still hear now? I think so. So in the book of 3 verse 2, it tells you that when you see, this movie is, well, more or less out, by the way. So you can go to the website and read details about that. So Adam and his wife went forth from the Garden of Eden, and they dwelt in the land of Elder, in the land of their. Okay. So that's why we brought out that elder here. And elder in Yoruba, you can vowelize it like that in Hebrew. You have el, the le, and the da. And this in Yoruba, you can say that is Ileda, which exactly the same thing, land of creation. Has anybody found the meaning of Eden yet? The Hebrew meaning of Eden. Well, the Bible meaning of Eden. Anyway, Eden means pleasures or pleasure. And if you vowelize that in Yoruba, that is Idunu, okay, which means same thing, pleasure, pleased, happiness, happiness actually. So that's that. Anyway, so I hope I've answered that question from Muka or Nobajo. I have the list of the 26, 27 Yoruba words, 26 at least. 26, 27 Yoruba. We are just about 1 hour. Normally we end. we are just about 1 hour. Normally we end about 1 hour. So let's wrap up that chapter. About 1 hour. So let's wrap up that chapter. So that we can finish for the day. Except there are questions, etc. Would have been showing the screen manually like this, as against like this is not as engaging for people as against in your face show. That's why we changed, but we might finish this way today, since we'll soon be showing the movie trailer and the rest. Okay. Yes, delight and enjoyment means the same thing in Yoruba language, which is an African language. So choose of whom they began to approach, teach them sorcery and incantations. And the women conceived, or this you'll be able to buy the ticket on the website at the same time. We are looking at $5 to buy it, again, of making it cheaper for those who are in Africa. Okay, if you're at least leave and things like that, probably get it for maybe $2, or if we're able to work the back end of the website to allow that. But that's our intention. So I think the TikTok app is acting up. I don't know. So, and the women sing brought forth giants. Okay. Whose stature was each 300 cubits. And we have analyzed this 300 cubits before, that's about the height of the biggest pyramids in the world, just exactly 1 or 2 meters apart. So don't forget, there is Watchers, there is Nephilim, which is the children of the Watchers. So, and those are the ones that are 300 cubits. So did you just give an information about your movie? Yes, we did, and we'll do more information after we finish this chapter. Just 3 more verses. So whose stature was each 300 cubits? These devoured all which the labor of men produced, until it became impossible to feed them. In other words, to feed these these Nephilim, because they would ask the children of men to go work for them. As big as they are, you would think they would even help the children of men to do work faster. So a time came when they would start eating the children of men because they didn't give them food anymore. Okay, but they turned themselves against men in order to devour them. Yes, exactly. Reptiles, beasts, and fishes to eat their flesh one after another, and to drink their blood. That's what these giants were doing. Then the earth reproved the unrighteous. Okay, so we'll continue with Enoch chapter 8 tomorrow. So we need to write that down so that just a minute. So today is the 20th September So Enoch chapter 8. All right, so now let's talk about the movie that everybody has been waiting for. So, so the movie is ready, and we are discussing with distribution. If you have ideas about how we could distribute it more efficiently, please let us know. We are not thinking of Netflix at all. We just own that. Besides, it's as good as owned by these people. Okay, as Netflix. Just a minute. I'll show this movie in a minute. Now let's go to downloads. Okay, yeah. So we're ready. So that's the movie. The title is Abraimo. Okay, Hidden Patriarch of our Cable Land. It's a subtitle. So you can go to Abraimo. That QR code will take you to the website, the movie website. So that's the movie right there. So yes, first buzz. It is. So so that's it. So that's the movie. So let's watch the trailer of the movie, which is not fully public. Our partners have this at the moment, but it should be out soon. That's the trailer.